Futures back in positive territory this morning. Bit of a downtick here as we get June durable goods numbers for the U.S. That come out 1.9% versus a decline expected of 0.5%. Again, 1.9 on the June durable goods numbers versus negative 0.5 expected there. So much higher than expected for, again, June durable goods numbers just coming out there. To kick things off on Fed Day, it is going to be an exciting day. A ton of earnings to get through this morning. Obviously, Google, Microsoft, the two big ones, both to the upside here this morning in the pre-market off of, I mean, they both missed expectations, but not as bad as a lot of people were expecting for both Microsoft and Google. So higher here in the pre-market for both. Watching Cassava Sciences as well to the downside in a big way this morning. Criminal probe possible now for data on their Alzheimer's treatment. PayPal as well on watch. Yeah, it looks like that Elliott Management rumor that was floating around last week turns out to be true. Elliott Management building a stake in PayPal. A ton to talk about. Obviously, the Fed will have it covered all day long. Coming back on this afternoon at 1:30 instead of 2 o'clock. We are the main show anyways to get you ready for the Fed at 2. Let's get into it. It's Wednesday, July 27th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at some positive numbers right across the board. Good to see here. Now 1.3% for the NASDAQ leading the way. Back to the upside, 0.5% for the Dow, about 0.8 there for the S&P. Bottom end of the board, good to see Ethereum bouncing back. We saw big time negativity yesterday. Bitcoin as well, 1.4% back to the upside. Welcome to a Wednesday. Welcome to Fed Day. It is a 75 basis point increase expected to come at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Good morning, guys. I'll throw this up here quickly so we can see right now. Still 75.25 for that 75 basis point hike coming this afternoon. Again, as I mentioned, if anyone's just joining, we're back on at 1:30 today to get you ready for that.
Yes, sir. It's in terms of what we're expecting, it's like the busiest lineup in terms of earnings, and then also getting the Fed, some economic numbers, and then you throw in just sort of random events that end up happening. We're still on the bear, eh? We're up a couple. Well, up a couple of points today. Actually, one and a half. But you know, you're going to have names that just came out of nowhere, like Cassava Sciences with the negative DOJ investigation for them. So that's criminal investigation, I should say, for Cassava Sciences. That's going to be in play. Dave is, I can't say it with a straight face, that Dave. It's that bank backed by, I think it was Cuban or something like that. We talked about it a bit. That's moving. A couple of small caps are on the run. They'll be pretty big to watch. There's another big one here today making moves, BWV. But yeah, you lead off with Alphabet. You lead off with Microsoft, and I'd throw Boeing into that bucket where you look at the overall, and most of it was just misses across the board, but things weren't as bad as expected, and some little things and little tidbits that the market picked up in each of those cases as to why they're going to be up, whether it was cash flow, whether it was going to be with cash flow with regards to Boeing, Alphabet, it was more about the advertising numbers, and then with Microsoft, it was a forward guidance. Everything else about those reports kind of weak, but hey, when the market starts reacting well, or stocks start reacting well individually to somewhat bad news, can be a good sign. But it's a Fed day, and we know that means there's two different days. There's up until 2 o'clock, and there's after 2 o'clock. And then, you know, you got to make sure any idea you have from the morning, understand that that can change at 2 o'clock, and you just got to make sure either you're out or you have a plan of action. That's what we're here for.
All right. Yeah, I'm just doing something here. I don't look. The earnings weren't super impressive to me. You go through the numbers and they're not like, you know, overly. I'm just talking about Google and Microsoft here. They're both nicely up in the post-market, in the pre-market here, but not overly exciting for me for both Microsoft and Google. But it's nice to have a nice little move to the upside, especially on Google, as you know, that's trying to get back to that 110. But the thing is that like we're just back to where we were a few days ago. It's not like these were like hallelujah numbers or anything like that, like just big moonshots or to the downside. I feel like they just kind of came out, reported what was expected. Some misses, some beats on the top and bottom line. But honestly, we just got to hold some key levels. That's all that I really wrote down on the sticky note, was just let's see if we hold some key levels, and I gave them out to you on there. So as we start to show and we'll start to discuss a little bit about them, we'll just see if they hold. I mean, the bigger news is going to be Fed Day today. It was just nice to see that Google and Microsoft both held up. I mean, that's really the savior there, because otherwise, you know, if they go the other way, the NASDAQ is down 1.5%, and then all of a sudden you have Fed stomping through at 2 p.m., and, you know, that could start the negativity all over again. So you go 1.5 into that print, and all of a sudden you're down 3 or 4%. So let's see if the NASDAQ can hold up here. Obviously, it's a little bit higher. It's about double what the ES is right now. So, you know, NASDAQ leading the way. I actually like Spotify the best out of all of them. So I think that's something that we'll look at here today. Microsoft and Google will definitely be traded. Apple as well. I mean, there's so many big numbers still to come. Meta, and then the 2 p.m. Fed rate. So, I mean, we're going to be back at 1:30, which I think is way early. I don't even know why we're doing that, but 1:30 we'll be back to talk about everything, and it should be exciting for the open.
Yeah, Meta tonight as well, so that should be pretty exciting, obviously, today as well. Just looking at Ford, guys, Ford higher here in the pre-market. They came out once again and said 600,000 EVs they're projecting by the end of 2023. So they came out last week, I think it was, talking about the battery capacity now being able to produce 600,000 EVs battery-wise. Now they're saying by the end of 2023. So a bit of an uptick there on Ford as well. Let's jump right into what is going on. Obviously, going to be all about the Fed. Here's the note this morning that started things off. Obviously, Microsoft and Alphabet, the big ones. But if I come down here, you can see it's still a 75 basis point increase, more than likely here this afternoon at 2 p.m. But it's going to be very important what happens after that when we get the, we'll get the statement at 2 o'clock, but we'll also get Fed Chair Powell on the microphone talking to reporters. And I think a lot of attention going to be paid to the language that is used once again and the severity of the language that is used once again. So that might be the bigger event this afternoon. Yeah,
what would be really cool, probably not going to happen, is if there's something that he says which hints at when they can not just stop the rate hikes, but at what point in the future timeline what would they need to see to actually start peeling back? And I think that's one of the things that certainly you always get that. Anytime that you get the raising rate environment, it's really more about not just when they stop, but when your rates can start to come back down. Obviously, you have a lot to tame with regards to inflation. But it's just important to remember the usual dynamic of what happens on a Fed day. Whereas at 2 o'clock, and the last two times have done this pretty much to a T, you just end up almost always having some kind of a wick up and down. The last couple of times there's been a breakout. So let's imagine, if you come to the chart for a second, all we did, we're right back where we were yesterday in the morning, right at 300 on the NQs. But all that happens is you try to break the tops. If we can come to my chart for a quick second here, we just try to break the tops, usually have some kind of little bit of a fail break. There's a reversal. And this is all in the first couple of minutes. You hold a decent support level right away, and then there's usually a direction got put in. If it's to the downside, a lot of times it's the ultimate support, lows a day, previous day lows, those kind of things. And then at about 2:30, that's when we start to digest the numbers. The last couple of times, it's run to the upside, almost regardless of what Powell said, quite frankly. It's just the fact that he's talking and answering questions. And then the second he stops, we didn't have any follow through past that. Last time, but the time before on the hike, we actually had a little bit of follow through. So just understand, you're going to get chopped around if you're actively trading any equities that remotely follow the futures come 2 o'clock. So you understand that bit of a plan. I tend to think we're not going to get anything groundbreaking coming out of his mouth there. I think it's the 50 basis points for the next meeting, that's around 50-50 or maybe not too far away from it. So the expectations there are kind of all up in the air as well. The shock would be, of course, if we actually do get that full point today. I think that's clearly the thing if you're looking out for at 2 o'clock, it would be whether or not we get that one. And if we get that one, that's going to be quite the shock to the market. At this point, we're kind of expecting 75. It's not that 99% sometimes that you see by the end of the day, so it's not a complete lock, but it still would be a shock to the markets.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot of the news is baked in here. like we just mentioned, the expectation should come through. We're still waiting for that GDP number. We'll wait for more inflation data and things like that. I mean, the Fed is sort of tailed and came out and said what they're going to say. I'm interested, obviously, in the talk, this Fed speak that's going to happen at 2:30. We've seen so many different rallies come off of that. So, the number will drop down. We'll assess what happens. You want to look at gold. Bitcoin's been moving as well, when the Fed comes out with their rates. But I think the important thing is going to be what Fed Chair Powell says when he's asked questions about, the dot plot, things like that, where they're going to be going from here. So for me, I just, we'll wait for it. I don't think it's very smart to be in a trade heading into the number, and that's what we'll be here for you. You'll see what we're going to be in. If anything, it'll be lighter shares. And then I think you just let it settle down and then go from there. So we're going to watch out for, that 2 o'clock number. But I would just say trade lightly. Focus on names that you want to be in today. You just mentioned Ford there, Brendan. There's going to be a lot of news. There's a lot of earnings. This is a big week. It's 35% of the S&P this week. So, a lot to digest. I mean, you don't want to forget about names like Tesla that we're moving around. You don't want to forget about big trades that, you can have in a stock like a Meta that's coming out after market. Or even yesterday in the retail space, we had Walmart, we had Target, Shopify yesterday, and today on earnings. There's so much happening right now that Twitter, it just goes on and on. Coinbase, there's so many things to look at, and then you put Fed on top of all of that. It's I don't know. You just got to be patient. Like I said, stick to your plan here. Wait for key levels to come in. If they hit, great. If they don't, trust me, there'll be lots of opportunity today to see some wild moves. You're seeing Google up 3%. It could end the day up 7-8%. It could end the day flat. We don't have that crystal ball to tell us what's coming through today. I'm not super impressed with some of these earnings. Texas Instruments was good, so we can watch. And we haven't even talked about, chips aren't even on our mind. We have Texas Instruments, AMD, NVIDIA, Intel, Micron, which we were trading yesterday. There's so many. And then you have the weed names. I don't even, honestly, you mentioned Cassava Sciences. When's the last time we even looked at any of
Ever.
the Pfizers or the Modernas of the world and the vaccine plays? Honestly, I know I'm saying this, I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm not really, but it's just there's so much involved with day trading that you got to be specific and wait for those key moments, man.
And on days like this, and be prepared to miss moves, but execute your plan. Here's another one to add to the list. Not terribly exciting, but Visa was another one that was on the list last night. If you remember, on the earnings list, got all the way up here to 220 on the report. But here we are, not really doing anything this morning off a decent report. It was fine for Visa. I want to talk about this though. Here's PayPal, 7%. We mentioned this last week, this one here. Bloomberg was reporting last week, and then they followed through again this morning with, confirmation that indeed Elliott Management has built a stake in PayPal. No mention in this article as to how big that is, but they do mention in the article that they could potentially work up to be PayPal's biggest holder. So one of those stocks that got crushed all year long, big move up here today.
Yeah. We didn't even mention PayPal.
No,
I just went on that rant and listed
so
30
much.
names.
Actually, it is fair to say, I feel today there are probably more catalysts on individual stocks in the broad market than you're bound to see at almost any point in the year. There's even little things. I can throw another one randomly out there. Lemonade's getting upweighted in the Russell or something. That's a random stock. But
Blue
PayPal,
pill.
Strong move, man. The blue pill looks kind of
Yeah, it kind of looks like
pinkish.
Yeah, it looks
yellowish,
sandy.
sandy.
It's the same color as the desk.
Yeah. Get your Kirkland vitamins. You know what's weird?
I'm just getting.
Now I'm off topic because my wife bought a gigantic box of Kirkland granola bars to send my daughter to camp with.
That's a good value.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a good value. But she bought it on Amazon. It's not like she got it from Costco because we don't have membership. So she bought it on Amazon. So I'm not even sure if we got a value because sometimes you get a bad deal there. But PayPal, look, super strong. The Elliott thing, where there's smoke, there's fire. Brendan was saying this morning, and that tends to be true in this particular case. Look, PayPal actually making a bounce yesterday off of the, held at the 50-day moving average. I shouldn't say making a bounce. Today making a bounce off the 50, and that's a chance to be a bit of a breakout play. Everything's going to get thrown out the window because if you look at, we're about $2.50 away, or $1.50 away from that top where you'd be breaking. And I'm tending to think that if we're going to have an inside day to the Fed, like you'll see me like bidding in front of the support that it had above these prices, which is like the 80 to 82. So I'm sitting in front of 81s and 80s for a long on PayPal, just sort of thinking if we can hold that support, maybe we can play inside of this range as opposed to thinking we can break out 85s at the open. Kind of don't want to get caught in a break. Today, I'd rather just sort of play off of what was decent support. That's my way of approaching here. But I am sort of bullish on PayPal today. Obviously, it's up that 7%. And I will get this out of the way now. There are 2 or 3 symbols that if you see on my chart and you're like, hey, Neil, that percentage is wrong on the chart, and Affirm is one of them. In our system, there's some odd close prices on half a dozen names, so our percent change is a little bit wrong. It's right on most of the stocks, but if I pull up something like an Affirm here, which I know this is one of those cases, Affirm's not down 8.5%. Like you can actually see that it's trading very slightly up. Coinbase is another one of those stocks. So if you see that, don't be terribly alarmed. It's only affecting a few small symbols there.
Affirm's trading well up.
Yeah,
it closed at 23. It's at 24.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's it's a little bit deceiving. You can tell right away. It's like, no, that stock's not down 8.5%.
All right, PayPal for me, guys. I wrote down on here, Elliott stake obviously makes the stock test recent highs. So right here, $84, $85. I'm the same as Neil. I really want this break of 84. And I know Neil mentioned 85, but I think that this break here at 84 is something that I have to take for sure. It's a nice little rally stock. It can obviously get going. Look at that bottom of 69, just like what was it, 10 trading days ago or so, back on the 14th or 15th. What a great bottom of $70. But look, we weren't that far away from it yesterday, down to 77. So like when you're looking at this and you're getting this extension to the upside, I mean, we still have earnings to come from PayPal as well. I wonder when those earnings are. Actually, I got to find a website that I can just go to and it will just show the next
August 2nd
earnings.
for PayPal, and I only know that because right before, like I just looked it up.
So
like
Tuesday,
a minute ago.
Yeah, so that's going to be a really interesting play here. I'm already sitting, and I don't know if we're going to get it, but again, if the market dips down here a little bit off the open, I want to test this 80 to 81 area. So let's see if we can get something like right in the middle, 80.50. So we're going to sit here with PayPal. We're going to test this 80.50. I mean, it can come down $2. It can come down $2 before the market even opens. We still have 45 minutes to go. I mean, a couple negative notes on Microsoft or Google sends the NASDAQ back down anyways right now. So let's sit down here around 80.50 on PayPal. I really like a bunch of the other names, man, Spotify and Shopify, and we're going to get to those as we're going to get IFI'd today on some of those names. It should be good longs for those. PayPal should be a good long. So I feel like those are the 3 names, PayPal, Shopify, and Spotify, and I'll explain why I like Shopify long. Those are the ones that I'm going to be looking at a little more interested than Google and Microsoft if we come to levels, and we'll talk about it when we get there, but the 257, the 108, we're kind of hovering around there right now for Microsoft and for Google. But for PayPal, look, Elliott came in. They didn't do much for Pinterest. Remember when they said, and I don't know, maybe Pinterest is a little bit back up now because of Google, but no. Oh, is this one of the ones that has
sorry, you know what, actually,
it doesn't matter. What I was going to get at here was this was the Elliott stake announcement right here when we were down basically at $17, which FYI is right where we are now. So they came out, announced a very similar stake in Pinterest, which rocketed this name upside. But then, of course, Snapchat and everybody came down. And then when you're an ad-based business here and there's some ad slowdowns, you are going to get right back in. But just to tell you, that just because you get an activist in your name doesn't mean that it's going to hold out for a while. It's a nice spike up there when the algos get involved. So I don't think that there's going to be a similar thing for PayPal because PayPal's already been up here. This is pretty recent territory for them. So there was some negative talk about them yesterday for PayPal. So they get hit down to the downside. Square, the same thing if we look at Block, SQ. But I like PayPal here. I think it's worth a buy down here between 80 and 81 bucks just to test that 80 bottom. And I'm going to be doing it sitting there right now.
Here's another one, if you didn't have enough to look at so far today. Yep, Boeing also reported. This, not a good report, but I'll show you the headline in a second here. Up 3%, trying to hold 160, breaking out above a few days ago's highs. But they're talking about the 787 Dreamliner and deliveries, guys, in the final stages, which seems to be the positive catalyst here for Boeing. But another one on the list today.
What? Okay, maybe it's that, but I thought we were going to say it was the positive cash flow for
I
Boeing.
never saying that again until that guy's back on the show. I'll tell you that much.
But it was everything. I was reading the Boeing thing. It was like miss top, miss bottom, aviation miss, aerospace miss. You just miss. It was like 1 out of whatever it was. It was like 1 out of 12 things were positive.
I feel like that's the same with Google and Microsoft and all that. It's like miss on this, miss on this.
Oh, one thing.
Yeah. Anyways.
And then it's like, yeah, you get the the magnifying glass out, and you're like, ooh, look, there was that one thing that was good. But Boeing's been on, I think, a relative tear recently. Like, it's already put it. This is the thing about these rallies from bottoms, man. Like, you can think about where Boeing has come from. Like, it got more than cut in half. Try to zoom back a little bit further for you guys. It got more than cut in half here. I mean, yeah, that's far enough. More than cut in half, well above 250s. So when you get this rally, it's made a 50% almost if it breaks 65. That's when it gets to that price, but close enough to it, right? From the bottoms, it got close to 110. So that's an impressive rally that has already been put in on Boeing going into this. So it's hard not to be skeptical when on a very mixed report like that, not mixed report, on essentially a negative earnings, you just go cash flow positive, and after we've already rallied this far, it's going to try to break out on this. Like, that was my first thought. Was like, I'm really skeptical. Like, if we fail this 165, like, why is it not just an obvious short off that level? Now, at this particular time, you're just diddling in the middle because it's at 160. I think it goes to something Sean said this morning. Like, I look at this and it's like, I can definitely make a case why I would be shorting Boeing off of that high on the daily, just giving it a tight risk and thinking you can pull back in, maybe even to where it is right now, 160, or just saying, okay, well, look at all the support the stock has had at 155. If they take those bad numbers, think there was a grain of salt in there, or grain of whatever, something good, a kernel of positivity, then just try the longs off 55, 56. But at 60s, it's like, yeah, hands off for me. Like, that's, it doesn't make any sense at that price in either direction. So I'll be really cautious with Boeing. I really would try that at 165. I think if it breaks out from there, fantastic. I do like the company for the long term. I think they can turn it around. But today it just feels like a little bit too much.
Are you kidding me right now?
What now?
Shopify. I mean, what? Like, I sat down here today and was like, this just happened. Like, I was just down here writing the sticky note and was like, I really like a 30 break. And I was just like looking up Boeing. I'm going through my notes. It's like, okay, whatever. People are going to be hating on Shopify, not this guy. I really like the Shopify long today. And then to take a line from Neil, checks notes.
And
$32? Like, what? Shopify just ripping. I mean, it's not ripping. It's only up 1%, but like, what? What was that? Oh man, like, I was ready, honestly. And when I just said this about Shopify like 5 minutes ago, where I said I liked the longs I liked were PayPal, Shopify. If I look at Spotify and that thing is like over that 114, 115 mark, then honestly, I just, whatever, someone's just going to have to sit here. But that is a great move up there for Shopify. Obviously, the conference or something, or the call, or some kind of an upgrade, or I don't know. We'll have to wait for Brendan to hit on this one. But like, wow, a big move up there for Shopify. And we'll see if it comes back in, but that's a big one right there. Boeing's not going to be on my mind today, guys. I told you, I'm already have too much stuff inside a year, which is never a good sign. But wow, now my mind blown here on Shopify. Because, man, we had that idea to go long there at that bottom, and I was just waiting for the 30 break. Didn't put the order out because, I mean, it's 8:53 right now, and it was like, I didn't think that was going to happen so early. But let's see. Let's not worry about it too much. It could easily just fall right back down in. So we don't have the long now, but that would have been a pretty sweet move. And look, to be honest with you, I probably would have got most of them out anyways around here when we started to dance around 30, 31, 30. 3080, stuff like that. So it's a big move up for Shopify, but not one that I expected to happen this early. Good move, Shopify. Well done. Brendan, upgrades and downgrades probably flying all over the place today.
Yeah, so many to talk about. Typical for an earnings day, guys. Understand that basically anything that reported is going to have multiple moves either direction with earnings. That being said, this board, however, doesn't really show you anything too exciting. This F45 is that Mark Wahlberg gym or training thing that he did last year. The thing, it came to market last year. New CEO, full year forecast cut. There's a whole bunch of negative notes on this one. Down 56% for that F45. McDonald's on here, and Juniper as well. We were talking about a few of those yesterday.
I wonder if Kathy Wood will buy up this F45 training holding.
No, she will not.
Probably not. It could be innovative. It could be innovative and game changing.
It cannot.
Or disruptor. Kathy Wood bought 1.8 million shares worth of. Sharif is like, hell no. Sharif needs to come up with one of those, and we can go public with that. Sharif's training program.
No, we cannot do that either.
Wait, you're hating on that? Okay.
I am hating. I want IPO anything right now.
Oh God.
Let alone a gym. I mean, that thing's down what, 45%?
57% to the downside. But Kathy Wood did buy 1.8 million shares of Shopify yesterday, which checks the chart. She's actually back to break even, depending on where she picked those up. But yeah, I mean, it's not a heck of a lot in the upgrades and downgrades. But I mean, if you need a catalyst today, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Realistically, there's so many out there. We don't have to. It's just crazy. The shop call, as far as I understand, is on right now.
I'm just.
I'd love to see. I don't know if they're going to be saying anything crazy there, but it's just been beaten up so badly, right? And oh God, it's not split adjusted. But the thing about, we had that whole that notion of it doesn't break the low, where is it going to go? If I can peel back, since the split, it broke 31 time, and then it got down to like 29.75. Essentially, you've got the same type of bottom right here. So maybe it holds up at 30 for support on the way back in, but the call currently on, you're going to want to make sure that that's concluded, because low liquidity and then the conference call, people make some moves here or there. Once that settles in, then we'll get a better idea. But I'm going to put that F45 on my radar, because you never know. I've seen stranger things. Stocks like that sometimes can have even more halts down and crazier moves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if anybody's even in that name.
Well, probably not. That's the whole.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg himself is probably not even in that name. So we'll wait to see on that one. These guys, it's one of those ones where they just bring it public, get all of you guys to pay for it. And look, I did the same thing. Clover, what's up with that? And a lot of these names, PaySafe. I mean, some of these names that came as SPACs, and there's an F45 is another one. But one name that's never going to get SPAC'd out or never going to let you down is going to be McDonald's. You talked about that upgrade there, or it was on the downgrade side actually for McDonald's, but that's fine. Look at this. I mean, it's been holding out pretty good. You're trying to break above now on McDonald's up to 256, trying to break out here through 258. If that was the upgrade on the other side, then that was good. But right now, you might want to look at a short and find out what that downgrade was all about, because they had a nice little number yesterday from 250 up right back up to this range. So McDonald's is a breakout candidate for the long side right now, breaking above 258. So I don't know. I'm a little disappointed. I mean, we talked about McDonald's yesterday with the earnings, but I was a little disappointed that we did get this move today back with the downgrade, because it is at this level right now where I wonder if they're downgrading it to see if they can get long back down in 250, 252. It might work today. Bring that back in here, knowing that based on what they reported yesterday, it is a breakout candidate. So possibly, and I don't know who that was, that downgrade, I missed it, but sometimes they happen for strange reasons. So let's wait to see what happens here with McDonald's. I think it's a breakout candidate through all these levels. They have everything figured out over there. Smart management team. They've been keeping it up. They've got the dividend. It's not a huge one, but they have it. And if you're going to park your money somewhere, I mean, they talked about breakfast being a huge catalyst. I think that's going to continue. And as people go back to work, I know that's starting to happen more and more around the world. Maybe it's completely happened now, but that helps McDonald's out. I feel like the more people are running around the streets and grabbing coffees and things like that, and on the go and commuting is a good word I'm looking for. I think that helps McDonald's. So I like it. I say no to that downgrade.
Agreed. For sure. Here's the note. It is the call that's going on right now, guys. Started at 8:30, still underway. I mean, it's not overly positive, to be honest, but still saying consumers are favoring discount retailers and reducing spending on other categories due to inflation. That's the only comment, really, that has been posted from the conference call right now for Shopify. But yeah, big move back up. I wanted to mention Coinbase. Speaking of big moves back up, it's still up about 5% here in the pre-market for Coinbase after huge move down yesterday on that SEC note or SEC investigation for Coin. Another one that Miss Kathy Wood was selling yesterday.
She was selling it? Ooh, interesting.
Coinbase?
Usually, a day like that, and by the way, Coinbase is one of these charts that my percentage will be wrong, but because it is up on the session. Yeah, so usually when it's down, I'm like, oh, I just assume that she's buying more of it. But that's not the point. We talked about Coinbase yesterday. I got out of it way too early on the short. And below, it's still at that 55, 56 range, even with the move to the upside. So we're below, we breached the 50 period. I kind of felt like you had room to be able to go into 50. I think we're back into this range from a couple of weeks ago, I guess mid-month. We're looking at this like 56 to 58 areas, your chop and your resistance, and then room down to like 50 even is your support. So that's the new key level. It held that 58 after breaking, which should have been the target. In the morning, I was like, yeah, 58 seems like the target. And I saw size in the bid at 60 and got out of the trade. Which is never a good idea. Like reacting to level 2 sometimes makes sense. Other times when you have that deep of a trend, you should probably not care too much. This one will be short sell restricted because it got crushed yesterday, but I'm still looking for the shorts. It gets above 58, and I think that's when I'll start changing my mind, right? But I mean, even you're still consolidating around 21,000 on Bitcoin, so that little pullback that we had after a good rally is still in play. Unless that breaks out, unless we're above 58, I'm still going to go for the shorts in Coinbase today. Like everything, regardless whether I'm in position or whether I'm considering getting back into it in the afternoon, let's just say if we get to close to 2 o'clock, this will be like any other name, something that I probably wouldn't be sitting in it. It gets one thing to sit like deep. If you're sitting deep in the money and have a trailing stop before the Fed, yeah, that's kind of fair enough. But I wouldn't be trying to make an entry off a key level like, oh, Coinbase I'm shorting 57.50 in front of that 58 level because I can get it again at 145. Like that's the kind of thing that I wouldn't be doing. Like those levels don't matter as much in that heat of the moment when a liquidity vacuum is about to open. But for this morning, I'm fading Coinbase, and it could be one of those days. If it decides to rally, fair enough.
I love that. Look, I could convince Bostonia McDonald's is a real estate company, but Starbucks is a bank. I don't understand that one. Change my mind. Why don't you change my mind on why Starbucks is a bank?
McDonald's one, everyone gets that, but
yeah, I mean, McDonald's real estate is going to be a big part of them as they own most of the real estate, most of the locations that they're located in. Of course, there's a few there that they don't, like ones that are like in airports and things like that. Okay, I just want to look at another name here, Palantir. Shout out to Henry Z. I don't even know if you're in the chat, but I wanted to look at this one here because if you're going to get, Google came out, big data, everything like that. Palantir is one of those names that, as always seems to be moving a little bit when the market wants to go to the upside anyways. So today you have a nice little move. You could see names like, Cathie Wood's very active right now. So you could get, I don't think that she's going to be buying up some more Palantir or anything like that, but, names that are moving around, Palantir, DraftKings, Roku, you're seeing Coinbase, you're seeing some of these other ones. So let's see if Palantir can get going. It's been a while since I traded this, but what I'm looking at right now is this 975 level right there. Oops, where's my little mark here? Right here, 975. So if we mark that, you get bottoms right there. You got a nice break this time when it happened from 9 all the way rocketing up on the 5th. I kind of wonder what happened there on the 5th that day. That was a crazy day for Palantir, but it broke that level. It broke a lot of levels, but it didn't even think about it and ripped all the way to 1010, came back, held this 975, then held it right here on the 11th as the other way around as resistance, and then that hit all the way back down. And then once it took it out again on the 20th, it didn't look back and went all the way to 1050, came through, danced around it yesterday, or 2 days ago, sorry, around this level, 970 to 950. Yesterday, make that bottom at 940. And today, let's see if it wants to take this 975 again. So I actually have it down here as a big trade for me, breaking through that 975 and then trying to think about a hold maybe near 950 or even a little bit lower than that in case we're wrong, but probably 950 out, maybe even 960 as an out if we are wrong on a Palantir push through 975. Oh, that reminds me, I didn't even look at the imbalances yet. This is a name that's, the imbalances have been nothing lately. Yeah, see, it looks like it's going to be like that again. Teva on there. again, they've had some lawsuits back and forth.
Well, they settled they got the
Oh, did they?
the settlement on the opioid is like $4 point
Okay.
something billion. That's why it's up today.
So there we go. So I just mentioned lawsuits. Neil knows about that, so that's good. CCL, yeah. Well, Shopify down here, 55,000. But yeah, really nothing on here. We're gonna have to wait for 9:25 when we get the NASDAQ imbalances, Brendan, and then hopefully we'll see names that are a little more popular today, like a PayPal, Spotify, Google, Microsoft, et cetera, and that bank that is Starbucks might also be on the imbalance locator. Oh, I got to find out. Yo, what up, Russell Jackson? Russell Jackson's in the. We still don't have a bacon thing. I mean, Russell used to super chat and always talk about bacon and everything, and then send Valeria cases of Vegemite and all that kind of stuff. So shout out
like
to
a bacon day or something.
someone said
where just
that
eat all
McDonald's
bacon
got
all
rid
day.
of their bacon BLT. Well, then I mean, what is it? Just an LT? What does that mean? Like, why?
That's a horrible decision.
How do you
if
get?
that's
How do you get rid of that? Like, maybe now I'm not
Short.
not loving it, but
true. Short.
is it for that reason?
Can't
That's
get
someone
rid
who's
of
like,
bacon, man.
they can't think about that short. But Brendan, I mean, you can't take out the B in the BLT.
Definitely not. Must. Short Vegemite as well, guys. There's still, I saw the other day, they're still in the box in the green room back there. So anybody wants some Vegemite, maybe that's a good way to deter getting shut down. Anyone who... Fahad has to eat the veg. That's a great idea. We'll talk about that. Let's bring in Arun here. I was going to show you Google, but we'll get to that. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market. Big day for the Fed, obviously, Arun, but also, I mean, it's a little bit different. Yes, it's a Fed day, but we also get a couple of really big earnings to deal with today.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be an expired move, or like time-sensitive move, right? You got 2 o'clock going into about 3:59. That's going to be mostly Fed. Post 3:59, you're going to be worrying about earnings at that point. So the way that I would play this market, and the way it's been moving too, there's nothing to change in terms of levels. It's the same levels I've been working with since Monday, 40.20 up top, 38.90 down below. We're going to try to find a trade north of 39.80, see if we can't find a short there near the top end of the range. Same play yesterday, which was going to be south of 40. I actually had a trade at 30, ran out of time, and that was a flat trade. But 39.40, 39.30 going on down to 38.90 is going to be the bottom end of the range. And as you know, as not favorable as it is right now for a trade, it's right in the middle of that range. It's not doing a whole lot. It's a good thing that it's sitting right here, though, for the Fed, because you know how when the Fed comes out, there's a lot of whipsaw action, moves up by 10, 20 points, moves down, and then it just picks a direction and goes. The fact that it's sitting in the middle of the range allows to avoid any false breakouts or any trap moves through these ranges. So the fact that these ranges and these levels are going to be so far away allows them to be more valid when we actually do get a break off, because that means by the time the move happens, and the break happens, that means the read on the Fed, and they've already picked a direction. It's not going to be a whipsaw action. The first 5-10 minutes is really aggressive in both sides. And then we kind of choose a direction, especially after 2:30, though. Somewhere between 2:10 and 2:15, we'll kind of start to lean. And then after 2:30 is going to be dependent on what the Fed says. Remember, there's a meeting or a press conference after. So 2 o'clock is the release, 2:30 is going to be the conference. And in between, you're just going to see a little bit of bias. And then once we get to that conference, you're going to see the move happen. So the fact that we're far apart allows for a decent trade breakout on either side. So I don't mind it at all. And for the way we're going to start the day, if we're in the middle of the range, we're not going to do anything with it. So I think it's going to be a quiet start, at least until we get to the Fed.
Yeah, big day. Lots to pay attention to. Thanks, Arun. Best of luck this afternoon. Let's get into everything else you need to know heading into the open here. Under 25 minutes to go. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Free for you every single day before we come on at 8:30. Here's the Alphabet headline this morning. Yeah, ad sales were actually higher, still below estimates, though, for Q2. So, I mean, it was fine. Earnings were fine here.
I think that's the whole point, right? Is that they were just fine. I'm just adding right now Palantir and Amazon to the sticky note. And I want to give a big shout out to who was it? Yeah, Chef Joe, man, you're killing me. I'm just going to block him right now from Sinner's Steakhouse because they have burnt bacon bits and things like that. It's just like,
God.
I don't really need that right now because, well, I mean, I do.
I always
send them ASAP. But,
always.
yeah, no, someone said that yesterday I destroyed Amazon, and I did, and I forget who it was who mentioned there, and they said, okay, was there anything for Amazon today right now? So, yeah, and a shout out to Bears vs. Bulls, who also is not my friend anymore, because when I was talking about Shopify, he's like, oh, I have the link to your sticky note where I posted that Shopify was along through 30 and don't have it. So thanks to Bears vs. Bulls for that one. Yeah, Amazon yesterday, I mean, we I know we're going to talk about Google in a minute, but here it was, this 118 yesterday, where we shorted it and then screwed up and went long and then just was like, forget this, and went short eventually. And it was my number one stock yesterday. Short this 117, out 114.70. So that was a big trade, man. It was my number one trade yesterday was Amazon. I think that, I don't think it, oh no, it was Sundial was my number one profit trade, but the one that I was the most, impressed with was actually Sundial as well. But Amazon was a good move to the downside, so I like that break right there for AMZN on that 118, and I just put that here on the sticky note again, and it looks like right here, this is the sort of how I drew it out for everybody on the Amazon take. We have 117, 117.50 or so, and then 118. So that looks like it's going to break with the NASDAQ with a big day there. And I also put the chart out here for Palantir showing exactly what I just showed you guys. Boom, 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 boom. Upside as, this is very, very artistic right there. So as you notice that one. So that's what we're looking at there. But yeah, I don't know. We started this talk about Google, and I just feel like, again, now that I look at some of these other names, this is pretty barcoded, man. I feel like there's a lot of traders right now that don't know which way to go here on Google. I was actually waiting at 108.50 to believe it or not, and I canceled that order. So, it would be in the money 50 cents, but I canceled it for a reason. It was just coming in right there pretty good. And, that could happen off the open. This thing could come in all the way down to 107, 107.50, and that's what I wrote down on here. I mean, I don't even want to go over the numbers. I mean, we could talk about them. They're on our watch list, tradertv.live. They weren't overly sexy or impressive or depressing either. I mean, they're just kind of as expected here for Google. It was bad YouTube revenue. That thing's not going up as much as it was. Used to be growing at 25%. I think that was at 4 or 5%. Not great there for YouTube on the growth side of things, but obviously ads and search still not too bad. I mean, that's what they talked about. Ad plus search still relatively strong when we were expecting it to be pretty weak based on what Snapchat came out and said. So that's why Google's going to be up today. But again, I don't think it's anything for people to run to the hills on the downside or try to moon this thing to the upside. So I think we're just going to have to wait around, see what happens around this 107 area. I put my bid, it was at 108.50. It's now down to 108.15. So 108.15 down here, just trying to see if we can pick up something closer to 108, because ultimately if this 107 breaks, then I think we're going to be going short through that level. So, hey, that's sort of my plan of action right now. We'll see if 107 can hold. If it doesn't, we'll be out of our long and get hit on that part of it. But I don't necessarily want to average in too much to this play. I'm really waiting for that 107. If that breaks, we reverse into the short, and then we see what happens off that. So an easy early take at 108, and then we'll average it in, but a lot closer to 107. We see if it holds. If not, boom goes a dynamite to the downside, and we'll probably be short Microsoft at that time too.
Yeah, for Google, I was just for Alphabet, I was sort of just looking at the 110. Just yesterday's, if you go back, not yesterday, sorry, 2 days ago, we had a bit of a break to the upside, and you tried to get through that top on Monday and then failed that price, and you made the bottom at 104. So I like 107 as well. I think it's your last line of support. You have the wipeout bottom, and then you gap above it. So sometimes you erase that, and support comes back in. 106.50, I think, might be a little bit of a dip support as well. But 110 is where I'd look for any kind of a pop and fade notion on Google. But I like it for Boeing as well. I wanted to get to just quickly here, if we can go to PGY, because this stock, every other day after a big parabolic move, it has not managed to break the high. So see parabolic move, sideways, parabolic move, actually ended up down the next day, parabolic move. This is the strongest response it's had in a day after a gigantic move. But if the pattern does hold, I'm anticipating it might not be able to get through that high of the day. So I'm looking at that 22, just above where the top was yesterday. We were shorting it at about 20 yesterday on the way back down, but I'm looking at that 22 high. Once again, this stock is going absolutely insane. It was at $15. Well, I think when I sat down, maybe $16 when I sat down. Now it's already at 2021. Like it's it's one of these days, man. There's just so much to be
PGY,
looking at,
baby.
and PGY just continues to baffle.
I mean, if you're going to look at anything, you might as well look at top companies like Pagaya Technologies. I mean,
they're
you
an
know,
AI. They're the AI leap. I don't know.
but it's like what Lucas said yesterday, and it was just like if you could pick the right levels on some of these names,
Yeah.
he had a big banger
GovX.
there on GovX, and today on Pagaya. I mean, it's the same thing. You want to take your shots on levels. I mean, that's how you trade. That's what you want to look for. So you want to look for key levels, and $20 maybe. I mean, 21. I don't know where PGY is going to go today.
50?
And the thing is, it's not even like a huge short interest. Like this is just one of those names that people are getting behind, and we'll see where it goes. Could be a rally in that name, could be a rally in GovX, or the other way around. Sundial, some of these marijuana names could go as well today. So I haven't even looked at Sundial, but I'm just saying, you know, so some of these names that have had some recent. What was the other one that split? Zila yesterday as well. So I mean, there's always going to be lots of names. Revlon was moving around the other day. What was the other one? Sega. So more names going on monkey / chicken / whatever pox we're talking about. But hey, it's 9:15, man. It's about to get real fun in about 15 minutes, and then probably good until 2 o'clock, and we'll see what happens. I feel like today's going to be a day that, although people will wait around for Fed, there's so much happening that I feel like if Brad ever says today there's nothing to trade,
he won't say that today.
then there might not be no paycheck
A
coming his
dollar
way.
says he won't say that.
Yeah, he better not.
I'll have a spoonful of Vegemite if he says. Well, no,
I've
then
already
he's just-
spoken to him.
Then he's just going to say that though. Just
I've already spoken to him about speaking like that. So if he does that, then that's something else. But yeah, no, he'll be fine. We're just playing around. There's lots to trade today, Brendo. So let's get through this watch list, which I feel like we still have so much more. We're on number 1 of 6 here.
Oops.
Yes, Dave as well, another one today, guys. That's should be exciting. Microsoft, same thing, kind of underwhelming as far as the numbers are concerned, but the forecast was pretty rosy here, guys, not only for the remainder of this year, but full year 23 raised forecast.
I guess I don't think the dollar is going to remain super strong for the next full year. But look, if you go for next year's forecast, I guess you're thinking that you could start to at least see the light of the rates coming back down and the U.S. dollar strength abating a little bit. I can see that being true. But ultimately, I think it just comes down to, Microsoft 65, 70. 75. Like, look at that on the daily, the 90 as well. Like, you've had these consolidations of resistance, and then you make a low, and then we consolidate and cannot break 75, make a low, and it's the same thing at 70. It just needs to get above 65, even 70, to get excited about, maybe following through on a breakout. Is this a catalyst? I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical of it. Because I think it has the toughest overhead resistance of the big cap names right now, and it's at 65 level. So I think it's sort of screaming to be a sell up there if it can get there. I'm kind of skeptical that it's going to even get to that price. 50 period gives you support at 260, but I tend to think 257, where it made that bottom on Monday. I think that's a little bit more interesting if it gets down there. There's just so many names. It's like diddling in the middle, man. Like, I don't know if I want to diddle in the middle. I might be in mostly small caps, looking at PGY and looking at Dave and looking at Redbox this morning. And maybe Coinbase pops up and gets us in there, or Boeing. But I look at that, I just say 65. I see 57. And in the middle, I don't love it.
No, I mean, we talked about this. Azure actually winds up missing a little bit, but revenue was higher, than expected. So just missed on the growth side of things, but they keep warning about FX headwinds, and they've already done that. They've already come out and warned already, which brought this name to 260 in the first place. And we had some dip downs where we should have been buying it, man. Honestly, at 240, 250, we talked about Microsoft at some of these levels down there that we are near the bottom of this range. I mean, the same thing was true of Google. So, you come out at the bottom of the range, and then you put out a quarter that's not as bad. So you are going to start to drift higher. This is a name that everybody wants to get into, especially waiting. I mean, I think it's the same thing. Like I was telling, people that I was talking to, that you just got to wait. I mean, I've been saying it to you guys. You're waiting for that earnings, right? You have the P, the price, the earnings. We have some of the macro and microeconomic decisions being made today on the macro side of things. But with the Fed, and I think that we sort of have a much better idea now of what we want to look at moving forward as far as data points and just broad economic statements coming out right now. And I just think that Microsoft is a name that people are going to want to buy. it doesn't seem that it's as bad as once thought for Microsoft. It's a nice move to the downside for sure in the last couple of days. Have we seen the bottom? Maybe not, but for today, it's up. It was getting hit though when that report came out. I mean, we were hit down there, down to that 243, which was those bottoms that I'm talking about. But then they bought those back up. Then all of a sudden, they started talking. They kind of gave that guide forward, which was positive, which sent them stock mooning basically off of that 240. So if you think about it, where we were yesterday at 4 o'clock, you're now up, $20 from that. So you're almost up 7-8% on Microsoft here from once the release was happened to where we are after Nadella started to speak. So you got to watch out for Microsoft here today. For me, I like to see this back. I said let's start buying this thing at 258. If you're going to look at a 20-minute chart, this is where we're talking about down here, 257, 258. I'm not comfortable until it gets back down into there. If I miss a huge move up on Microsoft, so be it. I don't really see this as being a name that I really want to get into on any kind of a break. I think it could fade back in. It's great that the NASDAQ's up this 1.6%, and I wish I was more bullish on some of these stocks, but we're up. We're continuing to move to the high side here, and I just don't like a break. So let's see if it gives us that bottom early. If it gives us that bottom early, then we'll be able to sit there and buy it with more confidence. But right now in the pre-market, it's 259, so I might have to up it. What I've been talking about 258. Let's put some bids at 259 and then see if that can hold. So I'm upping my targets from the sticky note back up to 259 from 258. So let's see if we can start to get some longs there. We only have 4 minutes until these imbalances come out.
Yeah, let's move on to Spotify. Maybe we touched on PayPal early on, guys. Bloomberg confirming the Elliott management stake in PayPal this morning, so it's higher. Spotify, nice MAUS number. Monthly active users, 450 million. They also are talking 194 million for their Q3 forecast for premium subscribers. So pretty good look here for Spot today.
Yeah, so with the whole notion of if it doesn't get to the low after yesterday and after those numbers, then you just have like a compression rally to the upside. And that low is the 29.75 to 30 band. Like that's essentially that's Shopify, my bad. We're going to Spot. I was thinking, like, see, you got these on the mind now. Spotify, totally different story, actually, Spotify. This is probably the strongest mover to the upside that I've been able to see. That isn't, there was one other one, and I think it was, you know what, it doesn't even matter. But Spotify's got a 115 top. It's got some resistance on it, but when you go to the daily, pretty strong move here. Like, it's got some higher lows. It's breaking off of the 50-period moving average for the first time. There's been resistance at that 115 and then at 120, and then there's clean sailing on the chart as opposed to like this continual downtrend. It's made its bottom channel, and now you have a chance to be breaking out of it. It's a lot more bullish than looking at the resistance level on like a Microsoft. And I know that's maybe not a fair comparison, but just looking at the charts. The dip to 110 makes sense to me. I go previous high, I go the top end of the range at 115. It had a 110 support level. So Spotify, I like 110 in there. If it can clean through, if it can get through that 115, you got clear sailing to 120. And wow, if this stock gets above that price next week, it's definitely got some room to run on Spotify. Just to quickly come in, Sava's not on there, so I want to very quickly say on Cassava Sciences, criminal investigation, bad. Previous low here in the daily, 1550. That's already been breached in the pre-market. I'm just looking to see if it can try to hold that at the open. I'm on the offer in front of 1550, maybe give it to 16. I'm almost disregarding these prices in the pre-market up to about 17. I want to be shorting around that 1550 area on Cassava Sciences, but I like 110 Spotify. 115 break might not be super clean, but with momentum, it's got definitely $5 worth of room.
I've already mentioned that Spotify is going to be the #1 trade that I thought today. We put it on the sticky note. We put it on you guys early at 8:30. That when we came on here, I really like this name. And again, another one that I've missed here. But the market's just gone to the upside. It is starting to come back in a little bit right now. Look, when Spotify is basically in a league of their own right now. I mean, they have. especially when they're talking about 14% jump in paying subscribers. I mean, we had Netflix miss by a million, not miss by a million, but lose a million subs, and Spotify, when apparently we're talking about discretionary income, and they get a 14% bump in paying subscribers. So I think that's great. I mean, they have made some moves into podcasts. That seems to be jumping as well. We know podcasts seem to be pretty hot. There's like someone dropping a new one every single day. So I like Spotify. I am sitting down here into this 110, 111 area, hoping to get a dip buy. But again, like I put that order out at what time? Let me see what time I put that order out. 8:26. So like at 8:26, I put an order out right around here, 110. So that was like, this is 8:26 right here. Since then, it's only gone up $4. So, I mean, definitely missed the boat on that one. And sometimes when I get these ideas, I should just punch in. But pre-market is one of those crazy things that, you never know where it's going to go. Look at the liquidity right now, 139,000, 50 cents worth of a spread. So we could come back in, especially if this NASDAQ takes out this 50 period, which it's trying to do right now. You have a nice move up here. But remember, just yesterday we were talking about 12,000, and it's bounced off that really nicely, up that 1.5%, now back to 12.34. But you can get back into this area, which would send some of these names back into those levels that we're looking at. So for me, Spotify is definitely a break long at 114, but the problem is like it's going to happen right at the open, and then you're going to get stuck long, which could be the top if the NASDAQ falls down. So this is what I mean today. Today could be a very frustrating day for me because I could miss a lot of these levels, and then we have to sit back and wait and be patient for something to happen. So I'm definitely not blowing out the top on any of these stocks right now off the open. And if I'm not in any positions before 9:35, sure, that would be rare, and I guarantee you that's not going to happen. But I wouldn't be surprised if I have to wait a little bit longer than expected today because so many of these names are upside. Just quickly here, because the NASDAQ just rallied up. So let's see if there was anything on the imbalances here. Pinterest comes as a buy. That's not going to matter to the NASDAQ. Nothing else really. Brendan mentioned Ford today with a deal there. I believe it was. We were talking about so many other things there when Ford came through. Yeah, nothing really. Just a lot of Bs here on the side today. All these cells like ASLN, never heard of it. HGEN, I'm just kind of grab FLXV. Sabre, Gold, Barrick down there. So, a lot of the buys are in names like Pinterest, CCL, Ford, Bed Bath & Beyond. So some decent names in there. But let's go. With only 4 minutes to go here, we still got some Shopify issues here, Brendo.
Let's talk about it. Shopify, more issues ahead for them. They're talking about headwinds on multiple fronts here going forward. But then we saw, guys, in the pre-market when we came on, that the call seemed to lift this thing back to the upside. But yeah, not a good report for Shopify across the board, pointing towards more inflationaries.
Yeah, I accidentally gave my thoughts about Shopify when talking about Spot there. I don't know if you want to go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I've already, no, that's okay. I have Shopify up here. I mean, I was just saying that, it wasn't as bad, I feel like, as expected there. Plus, you already had a big blowout number yesterday down to the downside when they came out. We hit this yesterday right there pretty good, man. We were short at 34. We got that out in the 30s. So you guys know that was a big trade for me yesterday when they talked about the hiring freeze or the laying off of 10% of their workforce. So that's not great, man, for Shopify. And obviously, people thinking that was going to prejudge or pre-warn for their quarter. It comes out, and then as I read the numbers, it's not too bad, man. Revenue's up, revenue's up. That's the same thing. We saw revenues up on Spotify, or Shopify, sorry. We saw a bigger beat on Spotify's memberships, and then we saw higher revenues as well on Microsoft's cloud, and then we have some good news from Google. So, I just feel like it wasn't that bad. If you got revenues up, remember, that's what people were paying for. Like when Shopify was literally $170, remember it split 10 to 1. So when this thing was $170 up at $1,700, people liked this name, and it was one of those things that you pay up for the revenue and for the future, right? So they've already made some changes. There were some announcements with Google last week. They're on the pay side, and we'll just wait to see. But I feel like yesterday, Kathy Wood bought some on this move down in. So she's probably long around here, 30, 31. It's right back to some of those levels. If Kathy Wood likes it, I like it. Can't really say that with a straight face, but you know, back down here to 30 bucks. Let's take the long. Let's see what it wants to do to 29. I feel like on this bump up, people will hit this short, so I feel like we will get an advantage down here off the open, back down into 30 bucks or so for this name. So let's see if Shopify gives us that. I like it. I'll be standing there, you know, open arms, waiting to get some shares down there at that $30 mark. But like I said, this is what I'm talking about. Will or will we not get some of these lower levels today coming through? I'm going to say will. I feel like the NASDAQ will drop a little bit. I'm going to just throw it back to, I don't know if we're done. I'm going to go get my water real quick here because I feel like I'm going to need it.
Yeah, I just think like...
Actually...
The mixed report to me tells me we're going to dip buys. I want to go quickly to BWV here. This one, I don't know if it made the watch list, late mover, but booming to the upside, like 15 mil already in pre-market volume. You've seen it make a power move on the daily. It will quickly go here. It's got like a $4 resistance area, and then from there, you're probably talking 460s and then maybe even $5. Even those are pretty much chop zones until you get to 4. I'm on the bid right now to try to catch a dip on this in front of that 320 area. $3 could also be potential support for BWV. PGY is making a second move. I'm looking for the short off the top, as I mentioned, thinking that it's not going to break that high of the day if it follows that pattern. But just keep in mind, if it takes out 22 and I catch a short off of 21s here, I'm stopped out. I'm not averaging into it. I'm not trying to be a hero or anything like that. If it breaks 22, like this stock could go to $30. It's definitely possible the way it's been moving the last couple of days. But it's had like day on, day off, day on, day off. Strong move in this second day, but I'm skeptical until we get to that 22 level. I didn't see anything else on Sundial, so I'm probably not going to be trading that. But watch out for Mullen, $1. It's up at like 88, 90 cents. I saw people talking about that. Mullen at $1 always catches my interest, to be sure. But PGY
Spotify is 117 right now. Spotify is 118 right now.
Tony,
3, 2, 1. Screw you, Spotify. Honestly. Damn it, I guess my 110 bid ain't coming through on Sir Spotify. Look at the NASDAQ. Hello. Big move upside right now for the NSDQ right now. NASDAQ making a big move here all the way upside and up to 1.8% to that upside. Look at Shopify dancing, not open yet. Look at Spotify, not open, but at 117. So some big movers happening right now. Softy is the one that everyone probably wants to find out about. 260 and dancing one more time on Microsoft. So yeah, kind of nothing burgers right now. Let's see if this can give us a top or a bottom here on Softy.
Yeah, absolutely. Got first leg into that PGY. And Sava not doing much off of that open, that BWV, which we're just looking at, goes to the upside first. So it's already breaking to the top. I got a bid. I still, if it fails off the high, right now, there's still going to be a chance to catch that dip. So I am still looking for the dip buy in that name. Don't want to get too crazy out of the pocket on the name. It is that first 5 minutes where we've seen this crazy action before, and I don't want to give up on those prices.
Oops.
Right now, it looks like it's breaking out rather heavily. PayPal, which we liked alongside, that's not doing much at 83. This feels like it does want to try to pull back in here.
Yeah, same. I tried Google there over 110. It broke and we got out right away. We took 110.30, and like I said, these are like not. We got to wait for these levels to come through, man. I just wanted to test it. The NASDAQ was ripping there, so we did want to try that as a level there for Google at 110. But yeah, no real damage done there. We tried. We take that 30-cent hit, and we get the heck out of Dodge on that one, as Google's still up 4%. Again, trying to find bottoms, trying to find tops. Well, we might have found the top right there, 110 coming into play right there. Microsoft is coming back down.
There goes PGY.
Okay.
So I thought I'd take the shot. PGY shorted at 20. It just broke 21. I'm out. Just take the hit. I'm out of this one. We look to see if that pattern continue. It is absolutely not going to do so. PayPal continues to come down. And opportunity cost, I just missed the short of Google at 110. I like the resistance at 110, but as I'm making sure, because my stop was out there and I was crossing aggressively on PGY, but on the off chance that I didn't get the fill, believe me, I wanted my hands on the keyboard there, because you don't want to get caught trapped in a halt if your stop misses. But Google 110, that was a good short after all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, that's why we wind up getting out. But right now, we'll just go cannons again on this one because, yeah, boom, Microsoft, we did take that long off there, so we're trying to make back a little bit what we lost. We just made the 30 cents back, but we didn't get out of everything. So there it is, a little take there. But now this is what we thought, man. Like, I'm not going to sit here and panic or do anything crazy. There goes Google. We do get that 108.15 mark there that we talked about. We want to try that 108. We also do want to respect the fact that if it breaks through 107, then that's going to be end of the game for me on Google breaking through 107. So we're testing a small long now. This is the plan. This is what we talked about off the open that we wanted to do. Test it, see if it comes down to that 107 area for Google right here. That's going to be where we put on some more shares. So right now, I'm kind of just ignoring it. It doesn't really matter. But we cannot ignore this one. It's a belly dancer right now for Microsoft. Mr. Softy is in the building. $1.50 in the money now on Microsoft. We said we'd give you that 259, man. I said that at the open that we were waiting for Softy up to 259, down to 259. It came in right there. We grabbed it. Now we're $1.30 in the money on Microsoft. So yeah, buddy, this name definitely a rally for me right here on Microsoft.
And PayPal does come right in, comes into that 81.50. That was the first leg that I liked. I also like it all the way down to that 80.50 area as well. But it just bounced right back up to 82s. Looks like it's going to try and hold some consolidation there. And some of these, we talked about the dip buy coming in and favoring that over the outright breakout long. So that looks like it's going to be the right case. Going to hold on to this PayPal. Don't want to ignore the other, you're going to mix them up a few times here today, Spotify and Shopify. Shop still making strong moves to the upside. There was no retest of that 30, so still just going straight to the top side there. And if you're watching that BWV in small cap space, I'm going to cancel my bid in here. It looks like it is trying to make that breakout on Shop there. We'll see what does happen. PGY just took out 22 even dollar break on 22. Actually went to 23. Believe it or not, and started to pull back here. So if it tries to fail this break, fair enough. But I think if you're not giving the stock $1, then you're not trading the stock. And look, I'm not saying it goes to 25. I'm not saying it goes to 20. But the upside potential is there. It is yet to have on the even days, like one day on, one day off. If it breaks the high, usually it tends to go. Maybe it broke the high to trap. And that could be the case.
Okay, guys, like this is getting silly now. $3 in the money on Microsoft. So yeah, let's just take another piece out here. This is a great trade and given to you the exact levels on Softy today at 259. I mean, we just sat there, took that, and now we are just cruising with Microsoft with the big winner for me there, the hot dog dance right there. $3.50 now in the money on Microsoft as we are rocking on our net rate now, thank God for that one, as Google's starting to go back to the upside. And then we do have a new trade alert right now. This did go into the money for us pretty good. And it was, of course, AMD. Weaker today, though, right? Like, AMD started to fall down here, down that 1%. We talked about chip names, maybe not getting some love here. I'm going to try it. I mean, this 87 is a level. Let's put on a little bit more shares there. If we break above 87, then we'll get out of this one for sure. But right now, we'll average back into this if it does go back up. But right now, it's a nice little take for us here on AMD. And by the way, there goes Google now, back to 109. So I feel like we're going to get something out here on Google as it goes right back to 109. And your boy has monsters on. $4 in the money, Brendan, on Microsoft. $1 now in the money on Google. We just got to see what happens with AMD. What you got?
GovX, guys, the most active in the pre-market as far as the monkeypox stocks are concerned. Trying to test at least pre-market highs here. Already 18% for GOVX.
Oh, by the way, you just broke 83 again on PayPal, so it dips in, gives the 81.50. It's right back at the high of the day. I'm now into Sava shorts. Looks like PGY is going to halt down. So it did trap at the high of the day after all. So I adhered to my stop, but it's going to halt to the downside PGY. That day on, day off, it's the first time it actually broke the high, but the pattern could still be continuing. I'm shorting Cassava Sciences, first leg off of that 15 area. I do like it around 15.50. Got to give that one some room to be sure. And then PayPal, which we were just talking about, that just got through the high of the day. Now it's breakout territory for PayPal on the way to this 85 on the daily chart. So we like this one. Well, if it gets to 85, I think that's a separate trade. I think the pullback, you're now looking at like 82, 82 and a half to try to continue the trend, which I do like to do. Alphabet's trying to get back into the upside here. I still like the 110 for a short. If we get to that price, fair enough. If the market wants to bounce up, I'm kind of asking myself, why am I not getting anything in Coinbase? Because Coinbase is just dropping, doing that thing that it does, where it's even weaker than I anticipate. I might have to get into this off the 55 level. I was waiting, hoping I could get 56, but hope only gets you so far, right?
Yeah, that's why we try not to do it, and we just try to use our brains and get these big-time trades going through, man. There's PayPal breaking through 83.50, so that was a trade, obviously, that I've, talked about. We put that there on the sticky note, so we'll bang that one out with a nice little win there. We're $5 in the money as we tweet that out there. We also did have Amazon. We talked about that breaking through 118, so here it goes for Amazon. Wow, what a day. How am I even taking Friday off? We are just rocking right now to the upside. Everything's starting to take off, man. We're doing it again. We just took some out there on Amazon at 118.20. Let's see if this works. The only thing that's about to bust us out right now is AMD, as that's starting to go back up to the upside, obviously, on that reload. This market maybe cannot be stopped today, but if it can be, then I think we have some decent names on board here. AMD trying to take out that 87 here. I'm going to lighten up on this because we are hella long on everything, and we are bank city right now today. So just be very, very careful with this. We are starting to lighten up some of this on AMD. I was just sitting there at 60 and it missed me somehow. So hopefully that can lighten up a bit. But there goes Google. Hello. You know, $2 now in the money off of a 30-cent hit. So good trading here for Google up to 110.
Yeah, right. The tie in the morning 110 was actually 110.50 there. Coinbase came in. I've already taken some profit on the Coinbase short and the Cassava Sciences short, but forget about that. The new one is Google back to 110. I missed the short at the open. Obviously, that's because I was paying attention to PGY, which is still halted. But if it's going to come in again, we'll play the same trade over and hope that we have the same result. Now, the second time, I never like it as much. You either size down or have a tighter stop. I'm just going to size down. The high of the day is always going to be my out in this particular case. Brendan?
Another big mover, guys, off of earnings, Enphase, ENPH, a ton of analyst moves on this one as well, but decent report for this one. ENPH just taking out day highs.
I was like searching for the name that was up more than 10%, that was stronger than Spotify. It was Enphase. And we just got, like I said, I got some out of Coinbase there. I didn't get the price I wanted up closer to 56, but we short in front of 55. Want to play this to the low of the day. If we continue the trend to the downside, remember it's into a stronger market, so the market actually up as opposed to down when we're shorting Coinbase, which does make me think we're going to get some chances to rinse and repeat this trade over and over again. But for now, looks like it is still relatively weak. I was able to get some in the range in Cassava Sciences out in front of 1450. For now, it's really not moving a heck of a lot. And PGY still halted, but that BWV breaking out, about to take $4. So watch for the $4 break on BWV. This one's going like a bat out of hell here.
Yeah, sometimes I do have to question, like I'm not really even sure why. I mean, I know why I went short AMD, and I don't actually mind the short. It's too bad because I was trying to get some out, and we just got missed there. So we did understand that there was some shots fired there on that one. All right, so we did take some money on PayPal, and then we got out. Like, we got out the majority of this at that 83.50 mark there. We took some out at 84. It stopped going. That was a level that we liked, but you could see there that we got the majority of those out, as Google right now is $2 in the money and still taking out day's high. So that's going to be a good one. Look at Amazon that we just put on the board. So it's going to be a big day over here. We just need to get AMD figured out. I still like the short. I mean, it's still down against the market here, but it's crazy. I mean, you can't short this market. So, you know, we're going to keep going to the upside now. That nice 2%. And AMD's not even really rocking, but look what is, man. Microsoft right now, it's a cannon kind of a day right now, as that's a $5 winner right now for Microsoft. So, you know your boy's having a good one when that's up there. And then look what's happening to Amazon right now. And again, pegged out for you perfectly. We talked about that. If you got to follow me, please, on Twitter. Like, it's only 34,000 or so, but there it is right there on Amazon. We gave that 118 break. I mean, it's right in there right now. So there it is right there, up to 118.65. I pegged that out for you perfectly. And then we also wrote down 259 and all that on Microsoft. Let's just check out Palantir quickly before we go over to Brendan, what that's doing. Yeah, that went to that 975 and failed there. So Palantir not on a 975 break, Brendan.
Wasn't terribly exciting in the pre-market, guys. We touched on Visa a little bit. Multiple brokerages cutting price targets, but here we go. Back to the upside. Now 1% for Visa.
Yeah, still on that break, by the way, of BWV. It's just holding 95, 96, 97. There are a lot of buyers in here, but it's trying to fail the break, to be sure. Like, there's stacked offers, 98s, 99s, all around those prices. Now, Google, we took it the second time. The first time off the open is usually when you like it the best, but I'm going to have my stop at the high of the day. Sometimes you sleep at the wheel and you miss a $2 winner, but the short was good at the open, but I have to acknowledge you're breaking out now. I got to go back to PayPal. I thought we'd get a dip a little bit. I said 82 to you guys. We dipped to 82.5 and are headed back to the high. So I might have missed an opportunity to get back into this. I'll step up to 82.5 for the reload. But there is size at 83 even, which is trying to hold right now on PayPal. Still like this one to the long side. The trend is still pretty strong in there to the upside. And if you're looking for things bucking the trend, Coin's still working down. It looks like that one's going to be relatively weak, unfortunately, for Coinbase. We didn't really look at the EV space at all. Just worth noting, you see the market breaking to the upside, Tesla to the downside. So Tesla rejects the high of the day, actually falling as we speak. So if you're looking for relative weakness, Tesla definitely is there. Sava's got its own news. That's why I'm short at that. But the EV names right now looking a little bit to the downside.
Yeah, good one so far today, man. I mean, I don't know. I see people saying maybe start to look for some tops here in these markets. But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, the one name that's really not running as much as the others is going to be Amazon. I mean, we already took this out.
Crap.
This was a great trade for me. So I don't know. I mean, there we go. We'll just take another piece out in the 30s. But like, I'm not, like I said, I'm not shorting anything. So, you know, Microsoft could pull back, obviously, back down through this 263.50 or so area here for Softy, but then we're out of it, which is going to be a big trade anyways. I mean, it's all good on this one. 263.60, maybe the bottom there. If we could zoom in a little bit, like, I don't know, we take that down, maybe we'll just get out. 263.60 there for Softy. Let's just do that, man. I mean, we're having a monstrous day, as you can see. So 263.60, 263, what is this exact level? 263.65. Let's just go 263.50 out on Softy. What's up, Brendan?
144 times relative volume so far, guys, on Cassava Sciences following this note if you missed it in the pre-market. But we're not really doing anything. So amazingly huge volume right now, but not really going anywhere.
Well, I don't think it holds this range for very long. This is why I like this 1550 area. It's just on the daily chart, it was that last line in the sand. So watch out for that. Like, I think it's going to break. It either breaks upside, gets to like 17, or I think if it goes back down, we could see $13 on this stock. Now, Firm's not down 10%, I apologize for that, but we just broke the lows. Another stock gets relatively weak. I think you're watching 24 even for resistance on any kind of a pop, but as the market is screaming to the upside, it's just like you got to pick and choose what you're in right now, because I'm looking at half the things I'm watching stupid weak when the overall market is just absolutely booming. NEO was another example of that. NEO just broke the low of the day before putting a wipeout bottom in. Like, it's actually showing signs of a wipeout bottom on NEO as the market's making a little bit of a top. So just be real cautious with which names you choose to be in and what you think might be relatively strong or weak. Just going right back over to Google there. Sorry, Google. Load. He hit the wrong thing once, and it's like, it just get to 111 here. If 110, that previous resistance, can actually start to hold up, then I think you could have like a structured long off the high. But dip buys, I think you almost want them a little bit deeper than normal. So be cautious. Microsoft, I said I wanted to play things at very key levels. Microsoft on the daily, 265 is about as key a level as you're going to find here. This is 265. It's broken a couple of times, but each time it's managed to reverse off here. So Softy booming after a mixed report. Actually, mostly bad report, but Softy getting up to that 265 on the daily.
Yeah, we already have the trade of the day right here. It's a fruit salad kind of trade right now. 550 in the money now for that Microsoft, up to that 265. So yeah, that's a good level there. 266 as well there for Softy. So yeah, it's a big day over here. So really happy with some of these victories. The only thing is like, how big could it be? A hell of a lot bigger, because look what Shopify's doing off of the 29, the $30 break call. Don't at me, Bears versus Bulls, for that one. And then how big could have it been as well if we just got involved with Spotify? I mean, these were all names that we liked, man. They're all on the sticky note and they're all longs right there at levels that we all could have had. It's just this market is off today, man. It's like off to the races. Super quick market here today off the open, up that 2.15%. We said that we didn't know which way this market was going to go. Like, some of these reports were pretty mixed, but we've held out hope on this day, and it's definitely paid off for us here in spades as we got the big win now. 250 in the money on Google, $5 in the money now on Softy. But again, like, could we find tops? Yes, we could. That 265 could be one. So you're coming up to 265 now on Microsoft. I'm not shorting this one, but this is not a horrible level to look at there. I'm just going to hold on. I've already cashed in on Microsoft. Like I said, it'll be the biggest trade today, but to the upside, yeah, might be exhausted. We do have 266 as well up there. So, we'll have to wait. This is a big move for Softy. Didn't think this would happen. Considering yesterday off that release, we were down at 244. Yeah, today for Microsoft is a big day.
Yeah, it's showing some signs of consolidation up at that top. I mean, it's kind of I mean, you guys can see it. Like, it's actually got a double top at that 260. Just remember 265. Remember, it has broken this price and then come back down on the daily chart. So you do want to give it at least a little bit of room into that upside to see if it can actually hold through. Going back over to coin. Coin's going to give a chance for a reload here, I think it looks like, as the market's trying to make a high. Coin right back into this 55 level. Very few stocks are going to show you that they're how weak they are. Coin is 100% one of them here. PayPal, once again, missed a dip buy, but that's right back up to that high of the day. It's churning. Looks like it's going to be good to go. Brendan, what's up, bud?
This Vinco Ventures spinoff, guys. Remember BBIG and Cryptide, which is TYDE, trying to make some moves here today. Some people circulating some data suggesting quite the high short interest on TYDE, even over 100%.
On that thing?
Right. Yeah, Tide. Good one there. Yeah, that was that BBIG like Brendan just mentioned there. So a little spin-off action there for Tide. But yeah, make sure you're clean on that one. All right, so Microsoft is pulling back, obviously, off that 265. That was a good call there. We'll see where that goes. And I'm just wondering, kind of the same thing here for Google, right? Because like, if that name wants to come through now, and oops, that's the 20 minutes, that's not going to work for us, and fade out through this 110.4 or whatever, then I think that that's going to be a level of concern for me now too as well, right? This 110 area, 110.20, 110.40, something like that for Google. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at on a break back down in. But the Nasdaq's done a nice little move to the upside here. We've cashed in a lot on all these trades. So it's not like, you know, we're sitting here resting on them thinking that there's higher highs. It's just you got to watch out. You got to be very, very careful. We have our outs. They're very specific. So let's try to stick with them.
Yeah, exactly. I just took some out of Microsoft there. It's a quarter, it's like 64. Actually, at the third mark there. So we got some in the 35 range. It actually bounced off of 263 and a half. I'm not sure we're going to get a deep enough retracement to be able to see like 25, 62 and a half, maybe 63 VWAP, something like that. But we'll just play with the trend. The market hasn't turned while Softy has, which does give me at least a little bit of pause. Going back to coin, I was just talking about a reload. I want this maybe go sideways a little bit here. I just reminded myself, the price I liked was closer to 56, and we ended up shorting in front of 55. So I'll give it some chance to at least test that pre-market high before we get too far ahead of ourselves there. Going back to that BWV, you're going to see it's failed that breakout, so in a breakout trade, relatively tight stop, but still holding higher support. So it's still above that 320 where we like the dip at the open. I think we're going to get a shot to maybe take that one off of that 325. And I'm going to get that tied up in a second. I just have to look if we can pay for some shorts on Tide. Yeah, obviously halted right now. Should be just a clean volatility halt, which means it'll be opened up in about 2 or 3 minutes. Indicated flat open, by the way. Halted at 144, it's indicating an open at 144.
All right, we'll take another piece out there on Amazon. Why not? It's just cruising. It's been a nice trade, but we didn't get anything out at 119, which obviously is going to be a little bit of an issue there because we should have gotten a piece out there and we didn't. So definitely watching out for that one at 119. There, PayPal, you already mentioned that. I want to check back on AMD. I mean, good thing we got out. Like, this name was weak early, and then it just turned positive and just started ripping. So AMD with a monster move down in. I just thought today might not be a chip day because of all the focus everywhere else. But yeah, that was wrong. You could see what's happening right now to this name, AMD, just a monster to the upside here. Not really any levels. I mean, you could short in front of 89 or 90, but I mean, this again, standing in front of this one seems a little ridiculous to do that. But there we go. We are now out of Microsoft for a nice little win today. So that's going to be.
Oh, that's a bad out.
That's going to be a really good trade there for Microsoft as we wind up taking 450.
Did you just trail out of it?
Yep, 263.50. That was my out. So
that's interesting. That's the exact place I'm getting out of the short.
Yeah,
which means
so
the long might. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I don't know. Let's see about that one too. The market has come back down in a little bit here, so that's all good. But there we go. So we are now out of that one. Google, we talked about a possible area to get out of this. And again, this is what we're doing, man. We're letting these stocks go a little bit. If they do come back in, I mean, we can hold Google. This name up 5%, same as Softy. So we'll see where we go from here. But what's up, Brendan?
Good report, guys, for TXN. Back to the upside. We mentioned it briefly this morning, but off earnings, aftermarket yesterday just took out day highs there. Bit of a slow grind to the upside, but 6% now for TXN.
Yeah, I just got like we said, almost like the exact same moment. We're probably looking at the same thing on Microsoft, I guess. Just going right back and finding previous resistance. So this chop up here, 63.5. That was my out on the 65 short for Softy, so I'm out of it. I don't know if I'll get back into it unless it's above 65. Like it probably has to break 65, fail that break, and then we're going to be out of that one. Sava sitting here. Brendan said it's not doing anything, but now it's starting to make a charge to the upside. Now I have a stop which is tight off of this level, 16 even, so it's just above that 16, give an extra quarter. But remember, I don't like it back to 17. I liked it at this particular price on the daily. I was able to get some out down at 14.30, but the rest are going to have to take the hit on if it does break any higher than this. Coinbase, I've been patient with it as the market's been, I guess, screaming to the upside. I guess I could have just added in front of 55. It's looking like it doesn't want to make that break. So if I can get some shares in front of 55 again, I'm going to go ahead and rinse and repeat that trade. Affirm, which I have not gotten into, still below that breakdown, the pre-market low. So this is still relatively weak. It's just you got to find like the chip super strong. Affirm looks like it cannot sustain the move to the upside it had. And again, if you're tuning in late, Affirm is actually up from yesterday's close, not down. A couple of these charts are having the wrong close price from yesterday. So you'll see down 10%. That's not actually true on my chart. Still below this barcode level from the pre-market here at 23.70. If it holds below this price and the market turns, Affirm could be absolutely in the tank from those levels.
So we're going to go, I like this Google break long too, even through 111. So we're going to test that one through 111 there on Google as well, go longer on that one. Check back in on Palantir just to see where that is. Maybe that 9, yeah, it looks like that, wow, that 970 right there, boom, coming into play again. Let's just test it. I mean, I was waiting for 975 to come through, but maybe it's going to be 970 there today for Palantir. But I'm going to cancel those orders right now. I'll just lighten them up at 975. You know, if it wants to take it out, then fine. But we are noticing, obviously, that it's bounced off some of those key levels that we talked about earlier at that 975 area. So there's Palantir. We put that on our, it's right here. I don't know why these lines always disappear, but there it is right there, about 975. It goes back a while. So if that can come through, fine. But it doesn't look like it wants to right now. So that's going to be a little bit of a miss there for, not a miss, but, you know, nothing to look at maybe for Palantir. Tesla wants that 800 level, so you can have a look at that as well. As this market rips to the upside, Tesla bouncing off 800 a couple times now on the 20-minute chart. There it is right there. 798 is as high as we got today, so definitely have a look out there for Tesla breaking through that 800 level. And then I'm just watching Google trying to take that 111. I want to go long if it does that.
Yeah, the other one that we're going to be watching here, Shopify, if you remember, it just finally broke out through that 33 level, and it's in the midst of a bit of a dip back in. I think I said it with a couple of names. There were names I like the breakouts. There's names that you want to see buying on the dip. I'm still looking to catch some more PayPal, but it's just screaming. It actually got to 84 to the upside, so no entry there. Shop is going to give you a chance. Maybe it's this 32.50. That was a level on the way down yesterday. So and it did actually resist that price right before the open. So I think maybe that 32.50 might be a place for us to get in. You are looking for the long side, unless it's something which is showing you its weakness, which I think is what's going on with Coinbase. I just reloaded that one. It always has a chance to break out, but this is the one I just didn't want to be long on Coinbase today. Until it breaks out, forget about it. I'm shorting. It has to take out this high of the day. Pretty much that simple. If you're going back over to that tide, it opened back up. I just paid for, oh crap, I didn't hit confirm on the pay for short. It opened back up, got to 175, and then just absolutely tanked to 150. Not terribly sure that this thing is going to be done. If you look at the daily, I think the reason it turned around is just this level here. If it holds or we can bounce off of 150 and find a consolidation, pretty logical level on the way to a 75 break that could take you to $2. But I got to reprocess my pay for short.
All right. Yeah, that sucks when you have to do that, but that's okay. We'll get that going. I like the Shopify break down through 32.30, so we'll see if that can happen there on the break to the downside there for Shopify. So let's just see. I mean, it's a big move upside today. I mean, I'd like to play the momentum and possibly even play that break longer there on Shopify, but I feel like I've already missed a little bit of this play there. But it's not horrible. Like a 34 break isn't a disastrous kind of moment here. If we do take that, whoa, that's right, we had that in the split. That 34 area is kind of where we were yesterday before this move came down. I remember I went short 34.80 there. So, you know, definitely some potential here for that name. So let's just have a look. If it takes 34, fine. But I was more looking at this 32.50 to the downside there for Shopify. So something to look at. It doesn't look like, on the side note there, it doesn't look like Google. It went right up. It's still on a 20 minute. Let's go back to, no, not the daily. We need this one. It did touch 111 there, like we said earlier. It just got to 110.75 before coming back in a little bit. So I still like that 111 break, an average maybe back down into 110, 109.79 or so. But again, like, I don't want to look at some of these key levels and be like, those are longs, because there could be some profit taking. I mean, like we said, the quarters weren't that great. We have Fed coming later. Like, I could see this market spinning back down here. You're up 2.27%. We turned the bull around when the market was only up, what, 1.5%. So the bull here definitely working out today. So, I mean, can it hold this market higher? I think so. But remember, it is the Fed day. There are some names to be looked at here that we have. Look at HUD 8 back up, nice up 9% today, similar to that Coinbase. NVIDIA rocking today, up 4%. NVIDIA going nuts. Check that, up 5% for NVIDIA today. Microsoft 5. I mean, this is a good day to check your portfolios if you're a tech investor, but not great. I mean, if you checked it last Friday, you'd be about at the same spot right now. So Roku up 5.5%, Shopify going nuts again. We've already talked about that. PayPal back up to 83 again. So yeah, I mean, things are going well. I'm just trying to find something to go long on that maybe hasn't popped yet.
Well, I mean, if you like the long on Coinbase, you can take it. It broke that 55.50. It takes out the pre-market highs. I'm out of that one. That was initially a good short that ended up just absolutely stopping me out. 58 is the next level up. I don't like the longs on PayPal. Well, I like the long on PayPal. I don't like the long on Coinbase. If it gets to 58, that's a fade for me. Tide is trying to hold that 150 level just as we speak. So it made the pullback, got to those 40s. Now looking like it wants to try to hold this 50 level. Now, the halt price was 144. A lot of times that can be a pretty decent psychological level. I'm going to jump in. It's pure momentum play, obviously. The halt once above that price, it manages to hold that range. Also hold VWAP. A run back to the high of the day I think can happen, but I would take profit into it. I would also look to try to hold some for that $2 level. It's just, you know, break $1 at the open, halt right around the 150, stall at 175, $2 would be the logical level if we catch another break from here, but it's 10 o'clock, so let's find out what's happening now with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, green board to show you tech leading right now. There's the NASDAQ, 2.1, 2.2. Back to the upside, as we said, for the NASDAQ right now, 1% for the Russell, 1,000, 3,000, about half for the 2,000. S&P 500, 1 full percent, 0.4 only for the Dow. So pretty good look heading into what is to come this afternoon. One of the names we were discussing a little bit in the pre-market, if you joined us early this morning, was Boeing. Back and forth we go. We're stuck in this range from aftermarket yesterday, still up nicely, but no follow through either direction yet whatsoever for Boeing. Yeah, Spotify trying to get back to day highs right now as well. Pretty good day so far, 120. Bit of a sticking point though for Spot, guys.
Spotify. Yeah, and Tide's starting to get back into the upside. Oh, I don't know what we're doing with this one. I'll hit this key because I just happen to be on that board and it's not AMC, but hey, it is a squeeze type play. It was a short interest that's, I guess, the reason for this move. Didn't realize Tide had a big short interest, so thank you for Brennan to mention that one. But since the whole price got the long above 150, going to take some out on the way to 175, try to hold some, like we said, till about $2 if it can get up to that price. GovX, which I think a lot of people have been talking about this bad boy, trying to get back to its high of the day. Let's not forget what this did. Like, it fell like a rock off of $2.50. It's now got a pretty big top here at 210, which is, it's broken $2 and failed pre-market, and then again at the open, it's testing it again right here. I'm going to favor a chance that you can see a break at 210 even, but it's almost like a short till it's not. Like, I'd short 5s or 6s into that 10, like risk 5 pennies to try and make what it looks like it's giving you like 15 to 20 on any kind of a pullback. All
righty then. All right. I was just wondering, yeah, Justin messaged me last night at 11:30. I was like, what? Okay, all right, so a nice little move to the upside there. Yeah, I was like, come on, son. A nice little move to the upside there for 965 on Palantir. It still stops at that. I just want to talk about this because, again, it looks like it's just doing the same little dance here that it always seems to want to do now. So that is Palantir. I don't know, maybe there's nothing going to be coming through on that name. So we'll wait to see if it goes. We are very, very close here to, like I said, Google possibly as a nice little take here at that 111. I want to give it a shot down there at 111, man. Like, I don't know if it's going to work, but I don't mind this as a shot here at 111 just to see what can happen. We just got into Microsoft on a dip buy there down to 263. So I'm trying to give this name a little bit of love as well, down to 262.50. So if 262.50 breaks on Microsoft, then we're going to get out. But we may be back in right now into sort of a scalper's mode now. That 263.50 could be a good out. Taking 50 cents. Look, I mean, this stock could also just tank right now, breaking through 262.50. So that's the level of concern for me on Microsoft, 262.50. We're going to average into it, but again, if we break through that 262.50, then we're going to be gone on Microsoft for sure. But it's kind of dancing around. The one name, like I said, is Google that's holding out high. Amazon's not doing anything, and then AMD. This is a good short for me, I think. I just got to wait for it to happen. AMD only up 0.78 when you have NVIDIA up 5%. So I feel like AMD, there's something going on there, not up as much as maybe it should be.
Micron's only up like just under 1%, and if you go over and check Intel, that's also, if it load up here, that's up 1.5, so it's a little bit stronger, but I was just looking at Micron for potential short. I mean, I've been shorting Micron at these levels a little bit in the last couple of days, but failure to break the high. So you have a wick off top on Micron. Now you're back below, testing that $60 level, which is pretty good. I'm not sure it doesn't need to test 60.50 or get back below 60 for me to like this, but this one's definitely on my radar. Every single day around these prices, I'm probably going to be in love with this for the short side of the trade, unless they pass that chip bell. Tide just got back up to 172, so I just got some 72s out. I want to hold some for a break, hopefully up to that $2 mark. Let's see if we can get up there. Tide, bit of a late runner. Kind of felt this would end up happening to me. It's like get washed out of a lot of the bigger trades in terms of the big cap names, I should say, and then end up with a little bit of a focus on some of the smaller caps here. Tide 4 now. 175 does feel like the top. It just flushed back into 150. That was a huge reversal there. Good thing we got we just got just some of that just in time at 72. Flushes right back into VWAP. If it continues to hold 150, reload, play for the high, gets below that hull price, we gone. Brendo, what's up?
Yesterday's big mover, guys, Walmart back to the upside here. I'll show you in a sec, but worth a note, too. Raymond James and Deutsche Bank with price target cuts on Walmart today. Just took out pre-market highs. Now positive for Walmart.
All right. Yeah, we're really positive today, man. We don't have too many things to worry about here for us. I did want to look at that Walmart. I mean, what was that move all about there with a nice little move there for Walmart back to 123 and change. So, yeah, starting to take out some of those levels. I'm really just focused right now. I mean, all my mind is going to be on this one. As today's been, yes, sir. There it is again. Your boy is just doing it over and over and over again. Look at that softie. We are now 63 cents in the money on this reload. So, yeah, man, like I already said, the trade of the day, we might already have this on the reload for Softy. Mr. Softy is probably my #1 stock since the inception of this show. And there it is again, man, on earnings. We come in, we crush it. We are up much more than a cup of coffee on this one. So some good ideas here today. Hot dogs flying around the office. It's a good one, man. Look at these wins we have on. Like, we're not playing around today. Like, I know Neil was talking about some of the smaller ones, but like Amazon, $1 in the money. Google, $3 in the money. Microsoft, we already took a $5 winner on that one. So, I mean, the party's just getting started. We're here. It's 10:05, man. We're ready to lock and load. What's up to Liz? Shout out to her as she walks into the building. Look at Google right now. Here we go. 111, the take on Google. Let's see if it goes back up to the upside. We have a $3 winner on board right now, though. Let's take a piece off in case this is the high. So far, so good here on Google. Bang! $3 in the pocket there on Google on that little sell. Ooh, did we send that sell to the downside? I don't know, but we got out. Good trade there on Google. Let's go. Mamma Mia today. What a great day to trade, boys and girls.
Yeah, a bit of a bull flag coming in here in PayPal, so watch out. It's got an 85 on the daily chart, but it's nowhere close to that. It could still break the high, get you to that 85, and then bounce off VWAP as well. That's where I've been sitting around here the entire time. So if we can get VWAP, we're going to go ahead and do it. But it is putting a bit of a flag for potential breakout. Not a lot of stocks have left room to be able to break out. And look, we talked about spot. Obviously, it's going to be a bit annoying. I liked 110 and 115. I didn't have a stop order for the breakout at 115 because I was pretty convinced we were going to get a dip buy. It went clean to that 120 on the daily, so you're now testing above that 120. There's still, there's air above 120 on Spotify. If it can fail that price, maybe you get a bit of a dip, and there could be like a fail break, but it's air above for Spotify. You sort of get out of that, get in front of that one sort of at your risk. Tide has now managed to hold up at VWAP there, so that 150 play up to 175, it's now looking like it wants to rinse and repeat that. I was at 51s for a dip buy. I might not be able to get that. I might have to pay up to like 54s or 55s. But the same action that we're looking for before, we're going to try and do. If it gets below the whole price, we're out. Still trying to play that $1 to $2. Google's got a bit of a double top. Tesla, which we haven't looked at yet, Tesla just broke that 800 level. So Tesla on the run now. 800 break takes you to 808 to 810. Don't even have to look at my chart. I know that's a resistance level, the next one to the upside. So if you play off the 800, I think you got room to 808, 810. And then, of course, that 820 level, which was a good short the other day.
All right, yeah, we're still watching Google there as we got a grade out there. Obviously, it's funny because we just got out and then the stock tanked there, so I don't know what that was all about. But here it goes right through 110.70 is where we went down to on that tank. So if we do get punched long here through 111 is what I'm hoping to have happen to me on Google. I actually got to cancel some of these upside or downside targets now. But here we go. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. If I'm not looking short on this, so if you guys are, then this could be a good level. But again, we've seen what happened when you tried to short some of these names. You got a good one at Microsoft. This could be another good level, though, at that 111. But I just want to play the strength. I want to play it to the upside. And the thing is, it's a 30-cent worth of risk short there because that bottom right there of 80 is where I'm going to try to respect. So it was 77, so you take that down a little bit. I think this is 30 cents worth of a trade here on Google. So let's see if it comes out. If it does, we'll hold it. We'll try to get that to the upside. But again, we are very, very specific. We definitely know our plan of action here on Google. So let's just continue with it. A breakthrough 110, we go 111, we go long. After that, if it fails, we get out at 110.70 break. So it's a 30-cent risk spot here for me on this name, and I like it. I like this trade.
Ooh, I like it. I haven't heard that one in a while. Mullen, by the way, we talked about that at $1. No test, only to the downside. Pretty much forget about that one. That's going to be in the stinker, I think. Google, the only reason I'm not short this, I like the 110 level, obviously a heck of a lot better. We got it the second time, no good. The only reason I'm not short this is I kind of want to see the NASDAQ start to roll over. I think any shot that the NASDAQ would roll over from this level and get below it, that's what I'd be looking for. And this is like 12.4 on the NASDAQ. If it starts to fail that, then you've got some cover there. I mean, the ES is already pulled back and the NASDAQ not really following suit. That's why you sort of see me leaning into being patient with our levels. I got the reload in Tide, and again, getting some out when it gets to 62. I don't know why I keep picking 62, but now I'm a little bit more aggressive. It's a lower high, starting to consolidate a little bit, so I will get some more shares out this time, 65s and 70s, if we can catch them there. Tesla, which we were just talking about, still holding above. He didn't really give you those 800s on a bit of a dip, but there's always the 805 break and then 810 if it gets to that price.
Fahad, yeah, so there it is right there, the 118, the 111 break there for Google. Nicely done. We already got that 20 cents to the upside, so we do have that resting order down there at 110.70 to get out. So we are already out of a little bit there on Google. Just wanted to update you guys because we did punch that long, and then it went right up into the 20s where we were just sitting there for that 20-cent win to get out of half. So let's see now, does it get higher highs here into Google, breaking through that 120? And yeah, oops, Brittany, we did it again possibly on this one. So let's see if it goes to the upside. We've got 70 cents in the money on Microsoft, 70 cents in the money on Amazon, and then Google is really going to be a decision maker here. So let's see if it can get back up to the upside. What's up, Brando?
A little one, guys. Archer Aviation up on a deal with Honeywell today for flight control systems for that thing. So they make that thing, new deal to actually supply flight control systems from Honeywell. So ACHR, day highs here on decent volume.
The only Archer I like is going to be the TV show, which is an absolutely fantastic one, by the way. It's the danger zone, but that flyer looks pretty cool. I think look, drones are going to be exciting to be sure. Tesla 805 is pretty much right here, right now. I just talked about the 800 level. It didn't give you 800 on a pullback. I mean, if you had to be sitting at like just above that 800 level, one little tiny wick down, and then it just snapped to the upside. 805 break incoming. Because I think 808 to 810 is going to be resistance, this break is a scalp to like the first couple of bucks, and then let's see if it can even get to that 810 level. You're starting to get a bit parabolic here. The futures haven't broken that 12.4. Volume is starting to come down in a few names, although Tesla is holding up a nice volume, which is why I still like this break at 805. But remember, that's a bit of a scalp trade. We'll get in, we'll see where the move can take us almost initially, and if it doesn't get very far, it wouldn't shock me. 808 to 810 was resistance the other day. For now, it's through 805. I got 21s to the upside. Let's see if we can't get that first. Yeah, it's not even doing anything. It gets to 806, and then immediately finds a bit of a scalp. So I try to take that first leg out. I'll hold on to some here in case we can get to the 808 to 810 band. But I thought that would be a resistance level when I sat down this morning. Of course, at the open, it didn't feel like that was going to be a bit of a level, but Tesla booming with the rest of the market now after starting off with a bit of a sell. Watch out for NIO. That probably opened up down. That might be catching a bit as well, but it's Tesla I'm focused on.
Yeah, Tesla, we talked about that 800 level. Good take on that 800. It doesn't look like Google's going to want to go. We'll average into it right now because we did get out of half. We'll put the other trade back on. If it does come back in and breaks that level, then yeah, we're gone on that name. So just making sure that we do have our stop order in, and yes, we do right now for Google. So let's just see where it goes, man. I mean, hopefully back up to the upside, but it did have a problem there breaking 111. So that's all good. But look what's happening to Microsoft. Like I said, man, right back up into the high of the day again, 264 and change. This name, let's just get out of this. There it is. Let's just ring the register on $1.50. So, hey, I'm wishing Google went up that $1.50, but we'll definitely take Microsoft right there on the first take down there, the second take right there, and then boomed it to the upside for Microsoft. Good trade. Let's see if it continues to go higher. I mean, maybe taking out that 265, it does have on its mind, but who knows? Good trade there for that. Really just not doing anything. I've already gotten out of PayPal. We got some out there, some more out at basically where we got in at 50. We actually got 45s. Then a part took down 83, so we got out there. And now we're just holding a real small piece. I'm actually bidding PayPal down here, but it's up that 8%, and we talked about that. Not all the time are these like management or these takeovers by Elliott and whatnot when you get some of these activists coming through. It doesn't necessarily mean that the stock's just going to rally all day.
Or that they'll get sold. Or
nothing.
That,
I mean, you saw Pinterest right back down to the levels it was pre-announced.
Well, PayPal's a better company than Pinterest.
Better, yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
PayPal, hopefully that'll get going there a little bit as well. I mean, PayPal used to be like, what, a $300 billion company or something. So nice little move to the upside there. AMD, though, I mean, that name, we started the day short that and got out of the way. So all good on that, and thank God we did. I mean, this name just rally city up to $89 right now. Like, you want to pick one of the chip names to be buying, man. AMD, NVIDIA, these names seem to be going, but you can take the SMH. We did have Texas Instruments as well yesterday come out with their report. So far, so good on that one. I'm going to take this opportunity to get something out on Google, maybe at 9. Didn't hit 95. Didn't hit me out at 95 there. We'll see if we can get, it's not really doing anything at 95. We did get a little piece out there at 95, but not what we wanted to. Let's see if it can rip up to the upside, take down that 95 now if it can. It's not printing any 95s. Just because you have it, remember, this is like a 5-cent spread sometimes here on Google, like just right now, randomly 3 cents. So it needs to blast through your levels to get shares. Just because it shows you what the level 2 is or the level 1 is doesn't mean that you're going to get those offers, right? So we actually only got part filled there at 95. So yeah, not great there. It's resisting that 111, but I still think there is some upside potential here. So we'll see if we can, there, and it just got hit right down. So yeah, it did have a problem there getting back above that 95. So I'm wondering, was there sort of a iceberg seller somewhere here on Google? I mean, it'd be nice if it breaks, that's for sure. The market is starting to go up. If I was long anything else, I think we'd be okay, but we're not. We're long Google.
Yeah, this is kind of a frustrating on PayPal. It's like I've slid my dip buy up like 10, 15 cents each time, and each time it just gets missed. But now it's on looming for the breakout on the 15-minute here, that 84 level. Looks like it could come into play. Tesla broke 808, so it's now in that channel. I got to go back to Tesla. It's now in that channel, 808 to 810, that I was looking at might be able to fail. I'm just going to trail it, and it kind of sucks. It's right at 808. It might just trail right away out at that 808 level. But this is where I said we could run into resistance, so I don't want to go against the plan there. Like, it's not like I'm long 795 or I'm long 800. We took an 805 break late to the party. Tide, by the way, just checking on the Tide. Tide is starting to slip back down again. So instead of getting a little bit more aggressive, took some shares out in the 60s again, but it just does not seem to want to follow through this time. So Tide showing some signs of pulling back in there. Tesla's going to trail me out. I mean, obviously, you could have had the long a little bit earlier, but if we're going to get one of those days on Tesla where it just trends to the upside all day long, last time this happened, there were plenty of entry points, whether it was just taking every $5 break, whether it was catching the dips, a support, maybe it's 800, maybe it's at 95, maybe it actually ends up being the 805. It doesn't matter, but 810, next level to the upside for me here on Tesla. I'm scalping always a piece of those breakouts, by the way.
And by the way, I know I'm going to get stopped out on Google in just a matter of seconds. It does not go up. Like, it's just, there it is. So that was obvious. So I started to get some more out here as it was coming back down, and I was just like, let's just wait to see. But there's a seller on here. It's not stopping. So I don't, I guess the answer is just to go short. So we'll go short now and then see what it does here at that 110.90 area. But we're going to go short on Google just because that seller was not stopping. Like, it tries to go back up and then just gets hit back down. So, I mean, we could be wrong on this one. And if we are, we won't be long for very long because, if the seller's gone, then we're trying to get out. But right now, every time it tries to pop up, man, it just gets faded back down. So we'll tape read a little bit here, sell some Google. There it is down to the downside. So we've already made a little bit of this money back now. Just took 10 cents on it. Let's see if it can come back down in now as this seller's here on Google. I don't know how far we're going to go. Like, if this market really goes down, Google could really, really crack lower here. So we'll watch out for this name as it's starting to go in. We find that seller. It needs to get relieved. I don't know. We'll wait to see on Google, but we are short now that dime in the money. I'm sitting here. I'm just watching it. I have to see to make sure that this seller still stays there. Every pop-up, it's getting sold now on Google. So we'll sit at 51, see if we can get a piece out on 51 right now. But yeah, it is coming. There it is. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy here on the short. So yeah, man, we're going to take Google off that bid and switch it around to the short side until this seller's gone on Google. We are definitely cashing in right now. 41's coming in. That's where my next bid is. Yes, sir. Like, look at that. We've already made more money now than we lost on that long when I was just sitting there thinking like, uh-oh, this is a problem. Here comes Google. Like, we tape read that one down to the downside. Hopefully that's not, there it goes. Another out right there. I'm going to cancel my 41s and see how low this thing can go. Imagine if this market turns, Google's dead. Big time trade happening for me right now on Google. But we got Brendan over there at the big screen. Let's go see some small cap recap. Teva? Maybe it's small cap by now. I think
Teva's a small cap.
That's been annihilated a lot. So
like,
over to Brendan. Let's see what he's up to.
That's more.
I never even thought of that. Pretty sure. I'll double check, but pretty sure. This thing's been a problem for years, anyways, regardless. But a pop-up this morning in the pre-market gives everyone a chance to sell. So I like this one versus 9 this morning, which was this area and this area on the daily chart. So did break down in the pre-market, gave you an early shot at 880 versus 9. And then flushes down to $8. So grinding back up to 9 right now. We'll see what happens this time for Teva, still obviously up nicely on the day. Siga, on the other hand, kind of grinding back to the upside, you can see as well. After an early push this morning back into these levels from late in the day yesterday. I had to try it twice, but finally got it going in the right direction. Basically a flat trade for me as a result. And then BWV, I only wanted the long here versus 320. Didn't have any follow through 4. So 4 level for BWV. Teeny tiny little float, sub 5 million on that one, guys. Back to you.
That is tiny, only 5 million.
I just laugh here because like Microsoft is still running to the upside. I mean, what a great trade that was today for us on Microsoft. So we'll just go diamond hands a little bit there for us on Softy because we were able to hold that and do pretty well on that name today. So Microsoft definitely one that we're very, very happy with, but it just keeps on going to the upside. And Google, so the seller looked like it stopped. So I did punch a little bit out there at 40s. I think it was at 50 on the way back up. So we're still holding. I don't have any more bids because now it looks like they're back. And I just wanted to say that because they did give it up and it did get back to the upside. So I just wanted everyone to note that about Google, that I did get another piece out on this, and we only have 40% of the trade, but we were getting, or even less, we were getting some out on the way down there off that short. So I still think it goes lower here. Someone's selling it. So, up 5%, like we said yesterday, people taking shots on these names. So let's see if now they want to sell this one right back in. That's Google. But really, another banger then. And again, thank you for all the love and the support. Like, I'm not sure why we're, maybe we have more than this, but look at this. Off the sticky note right there, Amazon, the long 118 break. Like, that has never even looked sideways. That break was the best trade. Honestly, this is, for me, because I just spoon-fed this to myself. This was a really great trade. Yesterday, it was easy to sort of see that level. We saw that yesterday off of my trades there. Again, there's 118. It held yesterday. You come into a rally day on the NASDAQ. There's probably going to be no easier trade for me than that one. Or, and this is why, I remember I didn't know who Gabriel was, and he was like, Sean is the best tape reader. I don't think I am, but there you go on Google. This is back-to-back now. I remember that trade on Amazon. That was an absolute monster. Well, guess what we're doing again? It's a Gronk spike coming through right now. We noticed that Google was doing this, move back in right now, right? We saw that there was a seller on the level 2 that was not giving up. And now you're seeing it all the way down to 11, 110, 20. Like, that baseline for me, that was an easy trade to the downside. We're now 40 cents in the money, and I still think it's going lower. We did just take a piece out. We are coming back into that 110. So I'm going to put a bid down here near 110. I mean, look at this thing fall. Like, and that's why. That's where the experience comes into play. And we say trade your own style, but I was able to see that, pick that out. Look at this. Like, we're now 50 cents in the money, and it was all just simply by me sitting here staring at the stock. Like, if I wasn't doing the show, ooh, what a dangerous trader I would be, because I can't just keep flipping back and forth here, trying to give you guys these hits. But definitely, because my eyes were on Google, we were able to see this move to the downside. So, definitely ringing the register on here near 110, but it's a good move to the downside, and happy we found that, happy we gave it to you, and happy you're able to see that, guys.
And as the market came to that top, we were talking about the chips a little bit there. I mentioned that Micron couldn't break out of its high, so it's relatively weak. The last couple of days in this price range, patiently waiting, not shorting it when it was at 60, wait for it to get to that high of the day. It tries to get the opening range top. This was 60.5 on the way back in. It curls off 60.5, basically the same thing we were doing yesterday at about this time. We grabbed the short on the way back down, played the VWAP. We're going to hold on to this. If the market pulls back from here, just give me something that failed the high of the day, and that's what we're going to take. BBIG, we talked about Vinco. We talked about Tide, and I'm still in a piece of that Tide, although it's starting to pull back here. BBIG went on its own right, down significantly, but it actually managed to make a run close to $1. Looks like it's failing that right now. And as it pulls back, remember I said get a little bit more aggressive on Tide for the profits? That's what we did, and then Tide ends up breaking back down below that 150. So I'm now out of Tide. BBIG also going to the downside. Tesla reversed off of 810. This is me getting out in front. This is also me taking a quick break, that 810 break, and then immediately outside when it failed that break. If we're going to get an update continuously, then I think Tesla has a chance to consolidate somewhere. But I'm going to give it a chance to do that a little bit lower than this. And then for PayPal, I got a trail in now. It doesn't feel like this thing wants to, it doesn't feel like this thing wants to be that aggressive. I'm actually canceling my trail. Let's forget about that for a quick second, because this stock has been just too calm inside of this range, and I still have not abandoning the idea that 8250 can hold. I got the bottom here. It's got a decent catalyst, and I don't want to give up on this one too early. I mentioned NEO was relatively weak. That was before Tesla went, but no, Tesla broke out high of the day, continued to run. NEO, still failing at that high. So just like Micron, this one looking like it's having some trouble getting through those tops. One of the reasons might be because you have something like, well, a related name, the Chinese names, in a strong market. Alibaba is getting absolutely crushed. It broke 100 very, very briefly. It's got a wick bottom through 100. The bull case here would be that it has that wick bottom through 100 and has maybe made a little bit of a low. But if you're wondering why NIO's weak, just look no further than something like an Alibaba, the Chinese names, looking like they're in the tank a little bit. So as the market comes back in, there's your relative weakness. I think NIO's going to give a shot at the high of the day for those shorts. I end up getting out of PayPal there. And then I do want to make sure that we're not ignoring some of these other small caps. PGY, which was so strong the last couple of days. I told myself, okay, if it's an inside day like the pattern would tell you, I wanted to be short. Stopped out of the short originally and then flipped to a long. Look at that wick. It goes $2.50, then comes right back in. This should have been a short off that 20 once I see it settle down. I'm going to have to go over to that trade now. And then BWV has finally broken that support from the morning at that 320. So I just got into this one a couple of seconds, well, literally like 2 seconds ago. BWV breaking the 320 support just now. So I am into the short of that one.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, so, I mean, Google just broke 110. I mean, I don't know what else to do except for just sit here and hit some buttons, I guess. We're just stone cold chilling, right? What's up? What's up, Super SPAC man there? ACHR, you want me to look at that? Sure, why not? I got nothing to do right now. ACHR, let's have a quick look at that. I don't even know what this name is. On the New York side of things here, come on, man. These kind of, honestly, like, I think you got to wait for Luca or something like that for these small caps here, man. I mean, that guy killed that GovX yesterday. And today, I don't think it's been overly successful, some of these names. But ACHR, a nice move up there today, up 1.75 or up to 1.75 million shares. I don't know much about this. I mean, if you want to look at this and play it, like, you know, probably. I mean, look, we could all sit here and look at levels and whatever and just tell you about this. I mean, if that's what you guys want, we could do that. But you are at the 50 period right now. So for me, this would be a sell. I don't know. You got to trade news. You got to trade what works for you. We talked about that, man. There's a couple of reels out there of me talking like that. And honestly, Archer Aviation, oh, yeah, that's right. Neil was talking about it. But again, it's like I'm not going to. I just look here today, and it's like there's not a whole hell of a lot. I mean, Pagaya, I haven't traded it. I mean, Neil's traded it. That was a tough one early. And other than that, you haven't really traded too much else. That BWV is going to be a red name for us. So I'm not, you know, like, honestly, I'm just going to stick with what I'm doing. But that was good. Thanks for bringing it up. It was at that 50 period. So if there is anything that you're looking at, that Pagaya might be, or sorry, that Archer Aviation there. I just know that Neil already talked about it. So that's something. When then BWV, Neil's already in. I'm just sitting here watching Google downside, still trying to break that level. So of 110, it did break it once. Let's see if it can get it again right now. But yeah, for me, it's just a hard pass on all those names, especially when the big boys are dancing. What's up, Brendo?
Another earnings name, guys, Kraft Heinz. Nice bounce, or trying to bounce anyways right now, but down anyways on the day following lower profit margins for KHC, one that was active on some deal news earlier in the year. But this level over here on the daily chart trying to act as support right now, down 8% for KHC.
So in the theory that sometimes when you get to this point in the day, on a Fed day, you do get some inside trade. I actually just tried to get this. I'm going to go to Tesla here. Like, Tesla already failed an 810 break, and then it got right up, tested 810 again. You can see I just got my offer in there, maybe a little bit too slow. Actually just failed an 810 and headed back to the downside. So that's a long way of saying I was going to look for the short on Tesla off that 810 area. If we're going to have an inside day and we're not breaking out the high at this time of day, a pullback into VWAP or 800 could be in play. Stop in that case is always going to be at the high, which sits at 810.41. So if you can't figure that out, my stop would be at 810.50, not necessarily 841. Just give it a little bit more above that price level. We might have missed the chance to do that. However, there's going to be a chance to get into Micron here. Also try Tesla. Oh, I just said that. I might have spoken too soon. I want the 35 to 40 range if I can catch it in Micron. That just gave a chance for a reload off that same high, maybe back into VWAP. The BOVESPA, it's pretty much flat right now, so it got in. It's at the same price we got into. Not sure there's going to be any too crazy movement. I just want to see it hold VWAP throughout lunchtime. That would be a nice trade if it can hold below VWAP. I think you're in that one the rest of the session. Going back over to Tide. For those of you that are watching that, that's not really starting to give it up. Same thing, like if it holds below VWAP, I think it's likely to be a short, possibly for the rest of the day there. But I want Tesla, I want Micron shorts. I don't really see anything else that I like off those tops. I wanted to say Boeing, But I mean, Boeing, again, I haven't really changed much of anything on Boeing. Like, I'm still sitting 165. I like the 156 bid on Boeing, and I'm not really willing to compromise on either of those levels. So unfortunately, this one just doesn't seem to be in play. Coinbase, which I liked to the short side. We did have the short, looked good. I actually got a bit greedy the first time I could have taken a buck, did not do so. You're getting close to that 58 level, but again, I like 58. If I don't get 58, then I don't want to trade it. It trades to 57, and I'm not shorting it $1 early. It's just $1 worth of risk that I don't want on Coinbase.
Yeah, Coinbase a tough one. They're the next. So Google is now trying to stay below 110. So hopefully that can do that there. Off of, again, another a play that I was pretty proud of to give to you guys there on Google. So we're only holding 20% of that trade left. Let's see if it does flush even lower. That'll be something to look at. You guys want to talk about Chipotle a little bit. Like CMG, the next split candidate for sure. Like there's going to be no other name that I can really think of that's probably going to split. I mean, obviously that we already know about Tesla, but CMG, a great move today, up 15% on better than expected online sales, so like through their app and stuff like that. So that's going to be good. Margins working well for Chipotle, up that 14%. Obviously, with most of their business being in the United States, if not all of it. I mean, they have Canada as well. They're not feeling the currency effects as much as everybody else. So Chipotle with a nice little move to the upside, trying to take out 1550 right now. Not right now, but I think those levels to get back up into here, then you're going to see 1650. But I give the clear sailing here for Chipotle. I've never owned this stock, but it's a nice little move to the upside right now. So I'm pretty sure that everyone's nicely happy here with the performance of Chipotle today, up that 14%. And again, just right here, this is a level just to be concerned with. I feel like if you're long now, you probably want to stay long. It was a great quarter, but again, 14% up today for CMG. And kind of baselining, you might want to get out. I mean, like, look, a 14.95 break on the way down, fine, could be something to get out on for Chipotle. So definitely have a look at that if you are interested in this name. But for now, it looks like we have social sentiment over there at the big screen with Brendan. Pretty interesting day to be looking over at these names. Some interesting ones up on the board.
Yeah, a positive board to show you guys. And one thing of note on this board today as well that I haven't seen for a week or so, the amount of stocks being talked about definitely higher than we've seen in recent days. Anyways, you can see mostly positive right across the entire thing, including Google, including BWV, still kind of grinding back higher, as we were saying. Some of the monkeypox stocks back in action as well. GOVX, the Q's on here, the SPY over on that side, you can see still positive. IMPP, one of those little low float energy names starting to pop up a little bit. BBIG on here, there's Tide as well. As soon as this one went this morning, BBIG also got a bit of an uptick as well. Again, there was some data floating around on the internet this morning suggesting the short interest on Tide higher than 100%. So that was the reason for that move. Cassava Sciences, we were talking about in the pre-market a little bit. Criminal investigation possible for Sava. Zeal is here, AMC to the downside, and ENDP as well. Back over to you guys.
I saw a couple of names people are asking about here, NVIDIA and Affirm. I'll get to Affirm first. First, just ignore my chart on the top left. Forget about the percentage. I get it. Affirm is actually trading. I think it's close to flat, actually, from yesterday's close. We have bad close prices on our levels, too, on like 5 or 6 stocks. Affirm is one of them, so I'm not down 10%. But it's got a double bottom, and that's a higher low from yesterday. So, look, you've been getting crushed on Affirm the last little bit, and I'm the first person to tell you to short it. The long, to me, it has to, someone was asking, is it a long on a day where the market was strong? Well, it needs to hold above that resistance, like this level here, this 23.75 that we barcoded. It's got to hold above that price. It tried to and then made a press at the high. Then on the way back in, it just smoked that level and then came right back to the low. So for me to get bullish on Affirm, it's got to be holding this consolidation or maybe even just breaking out 24.50 up at the top there. But I still see some relative signs of weakness in Affirm. Unfortunately, maybe not the answer that everyone wanted. And then NVIDIA is another one. I'm focusing on Micron because I've been able to find some relative weakness compared to the rest of the space in Micron. Like, if you want to know why I like to short in Micron, Micron can't break the high when NVIDIA is through 170, absolutely crushing the high of the day, up into 175, and then just jailbreaking to the upside like AMD is, up 5%. So if Micron in the face of that is going to be that weak, that's why I want to short it. Now, NVIDIA, stalling at 175. I think 180 is obviously a bigger level there. But this comes back into 170, 171. Yeah, that's a dip buy at that price. We like longs on this the last time it made a breakout like this. So I missed a breakout. I was looking at Micron all this week. I will be on the dip buy if this one wants to come back in with the rest of the market. But I'm looking for shorts off these tops. Right, like anything that's off that high with the market starting to stall, I think can set up for you, but I'd rather it be in relative weakness. This is already turned. I tried Tesla, didn't get it. I think somebody was saying they got that Tesla off 810 there. When it failed that breakout, almost should have immediately flipped short. I wasn't fast enough there. Now you're back to 805, but now we're thinking about VWAP, right? Like 800, maybe even like a 795 to 800 could be the target range there for a Tesla. So just be careful with this. The volume is not nearly where it was off the open. It's starting to taper off a little bit. And on a Fed day, this is something that we are used to seeing, where you can start to go sideways a bit. So play off relative strength, relative weakness. Keep coming back over to NEO on the latter end of that. Double tops here at the 1935, 1950 area. I think this one can be played for some weakness. And if you're looking for maybe one of the weakest names I can find, it is Alibaba. Best I'll say for BABA is you do have this higher low, which incidentally gives you the failed breakdown at 100. Now, when you get a capitulation like this off of the open, and then you break a 100, get like 20 cents lower, and you get a wick off bottom, that's a long usually. If I was watching Alibaba, I would have been long at $100 for sure. So as it comes back in, I do want to test that long. That is a pure setup. If I saw the reverse of this chart, and it was to the upside, I'd be shorting a level like this. So it's not me saying I'm bullish on Alibaba. I'm saying that's a bit of a bullish setup in front of that 100 level. And the market is still holding up relatively strong. That's the other thing that you have going for you on BABA. Maybe the only thing you have going for the long on BABA is the fact that it has a wick off bottom and that the market is strong. There's not a heck of a lot that looks good for that name. I got trailed out of PayPal. Remember, we were sort of saying it still has the breakout trade for it. It still has 85 on the daily as well. So there's lots of room for it to continue to go if the market wants to break higher. But it's been resisting this 84 over and over and over again. And I think this is a time of day where you want to play both ends of that candle, where if I can get 90s or 85, something like that, short off of 84, reversed it into a long if it wants to try that breakout, that's how I'm going to go. I feel like the morning trade happened. I got the trail out on it. Probably could have held on to it, but we didn't. That's going to end up being a mistake, but it's on to the next, and that's the 84 into 85 range to be played.
So I just went and refilled up the coffee, and I have good news for Neil and I because there's a 2-pack left of the cookies. So
are they oatmeal raisin?
At least they are. They're the ones that we like, I think. The oatmeal raisin. I don't know if there's like some cranberries in here or not, but definitely there. So a cookie we have after the show. So this is probably the best sort of snack, whatever that they give around here. People like the croissants.
The brownies are pretty good when they get.
Oh yeah, the brownie. I love brownies.
The brownies are like a.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're a little too thick. You know what I'm saying?
They're
like,
rich.
They're rich is a great word, but they're so
rich.
packed up in there. The brownies are a great
good.
one there. Get out of Google short. Yeah, no, I noticed that there was obviously some buying down there at 110. You know, we got out. I mean, we got out on the way down. I mean, the seller appears to be gone for right now. So, you know, we'll just be on to the next on this one. But I mean, I'm still here. So, hey, maybe it does fall back down. The market is also bouncing. So I feel like that seller right now, I'm not seeing it like I did the first time on Google, which really gave me, again, like, if we could clip and do like trades of the day, I know how popular that Amazon call was that I had for you guys that one day when we saw it and then just ripped up $1 and we punched long and just bang, bang, bang. That was crazy that day on Amazon. But again, for Google, it's going to be a good one. I think it's just going to follow the market now. So sort of the rhetoric about this seller being there that I was saying, that's not the reason to hold the short. That's not the reason to do anything right now. Just trade it off your technicals or momentum or whatever you want to trade. But for right now, Google is coming back in to that downside. I actually do have to, I mean, almost a perfect out there on Microsoft as it's now coming back into some of these levels. So we're going to go to Brennan, and I'm going to double check all my stop orders because some of these longs that we've had and gotten out of probably have some stops lower that I need to make sure are canceled. So, all right. Wow, that looks awesome. That looks like there's more on there today. Like it looks less You know what I'm saying? I
Well,
feel like
because
Brendan will confirm
there aren't
that.
as many names that just stand out. Like it's pretty
That's what I'm saying.
broad-based.
Yeah, it's very,
That's
very
the word.
broad-based. Feels like there's like all 500 names on there. But let's go over there and look at some. Is this called Sector Watch? It is. Let's go look at Sector Watch. A lot of names, like Neil said, on that board. So let's go have a quick look.
Yeah, tech back in charge as well, which is good to see for the overall market. You can see tech stocks as a group leading as far as the gainers are concerned today. This is the consumer discretionary sector at the bottom, but it's all about semiconductors. End phase we talked about, SEDG as well. Big days for both. 6.8, 15% off earnings for ENPH. That's NVIDIA, TXN on here we mentioned, ON, MPWR, and AMD, all back to the upside. After a pretty choppy week, to be honest, for some of these. Software names catching a bid as well today. PayPal up 7.6%. Microsoft, of course, on here, 4.6%. Tesla as well, 4%. You can see popping off the screen here, back to the upside. No real reason, just a big day up again for Tesla. 2% there for Ford as well. This is the industrials group. We did see a fair bit of movement yesterday in this. ROK, earnings name today, 7.6%. BSX in the healthcare group, an earnings name, 6% to the upside. But the rest of the board from here over, you can see, is where we get into some of the choppiness that is holding the market back, specifically consumer staples, some of the food names to the downside. Kraft Heinz just showed you the chart there, 8% to the downside, trying to bounce still, but big day down for KHC off earnings. CAG as well, another one, 2.8% negative territory. SWH, 12% an earnings name to the downside. Wanted to show you, there it is, Google over here, 4.8 for both Google and Goog, depending on what you want to look at. Meta on there as well, guys, 3.6% today for Meta, coming tonight after the close. Back over to you.
Oh, that's right. We didn't even talk about the big names after the close.
We're going to be back at 1:30.
No, we'll be back.
We're taking it off. So, Brad, you get an
today.
early day today, 1:30. We're back on the air to talk about the Fed. It's funny because I said cancel all your stop orders, and I forgot to cancel a limit order. So we just got long Microsoft and in and out there when it popped in. I should have held it as it's now ripping, but that was not, if you saw Microsoft pop in there, that was just like I left an order, hit off or enter, and actually I think we might have making we actually made... No, we got out for exactly flat. So there you go. We actually lost a penny, actually. In at 72, out at 72 there. I don't want to take the bids right now on a lot of these names. So, the market's coming back in. It looks like we're trying to take the 50 period to the downside right now. So for me, I'm going to wait on that. Google's come right back upside, so right into this level that we were short initially. But I didn't go short here for any reason other than that seller, remember? So this is not like a reload spot for me or anything like that. We'll probably take a piece out if we get down to 1030, but the market is coming in right now. So I think we can start to... The problem is you have to look to say that, that seller's now gone. So... doesn't mean he can't come back. So that's the other thing. So if you're going to be trading Google, you have to watch out for unnecessary moves down. Like when the market was going up here and Google was doing this, it was pretty obvious. Like the minute that 110 came through and we were 111, and it went up and then it just started to do a little Tank City action. To me, that was basically, a note that, hey, something's going on here. And then I could tell. Remember at 95 when I had my offer there and I couldn't even get filled? That, to me, that should have been the trigger almost immediately for me that was a problem. But we didn't do anything about it. We should have been a little more aggressive on our initial sell. So we'll see if Google comes back and that seller's back there, then you're going to see something pretty stupid happen because I'm going to go short on that pretty hard if I see that guy come back again. So we'll wait to see if that's coming through. But for now, honestly, I know PayPal. When I was gone there, you got a good short there on PayPal.
Yeah, look, I'm still bullish on PayPal, but it's the time of the day. 12.4 rejected, or is being rejected on the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ kind of got into a top, and PayPal just couldn't continue. It actually trailed me out. I didn't buy the dip, which kind of sucks. But I just shorted it off of 84. I'm willing to take a breakout. I actually have a stop order that'll reverse me to the long if we take out 84. But I'll be buying the dips at 83 as long as we can hold sideways there. This is where I'll be getting out of the short. As a matter of fact, you don't get filled unless you put an order. So I'm gonna get a bid actually way in front in the quarter range on PayPal, and then try and see if we can't get the longs. It's still making some higher lows. Well, obviously it's making higher lows. I don't have to tell you guys that. You guys can see that on the chart. I got to reload in Micron because as the market gets to this level, I just want to, anything that has a short level which is still valid, then I want to be still playing off of it. So Micron failed breakout when every other chip name that I could find, if you guys can find a chip name that didn't break out, or at least a big one that didn't break its pre-market high, let me know about it, because then I would short it off that pre-market high at this time of day. Micron did, so I've been shorting the 35, 36 area off of the 50s. Just every time it fails, I try to get back in. I'll play it to VWAP, I'll play it through VWAP, and then see if the market pulls back heavily. I don't see a reason why this one couldn't go further. Tesla, I missed out on 810 to the short side. Now I'm just kind of looking for that 800 level for potential dip buy. We're being patient with dip buys pretty much across the board. And if you're still watching that PGY, it just broke back out. So it's been holding below that 20 level. But look at this. It looks like maybe it does want to go 2 days in a row. Like, it hasn't been able to do that for a while, but it just held this 18 where it first made its break at 9 o'clock and is getting back going up above this upside here. So if we can start holding 20 even, then you have some maybe scalps to the high of the day kind of trades that you can play. This thing takes out the tops. That'd be a heck of a move, but that is a big stretch. Like, I stopped the short out pretty tight. And like, keep in mind, like, that's still taking a buck hit, right? And that's this range from 20 up to the highs. That's 23, 15% range. That's too much risk for me to want a 23 even break. So any longs have to be off of this range here, either in front of 20 with a VWAP stop, or in front of 18 with like an 1850 to a 20. That's the only way I want long in this thing that I can structure where you're not just losing 15%. And that's the way you trade these things. I mean, to be honest, otherwise, you're just sort of sitting there hoping and praying that you get that gigantic, ridiculous move, and you've got it. I think it has the chance to do that. I'm not sure why it hasn't halted just yet. At some point today, this thing is going to halt. So pay yourself when you are in the money, because I'm expecting when it does halt, it's going to break some backs, and it's not going to matter which direction. Somehow it didn't do it at the open. It's a threat if it breaks out to that 23 level. 25 is an obvious level. 30 is an obvious level as well, as I got to go back over to PayPal, because that isn't even getting to VWAP. It's about to bounce to get back to the high of the day. If it does get to the top, I want an 84 long.
Yeah, we're long 83.60 right now on PayPal. We'll watch that. And I do like a Shopify short. I mean, this is going to be a name here that's been obviously rocking today. So you got to watch out for that. But a 32.50. I'm just not, I know we're at VWAP now. This is normally like a special of mine to do this. But I'm going to wait until we break below these levels right here, 50. So I'm just going to try to play a key level here, an option level, things like that on Shopify. Let's do 32.50 there to the short side for this name right now. But we only have PayPal long. You see that's 25 cents in the money and still going to the upside. So we'll respect that today. Hopefully, like Neil said, 84 will be an actionable area for both of us. So, well, not for me. I'm already long, but that's what I'm waiting for. We're waiting for 84 to come through right now. So hopefully that does come. And then I'm going to hold it, because initially that was kind of the long that I liked on PayPal was 84. But we did get that 80. I mean, I got way too early there on 83.50. That's what we wrote down on the sticky note. But again, it had a nice dip buy opportunity where I think you were long initially. That was a great long, obviously, down there. I wasn't even sitting there. It's just so stupid. I should have been, as PayPal should have been on everybody's radar today because of Elliott to that upside. And just to talk about Google here, I still liked that 111 break, but then that seller came. So I do have it. You're going to see me always looking to the left here a little bit. I have it up on another screen. So I am like watching out to see if I see the seller come back. Like, I'm in this trade, but it's not big. Like, I'm just holding this to see if something goes on. Like, if this rips way against the money, like up to 111, it's still not making any damage on my net or anything like that. It's just, I want to see this action spot again. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for right now. On Google is looking for that spot to get short. Sorry, not to get short, to see if the seller's going to come, so I can short that right now. But into the money, hopefully, for Google. Watch it at that 111. That's going to be an action spot for me. We went back and forth there until we identified what the issue was. So I'm going to short it again. That high is 112.20. So I'll put on a little shares. If it does go back up through that 112.20, then 111.20, then we're going to get out, because It's actually 111.25, and we have some of those prints in our account. So I'm going to wait to see that. We're going to short it near that 111, see if that seller comes back.
PayPal.
What's up? Go ahead.
PayPal broke 84.
PayPal broke above. Okay.
So I reversed into a long. I've already scalped the break a little bit here, but this is one of these. Look, the trend is pretty clean. It did make that flag and is now breaking out to the top. You got room on the daily. I mean, even if it breaks like 85, I said 85 because it's a round number, but yesterday it's 84.50 if you look at that daily chart there. So it's got room above this, abound. Just keep in mind one thing. Yes, I think it can, after this break, it's got so much room to the top side, but I'm probably out of this trade. Even if I get a reload, I'm probably out of this trade before 2 o'clock. Like there's almost nothing outside of a small cap that I wouldn't get out of in front of 2 o'clock. I mean, if you're deep in the money, you can have a trailing stop, but just understand, like these levels and this momentum, anything can happen to change it at two. We haven't even talked about, I talked Coinbase, but we haven't talked about crypto at all. No. So let's get to Brennan for Money Talks. There are some big moves happening on that board as I look at it now.
Just be careful, guys, with PayPal. Just seeing CNBC talking about PayPal right now, so could be why. Here we go. Quiet board so far as currencies are concerned. Obviously ahead of what's to come this afternoon. We are positive here for DXY, 107.2 today, back to the upside. That's a daily chart you can see after the pull-in we've had over the past week or so. Tried to hold 106. We're back to 107 and change, depending on what happens this afternoon. That is going to be a big mover today, obviously moving the rest of these. But right now, all quiet. Russian ruble, worth mentioning, 5.5% back to the upside. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, all up nicely ahead of 2 p.m. today, guys. Back to you.
Some out. Okay, just talking to Brad about his PayPal trade there, so good job on that one, Brad. Okay, so just looking here on PayPal, because he's long PayPal and he got some out, so that was a good move by Brad. I just want to give him that shout out right there to everybody on the show. What I want to look at, we talked about that Shopify. I wanted to say something, but we obviously had to go to Brendan there, and I don't think Neil stated that enough. To be in position heading into Fed is not responsible, in my opinion, period. I don't even care what kind of name it is. Look, and I shouldn't say that. Like, if you're going to be in light shares and you just want to dance, fine. But if you're going to sit there and try to make a prediction on what the market's going to do before the number even comes out, then I think you're kind of like messing with fool's gold there. Because if you remember last time, and I don't have the chart, I'll have it for 130. The move was down. We went down, and then we just ripped. Yeah, you're going to play that range, fine. And if you want to range it, and you get ticked in or ticked out or whatever, but you understand the risk, I just feel like, as education and as, I try to pride myself on teaching everybody as much as I can, just like I just, interrupted Prad there. It's like you got to be very, very careful when these kind of major market events come through. We've seen them happen over and over again. You can make a lot of money. I mean, look at today. Look at the trades that I have on the board here now. One loser today, AMD, you guys were even like, why am I shorting that thing? And I'm thinking to myself, why was I shorting that? But that's the kind of stuff that you're going to look at. You have to pay attention to your trades, right? Here we go. Google, new position alert for me as we take that 90 short. So right now, 110.90 against the high of the day. I don't love this trade, but let's just see if it can work off of a key level here of 111. Yeah,
I'm starting to get skeptical that Tesla is going to get to VWAP here. As the market's making another push to the upside, and the dip buy that I thought would be coming in somewhere in the high 90s to 800, looks like it wants to be like 803, 804, maybe even an 805. I hate chasing it, but Tesla's been worth it when you've done it. Our breakout trade was at 805. It's not like I have any longs that are better than that. But the other side of that coin is if you like the long on Fed, just sit at the low of the day and try and catch the long.
Exactly.
At least that way, like if you're wrong, you've got a better price. And maybe you've got to stop at the low of the day. It's just, that's always an easier way to play it. Like if you can't hold on to it, then there's no point getting into the trade at all.
And I say that because look what's happening right now again. This guy came back. I don't know if the seller came back or not, but like Google just went down for absolutely no reason there. So we're already in the money 20 cents, and we just took a piece out right there. So yeah, Google to the downside. I said that we would try to look at that if that does come through, but there it is, Google. We just took a little bit of profit there. I just want to let you guys know that just shot down there for no reason. So we got some out at 70, at 80, and then 75 there on the shoot down. It's coming back up. So I guess that's probably not the seller, but just pay attention. What are you doing with your PayPal? You got a piece out on that one, Neil?
I got a piece out on the break, and then I'm looking for, just got to get an order on that BWV. I realized I was bidding the same price twice instead of staggering my orders on BWV, so that was a little bit sloppy. Always go over your orders to make sure you've got what you want. There's the level on the daily on PayPal is at 84, like 60 or something like that. So I did scalp some of it out there. If we abjectly fail at that price, like we get to 50, break through, get 5 cents, and then we're staring back at 84s, then I'll think about not holding this all day long. But I just look at that on the daily chart with the catalyst that it's got to get it. It's just Elliott management. But like, what do you guys see above there? 88s, 90s? Like, we should be thinking trend at least. If the market gets through the high, think of the risk reward. If the market gets through the high of the day and you've got a break like this, which is already going, you just got more room to run here. Obviously, 2 o'clock's going to be a bit of a thing. And if it rejects that level right here, right now on the daily, you want to make sure you bank some profit, maybe back at the 30 to 40 range. But right now, you're jailbreaking on this stock. The only regret I have on PayPal was the trail out here instead of just buying the dip. Like all this time, I was like, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, and then I trail it like a tool. But we're back into it. I still think you're getting to 85. As long as something crazy doesn't happen here on the NASDAQ and the ES, like pulling back harshly, then PayPal definitely has a chance to go. We're already at 85. There's some size on the offer there. By the way, the other way you can play this as a day trader, you can cover in front of the size at 85 and then just get back in a breakout or a dip buy, which, as I say that, about 30,000 shares, I'm going to go ahead and do that. How is it already earnings? Oh, it's 10:56.
It's late, man. We're blasting through this. We got a nice little $1.50 winner right now on PayPal as well, as Neil talks about it. So we're watching right now. I mean, as we go off here, we're going to go to the earnings in a second, but Amazon, 75 cents in the money right now. Google has been a great trade for me today, positive on that name. Microsoft has been a monster trade today. And then PayPal, you are experiencing the monster as we speak again, off that 83.50 sticky note level as well, blasting to the upside right now. That sticky note level right here giving me this $1.50. The sticky note level giving you Amazon at 118. So far so good. Not only that, also giving you Microsoft bottoms at 258 today. So if you're still holding that one, that was a fantastic long, although I got 259. That was the bottom of that move that we talked about live on the show, and we adjusted our 258's upside, 259. Cool. What price levels do we watch out for Microsoft long-term position? Now, just buy it now. When we're talking about long-term, right, it's like, in my opinion, when you're looking at these stocks, it's like, I feel that Microsoft's a good value play. So for me, in my portfolio, I want to hold Microsoft. I want to be buying the dips. And there could be more dips to come. Remember, we have Meta, which is going to be, we're going to do that in a second. We have Meta coming up, which could be a problem. We have a few other names. Ford, although GM was weak, that didn't really do anything to the market. But let's go over to Brennan and tee this thing up.
Yes, we are in the thick of it, guys. There you go. That's what's coming up after market tonight and before the open tomorrow.
Yeah, well, obviously we talked about Meta. You just mentioned Ford. Don't forget about Qualcomm in there, right? Like, that's another sort of bellwether chip name in there. We didn't really even talk about TXN, but Qualcomm's going to be a big one, certainly. In the top left corner, Lam as well. I can't say that about the chips and ignore Lam, kind of like an AMAT, right? Like, they're like a machine supplier there. I don't know if I'll be that excited on Pfizer, although maybe there's something in there that gives it a dip to be bought, because I've been waiting for any kind of a dip to buy Pfizer, and I like it more aggressively to the downside. But with only a minute and a half to go here, I ended up listening to myself and just getting out in front of 85, and then I'll go and try and like scalp a break. And then I got back on the bid if there's a dip buy to continue that bit of a trend here in PayPal. So going to try to play it the way we traded Tesla the other day when it was this kind of a trend, which is going to be multiple entry points. So this is now like it will be the third long that we'll have if we're able to catch it. That BWV is continuing to the downside. So I staggered my orders there. I'm getting some out to the downside, but as 85 approaches, this is the level 2 that I want to be watching. So I'm not really going to flip away from PayPal at the moment.
No, we've been getting out. We're now at a 40% of this trade on that short there for Google. Just trying to watch to see what, again, like what levels were going to be key and not key for this name. But some nice little bids we'll take down on that. I'm still in that PayPal. I don't want to get out of. I don't want to really get out of any of these longs. So I do expect myself to be in these pretty much all day. And then we do have that Shopify short that I was looking at. But as the market continues to climb here, wow, that 30 like. And again, sometimes I just impress with these levels here. Like it bounced long off 32.50. I was waiting for that short, so it bounced long. So maybe Shopify again is that long candidate. I'm going to do a little bit more work on this one. We'll be here during the midday show as well, looking at a lot of these names. We're back at 1:30, so it's going to be a little bit of a shorter show for you guys on the midday, just so we can have Brendan on the desk talk about these numbers as they're going to come through, prepare you guys for the Fed. So that should be a good. Obviously a good little show there coming up on the midday, because there's tons of stuff moving. And I've already said it, Brad, so if I hear you say today that there's nothing to trade, it's going to be a problem for you. Here we go. From on the lunch update, I know this is a popular thing to do. I think today's menu, although we get the salad because we're old men, this one right now, listen to this. Tandoori grilled chicken with curried almond couscous and Indian prison food, says Pratt. Maybe he's been there before. Tandoori grilled chicken with curried almond couscous and roasted chickpea.
It's free.
That to me sounds legit, and I believe it is.
I'm gonna steal some of that.
I'll be stealing some of that for sure, but yeah.
No doubt.
Anyways,
100%.
as we go, man, we'll be looking for a Shopify short. We're looking about Google. Remember, we have that top of the day for Google, but we just took 20 cents. Our out is that 30-cent mark on the high side, so pay attention for that. But this market is in rally mode right now. What perfect time. $2 winner right now for PayPal. Anything you want to say?
So PayPal breakout 85.
Yeah.
Like just get out,
Boom.
get right back into it. It's already up at the quarters. This could be, look, I mean, there's no limit to where it could go, 88, if the market goes higher. But 2 o'clock is going to be a big one. We're back at 1:30 right now. It is Trader Pratt and Luca. He's got his vest locked and loaded, ready to go. The trading vest. Love it. Even though it's like.
It is time for Trader Pat and Luca, indeed. Midday Market Movers, Midday Mayhem, however you want to see it. It's time to party with Luca and myself over here. Pretty surprising day for myself. I was expecting with the Microsoft earnings and the Apple earnings being somewhat bad for the market to go down, but I guess the guidance is what helped them out over here. Market clearly loved it, and with the Fed meeting coming out today too at 2 o'clock and 2:30, I thought it would be a lot more sideways, but here we are on the S&P 500 up 1.45%, NASDAQ up 2.72%. The longs are in power, the bulls are here to play. The bottoms might just be in. I did tweet yesterday, depending on how the Fed goes, we might just see free fall every day. I was so wrong on that. There is no free fall about this market today. The longs have been amazing. But let's start off with a trade that has not been amazing for me today and actually been painful for the most part. Here's Boeing. Boeing has been my worst trade of the day. I keep trying to go long on it. I don't know why, and I just keep getting burnt. I think if I get burnt one more time over here, I'm just done with this trade and actually go fiddle with some of the stocks that are paying me. Let's go to PayPal. There's been something very weird going on with PayPal near the 83 level. 83 level had about 292 lots on there, which is basically 29,200 shares. When we came down to 83, the first time we never broke it. So I got long. I was able to scalp it out. The second time we did go there, it did break it, and it would go lower, but then every time the stock got back above 83, the same 292 lots would go right back above 83 on the bids, and we would watch the stock go back up. So based on that, I reloaded on that opportunity, and now I scalped some out again, and I'm holding some for this move that's coming in. $85.40. Actually, I'm going to take my profit right there. That's a good $2 move. My best trade of the day so far. PayPal, pretty clean long, and we'll see if we can get a reload opportunity anywhere close to $83. And now you can see the rest of my trades up there. I'm long Microsoft also and Boeing, but we can talk about that throughout the day. Let's head over to Luca to see what kind of damage he's been putting onto the markets today.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day, enjoying the day, staying profitable. Today, absolutely insane, and, definitely one of those days that you got to pick your spots. You're not going to be able to nail everything. I try to tell myself this And had a couple good trades. I'll share this. Obviously everybody watching Google today, and looking like it wants to make that push towards high a day right now, which I think is 11.25. We got some offers stacked up here, and that VWAP bounce area, absolutely solid. But had the initial 110 break, and let me just share my part fill here that I take, because obviously you're not always going to get the fill. Like yesterday, I don't know if I was over here at the desk like trading Google earnings, and I saw the bid step up, heard the positive news, and I'm like, okay, let's go, we're going to the moon here. And I punch and I get part filled, and I was like, no, because just straight in the money right away. So go figure, that 110 level, I wanted that scalp in and out, got the part fill, got myself out. And, little win to start the day. Then we had the flush, which, as expected, overall market kind of sideways. And I told myself, like, do I want to trade Microsoft or do I want to trade Google today? Because, I might not be able to hit both of these, especially right out of the gate. And I just felt that, Google was stronger overall. It just kind of felt right. And, obviously post-split, I've been super excited to look at this name. And so, I prioritized Google. And, we had that kind of flush down, that downward move. And from a day trading perspective, like, it doesn't get any cleaner than this. Like look at this move from 108.20 all the way to 111. I'm pretty sure Spencer had the long on this, and he was probably long from down here and just like scaling out the whole move. We can't all be amazing traders like Spencer, but over here, and I want to emphasize this right now. It's like, look at this move, and literally, I'm in over here and I'm out over here, right? The beauty with large caps is you could take unlimited size for most of the time, and obviously post earnings, you got that volume, you got that follow through. So took that initial long, and now we're actually getting the push higher on Google here. Looking, I think maybe we'll go for a 112 test if I had to guess. The overall market's pushing higher here, but. At the same time, it kind of extended, and like I tell myself, like on Fed day, like for me, it's like a nail and bail. Like I want in, I want out, and then if I see really, really good opportunities, I'll take them, but I really don't want to chase the long here. If we can get back down to test that like 111 to 120 area, which acted as support right off the open, then maybe that's good for a bounce play. But obviously, like the 110 level VWAP bounce, you had iceberg soakers the whole way. Solid, doesn't get any clearer than that. Unfortunately, I didn't take the long there, but looking at other things. So you don't have to capture the whole move. I'll emphasize this every single time. You do not have to capture the whole move.
What the heck is going on with Boeing over here, man? What is wrong with this stock? You had decent earnings. You had somewhat of a good news over here. The stock just turned red on the day. Thank goodness I got out of it right before this drop happens. Let's see if we can hold up at 155. I don't even know why I'm thinking about trying along at 155. There you go. It breaks 155 to the downside. We're seeing a little bit of action coming in over here. 154.87, the low of day. I just have to take the long and attempt it for one last attempt over here, risking to the low a day. I'm long 155.33 at the moment, and Boeing new low a day coming in around 154.87. It's just absolute insanity, and now it wants to keep on going lower. This stock, holy crap. It just does not want to work today, man. It just the longs on Boeing do not want to work. We're right back to whatever day this day is. What day is it over here? 25th of July's low, and pretty much heading even much lower. Let's see if this longs at 155 can come in now. But Boeing has been pretty bad today for the longs. If you were attempting any longs, here we go. Now the longs start to maybe work out while I'm not in it, obviously. I don't even want to try this stock anymore. It's been an absolute disaster today. Sorry, Luca.
No, you gotta talk when things are moving, right? Things are always gonna happen, and it's really good to stay on top of things. I actually did not trade Boeing today. I didn't really want to prioritize it, and kind of going back to the overall ideology, it's like, like as a trader, you're not going to be able to hit everything, so you have to prioritize. Do you want small caps? Do you want large caps? Like, what are you looking at? What's moving? And so for myself, obviously, like kind of looking at the Google trade that I had, Google absolutely strong, and I said I'm going to hit this really hard, and I had that first long, had that second long, got myself out at 111, and then reloaded the 110 bounce area. So for this is like the, like we're pushing into highs. It felt good. Bids were stepping up, so that's kind of one trade. Then you get the 110 bounce trade where bids were stepping up, and then you have the kind of VWAP down here. So it's like, over here it's like a 30-cent risk. Like, is this really going to flush right through VWAP? If it does, then we're probably going lower. But if it holds over here and bids are stepping up, you got that 110 area, solid level to play off of, right? So it's like, the kind of different trade, and I'm scaling myself out, then I'm adding back. like this is kind of like recycling a lot. So I'm long, I'm scaling some out, I'm adding more, I'm scaling some out for the final push towards high a day, got myself out. Then you had the flush down, and then again, didn't reload, was looking at a few different things. I also did trade Microsoft today, but not as well. I had the 264 breakout, which was pretty solid. I'm not sure if any of you guys had that as well. It touched it once, touched it twice, third time's a charm, took the long, in and out. That was super clean. Then I was going for that same kind of ideology. I thought maybe, it kind of felt strong at the time. Maybe we're going to get a push towards 265. Like with the overall market pushing, like Google strong, I just figured like maybe we're going to get that 265 break. So I tried the long, got myself out, tried the long, got myself out. And, my mistake here is, if the long is wrong, do not abort the short. But at the same time, up on the day, I said, you know what, let me just watch this come back down, watch it trade, and, maybe just not even trade it the rest of the day and kind of wait until Fed comes out because, obviously you had very strong moves off the open. And then it's just so much action today, right? So it's like you definitely got to pick your spots. And speaking of, prioritizing and deciding where am I going? Am I going to large caps? Am I going to small caps? What am I going to look at today? I don't know if you guys were watching PGY today. Hopefully you were. This was absolutely insane. I watched this off the open. This is a trade where you make 5 figures on this trade. Like this is the trade that all short sellers love to see. You get the push up, which by the way, I was wrong. Didn't go to 26 yesterday. Thought we maybe could have got there today, but we didn't. But had the push up and bids were stepping up. And for anybody who was watching the tape, it looked like it wanted to halt, but it wasn't halting, right? And when you get these setups where it looks like it wants to halt and then it gets jammed down, it looks like it wants to halt, it gets slammed down again and again, like, okay, people are slamming this down, the top is going to come soon. And, the reversal on this, super nasty, just flush all the way from 23 area all the way down to 1950 into a halt. And I'm blown away. I am blown away at how they open this, where they close, where it halts. I'm blown away. And every single time, there's the follow-through. It opens, then you get the follow-through. But how do they do that? How do they do that? Maybe I'll never know. But if you know the answer to that, please DM me. I'm super interested to know the answer to that. I'm blown away every single time. But, this absolutely clean, and I think, PGY is a nail and bail. You had this move. It gave you like a solid, like 3-4 points on the trade. And, go figure now it's kind of holding up and maybe going for high, right? But, this thing's kind of crazy. The fact that it's still up, it's above VWAP, it's above that $20 level. Super interesting, keeping it on my radar. I just think, like volume kind of slow now. It'll be interesting if we get towards highs, break highs, and then go towards 25. That's kind of on my radar. We'll see what happens there. And yeah, guys, let us know what you're trading as well. I see people saying Sava. Didn't actually look at it. So let's take a quick look now. I didn't trade this name. A few people looking at this name, but and this is not. This is PGY. Sava kind of has that overall. This is actually down. Yeah. So this kind of like fell off. Oh, pre-market. So forgive me on this one. I'm not really sure the news on this, but sideways in a range, something like this. When I see it ranging, like 15, 14, 17, maybe going for like that push towards. You got some resistance here at the 17 level, and now we're breaking out. But obviously SSR. Let's see if this can actually hold that 17 area, or if we're going to go for a reversal back down to 16 to 15 area. And people yelling BA short, holy crap.
Yeah, Boeing. The problem with Boeing apparently was they were having a conference call from 10:30, and it is still going on. It's 11 o'clock. Well, I guess it's only half an hour since the meeting started. Was it 10:30? Yeah, 10:30, and it's still going on. It's something in the conference meeting. Maybe he said something negative, or I don't really know what the gender of the CEO is or anyone in that position. But whoever the person is in charge clearly said something negative that the investors did not like. I mean, you don't get that kind of volume, which is higher than the opening candle, without a reason. So clearly, something in the conference call ever since it started around 10 o'clock or 10:30 has been putting in a negative movement for the stock over here. I should have noticed that then, and I should have researched it too. The fact that I did not know that Boeing conference call was going on was actually my own fault, and I took the damage that I got from it. Thankfully, I get to still, trade for the rest of the day and be okay with it. But this kind of just, you got to know when the conference calls are going on for your trades. For example, there was an event when Tesla's conference call was going on during market hours, and then randomly Tesla just starts shooting to the moon, or maybe it fell down based off the conference call. So that's the catalyst over here. For anyone who wants to know more about what's going on in Boeing, maybe tune into the conference call and then let me know what exactly is the reason for why this move is coming into BA as we're looking at it. Some of the other stocks that actually had catalyst today along with Boeing is Spotify. So buddy to my right side over here, helping out Spotify's earnings report single-handedly by buying a subscription membership.
Family plan, yep.
Do you buy the family plan?
Oh yeah, I got the family plan. I convinced my family, let's go on the family plan. They got a whole range of music there, and Spotify has changed my life. I was the type of person from back in the day, I downloaded all types of songs, and now I'm like, you know what? Let me just roll with this, and you got a nice couple playlists going, absolutely insane. So but yeah, no.
Yeah, so Spotify single-handedly, Luca over there helping out the company's earnings. For example, they reported wider loss than expected, but the revenue exceeded, and they saw a 14% increase in paying subscribers for premium streaming service. So I know I've been a long-time Spotify subscriber. I have about 13,000 songs in my playlist, in my personal playlist. 13,000 songs.
I got like 3.
Yeah, like 13,000, and the playlist literally goes for days and days and days. Like you could go to a nice cottage and just leave the playlist running for over the whole weekend, and then just let it finish for you, right?
Nice.
But I love Spotify. The one thing that I don't like, maybe not 10,000. I think I have 3,000, and the limit is 10,000. There you go. That's what I have. I have 3,000. The limit is 10,000, and that's the point I'm trying to get to. That's the one limit that I don't like. Maybe once I get to 10,000, what do I do? Do I do Prad playlist 2.0 and I have a second playlist filled with 10K or something? Either way, what we care about is the stocks move today, and clearly off the good catalyst and an increase in premium payment, especially in an environment like high inflationary periods where consumer spending seems to be getting affected. That's what Walmart said yesterday. Spotify today taking that catalyst, turning that around, punching itself to 14% to the north side, even getting a break of 120 and 121, but looks like we rejected off of 121.64, 121.50 areas, coming back to VWAP. Notice the strength at VWAP all day on Spotify. I actually have an order to get long at 117 when we were there, but the stock never came down. It started hanging out at 118, so I removed my 117 order, and I guess now if I want to go long, it would be somewhere between here and for a quick little 1:1 ratio scalp. And as Luca mentioned earlier before coming on to the show, it could be very much a nail and bail setup type of thing. The longs have played out, the shorts have played out. The shorts being Garmin, for example, that was a stock that had a catalyst today to the downside. It played out, and now it's just ranging sideways. That's how most of the stocks are setting up. They either played out to the upside or played out to the downside, range sideways. Now it's time to wait for what Papa Powell is going to say. Either the printer is going to be replenished with a brand new inkjet cartridge, or we're going to put it on fire.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what happens off of Fed news. Just keep in mind, the market's going to move around very, very quickly at 2 p.m. I'm definitely the type of trader that I'm not going to have any orders out at 2 p.m. I'm going to watch what's going to happen. Things are going to go wild. And then afterwards, I'm going to kind of wait for, what is the news, first of all? What is the catalyst? And then where am I going to make decisions? I'm quickly glancing over here at Microsoft. It looks like it wants to make that push towards 265 area. So let's see if this actually wants to get a break of 265. Super extended. Maybe we got a nice little pullback where we can add to the long here. I was actually waiting because, you got this initial flush down, and like this kind of looks nasty, right? It's like you look at it like this, and I'm just like pulling my chart over to kind of show you, like, to give context, because obviously hindsight is 2020. This looked pretty nasty, and we could have easily went for another bounce. But then look at this, just straight up, right? So, the last thing I want to do in this position is go for, a little cheeky longer. I was trying to go for it over here. Obviously, there was a little more volume. Now go figure. Now we're going for that push, and looks extra strong, really strong. So maybe we get the break now, and if it does break, I miss the trade. I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe I'll take it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it over the course of the next 5 seconds. But would really love to see a nice little pullback here for a potential reload and then long into the level. That would be solid. But, you know, like sometimes the price just gets away from you and you got to let it go, right? And, you know, like just based on the fact that this move from 263.60 all the way to almost 265, all green candles, extra strong. You know, if it does break 265 right now, just understand that like that could be topish area. It could break, go 20 cents and reverse. But if we get a nice pullback here, I'm thinking like, okay, if we get a pullback consolidation for the potential break, like that'll be super clean. So let's see if we get that going. And people also asking about Tesla. What do we think about Tesla? Are we trading Tesla into FOMC? You know, Tesla is on my list of names that if this is in play, I trade it. I try to get very, very aggressive on the name. But if it is not in play, I'm done trading Tesla, because Tesla is the Wild West, and it's very, very difficult for me to manage risk on Tesla. I do well on other names, so, you know, obviously prioritize what you do well on. People say, somebody mentioned, I can't remember who it was, but saying, you know, it's overdue for a correction. I think, you know, Prad made a good point saying that, like, you know, the market's making a decision right now. Are we going up? Are we going down? He thought down, I thought down, and here we are higher, but still under that 4,000 level. So obviously, you know, FOMC is going to set the tone. Then we got GDP numbers. So it's going to be interesting to see how these things play themselves out. Obviously, you know, maybe the bottom is in. It kind of feels like the bottom could potentially be in. But at the same time, at any point, you know, things could reverse and go back down, right? So for me, and again, like Tesla is a name that like I'm not like really like convicted in this name at this point in time. But you know, if we stay above like 765, 760, then like, you know, like maybe the continuation, you know, maybe it continues kind of on the way up and goes for like another 850 push. But at the same time, if it kind of, you know, breaks that 760 area, 750 area, then it kind of feels like we're back in that old range, and then we could maybe even go for a 660 test, even a 620 test, and that would be the low, and then we go from there. But from a day trading perspective, I'm staying away from the name today. You know, but at this point, maybe feels like everything kind of has that same pattern of like, you know, you had the morning pop, now we do some consolidation and wait for the Fed, and no real moves that I'm expecting until 2 p.m. and we kind of set a direction.
I would even go as far as say no real moves until 2:30, until the meeting starts. But what do I know, right?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah. There will be real moves.
Yeah.
They're all fake moves. They'll be like the up, the down, the wild, up, down, all around. So yeah, guys, you know, just obviously watch your orders at that time.
Man, PayPal, what a monster move today. That 83 long still being clutch. I guess I got out a little too early as PayPal now launches towards 85.78 as the new high a day. I'm telling you, that 83 level was very weird. I was even messaging these guys in our Discord chat that we have going where, you know, guys, that 83 level, there's a constant buyer reloading. Check out that level. Maybe it's my level 2 tripping out or it's me tripping out. I don't know who's tripping out, but this level keeps on doing weird things. Can someone verify for me? I don't know if those guys saw that messages, but that level, man, came in so good today, pushing to $86 now, giving you a $3 long off PayPal. Gotta love this moves on the stock for someone who's actually invested in PayPal at $119. So I'm still down a ton of percentage, but this stock being up 11% today, we gotta love it. And it's not even an earnings catalyst. PayPal up because Elliot, who recently invested in a different stock too. Do you guys remember what the other stock Elliot recently invested in? Sorry, Pins?
Look at the chart.
Look at the chart. Oh, let's go check out the chart. Pins on New York. This is the daily chart over here. Ooh, okay, pins.
It went spiked up on his report and then right back down.
Oh, okay. So PayPal going right back down then? That's going to suck. But so Sean was basically mentioning that look at the chart when his report for pins came in for, when he invested in it. It went up and it went right back down. So be a little careful on PayPal, I guess, because that same pattern could play out over here too. The charts do look pretty similar. But yeah, I'm a fan of PayPal over Pinterest, though, that's for sure.
So we're getting actually that flush down on Microsoft here, and you know couldn't touch the 265 area. So kind of feels like super resistance over there, and you know kind of in line with expectations that things are going to channel and go sideways. So at this point, now that we broke down trend, you know maybe we get a move down towards that 263, 263.60 area, and I'm liking the VWAP bounce there. So if we get there, I'm going to have my order scaled and see if we start a position on that one. I see people mentioning GovX, short GOVX. So one of the things I was thinking, off the top of my head is this name, obviously yesterday, and guys, I'm not sure if my fills are probably not going to show from yesterday, right? If I bring them up.
Sometimes not.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, guys, I'm so happy about this. So I was here, and I don't know if Sean is I'm like, yeah, Sean, tell them what I'm saying, because I don't got the mic on. But I literally nursed this trade. Check this out. So we were going sideways, we flushed, I missed that, I reloaded. Right, took the short, and that was wrong. I got out right away. Then we flushed and pushed for the high, right? This textbook small cap. Slammed the short, covered some, tried to reload just a little bit and then didn't like it, so got out of that portion. Then we broke trend, right? This thing was like holding trend, right? Holding, bouncing all day, and the pace of the tape changed on this. And then check this out, right? Just slam short, cover a bit, cover the rest at 2. The mistake that I made on this one was not holding a piece for 190, 180, 170 because it went another 30 cents, right? Like this move was 30%. That is absolutely solid A+. I had the top tick short and I covered way too much, thinking that we're probably going to hold 2, right? Because my expectations, which is basically what I was going to lead to, is these monkeypox stocks. Obviously, it's like you have the day one, kind of sell-off type thing. But you got to keep in mind that these things can hold for long, because if monkeypox continues to kind of grow and more news comes out of wherever, these people that are saying all types of things, then these things can hold, they can pick up steam, they can break lows, kind of entice shorts and then run for highs and then trigger highs, and it's kind of rinse and repeat all over again. So I did not prioritize GOVX, although I did look at it today and I thought maybe you get that over under at the $2 level, some resistance there. It was clean for anybody who took it and looked at it. But at this point, the range is not like yesterday's range, right? So obviously prioritize and size accordingly.
Yeah, I guess today would kind of be a less of a small cap day, right? We have a lot of large caps coming in, so a lot of money and a lot of eyes are straight up on the large caps. Not even sure how much volume GOVX did today. I guess I could just check it over here.
Yeah, 50 million. I think the only one.
Yesterday we were at 100 by today, by this time.
Oh yeah, it was insane. And maybe PGY, which people in the chat are now saying PGY 24. It went for 25. Oh my God. And this is the beauty of PGI to anybody trading it today. It is not SSR. So if you locate it, it's obviously it's going to cost you. It just is what it is. But you locate, you kind of cost of doing business. No SSR, you can slam the bids, and absolutely clean. But obviously mind the spread.
In the morning, I remember you were asking me to check the flow for Dave, and I'm sorry I slacked off on it. I just now remember while I looked at your screen, I see Dave up there. Dave's flow, Luca, is actually 265 mil according to Trade Ideas. Hopefully, it's not too late for you by now. But let's go back to some of the stocks that the watch list over here has been putting in front of my eyes. ENPH. Also, Sharif is not here. That's a stock that he was talking about as the earnings play to either side after our earnings play. Let's go check out how the stock did after hours yesterday. Pretty clean, man. He was mentioning, these stocks such as Google, Alphabet, and so on, they have a lot of algo moves on them. But then stocks that don't have algo moves are the ones he likes to focus on. And one of them happened to be apparently ENPH. Not a lot of algo move. The stock just completely stops trading until the report comes out, and when the report comes out, it's completely one directional. Whereas I believe Microsoft did start off to the downside, then came back up, so you would have been trapped if you went short at some point. Google, I believe, went up and then came back down. Sorry, I can't even speak today. Hello, can I type? I am typing, but it's okay. GOGL, which I believe did go up, and then it came back down a little bit. So a little bit of a confusion movement with these algoed out trades, such stocks such as tech sectors and so on. But ENPH was a pretty clean move after hours for anyone who wanted to play it. Multiple dollars in the money for the long side. Here's the ENPH move today, though. So I want to quickly focus what levels we had after hours. 215 to 235, let's say. Today, we played out from basically 230 to 250. So another clean move to the north side for ENPH, using some of the levels from after hours, taking off to the north side and breaking a a good weekly barrier, even a monthly barrier. We had this barrier from April of 5th. Taking out that level 220, pushing up to 252 on positive earnings, sparking 9% in pre-market, now up 16.53 with almost 5 million shares traded on the day. Pretty crazy moves, man. Gotta love watching the market push up to this direction, especially when you think the market's gonna go to the downside more. So I love being wrong, honestly, because it teaches me new things every day. Being right kind of bores me. So that's why a little bit of excitement today. I'm learning new things. Why am I wrong today, though, is something I haven't been able to answer just yet. But the day's not done yet. Maybe the market does crumble based on a hawkish message from Papa Powell or a dovish message from him. Well, we can actually push towards 4K on the S&P 500, which is only 20 points away from the high day right now. High day on the S&P 500. At 39.80 or so, 39.81, I think. Let me just hover my mouse real quick. 39.82 on S&P 500 high, and the NASDAQ high of 12,450. These are your market moves today. Let's quickly head over to cryptocurrencies to see how our crypto baskets are doing. From the quick glance of it, all crypto stocks are green that I track at least, except for Shiba Inu coin. Maybe that's not that's a different coin, right? Shiba Inu has its own coin. Shiba is its own coin. So Shiba over here still down about 1%, but the rest of the cryptocurrency market in the green side. And you know, every time we talk about cryptocurrency markets, we love to take a look at Coinbase. Coinbase still down on the day based on that SEC probe coming into play for it. Down 16% today, causing it to be on SSR once again. Anytime a stock is down 10% or more, it triggers a mechanic called SSR, which basically makes it harder for you to short the stock. You cannot punch the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to get picked up when it's going up. That's the only way you can go short. Time for your favorite segment, social sentiment by Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll have a look at what people are talking about on social media so far today. As I said earlier on this morning, much more positive on this board, but not only that, a lot more stocks on this board than typical. So the size of the box going to represent the frequency of how many mentions the individual stock is getting, the color then associated with the direction. So the intense green versus the lighter green, just very, very positive versus not so much. So the overall market, the SPY, the Q's still back to the upside again today. But look at all these little names over here. I mean, Tesla's not little, but little in size. Being mentioned today, very, very positive for all of them, including Meta, Amazon, Google, Tesla as well, all in positive territory. You can trade either. Again, if you're wondering what's the difference, GOOG versus GOGL, just class of shares. The one, typically the one that does the most volume is GOOGL, which is why we talk about it. There's PGY. There's BWV being mentioned, very positive as well. Cryptide, huge move up today on heavy volume as well on that short interest note, apparently above 100% now for Cryptide. Zila, Sava, AMC, on the other hand, all to the downside, guys. Back over to you.
You said Cryptide, and yeah, let's check out Cryptide. 37 million shares traded today. Oh man, yeah, pretty big move to the upside for Cryptide. Okay, nice pop up to the north side. Let's go check out its partner in crime, BBIG. Do you get any of that swing to the north side? A little bit, I guess, but not too much of a swing to the upside. This stock is now under a penny. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what to say. I'm just not gonna say anything bad, because I know a lot of people who are long at real bad prices on this position, who are my friends, and that hurts for me to even see the stock under $1 right now. Wow. Tide, though, the spin-off, Tide today off of the short seller report, I guess, getting somewhat of a traction, but I expect this stock also to go under $1 now. So I don't know, man. Okay, just move on from these ones, I guess. Let's go right back to the markets, or the stocks that are actually giving us some fun to talk about for the time being. That's your tech sector. Tech sector is back under under $1, not a penny. That's my fault. You know what I meant. It's back to being a penny stock and under $1. Sorry, just a poor choice of words, I guess, or poor phrasing of words. Anyways, coming back to our tech stocks, though, AMD pushing back to pretty close to VWAP. I'm waiting for a little bit, maybe 20-cent drop more, so I can actually get fills at 82.20s. But either way, I can just take these longs right now and write it back up. We've been having a beautiful range on AMD all day. Let's just take that advantage of that range. Here comes Microsoft right back to 263.50s. I was waiting for 263.20s. Looks like I didn't have an order out. That's my fault. I'm going to throw an order out now on Microsoft for that VWAP long, as it has been also working for me all day. So why not take advantage of, almost threw an order out multiple dollars below where I actually wanted it. So that would have been useless for me. So there's Microsoft. Let's quickly also take a position on Apple in the same way around VWAP. We like these trades around VWAP today. They have been pretty good for us. They've been pretty clean to us. So GOOGL is nowhere around VWAP most likely. It is now taking off. The stock that was actually struggling to take out 111 all day is now well above 111 and keeps on clearing to the north side. And let's quickly head over to PayPal before we send it back to Luca. Luca, you still need a minute?
No.
Yeah,
do your thing. I'm loving it. I'm just chilling.
Okay.
You quickly said Microsoft, and I was like, you know what?
No,
Yes.
let me finish PayPal, and then
sure.
we'll go back. So PayPal still launching over here to 86. Can PayPal clear 86 today is the question. And I don't know why not, man. I don't know why not. That Elliott theory wave, I guess, not the Elliott theory wave, but the Elliott investing news helped out Pinterest not too long ago. Maybe helps PayPal a little bit better. I'm looking for this range high test over here of $89. Not today, maybe sometime this week, maybe sometime next week, maybe never again. But I'm expecting or looking for a retest of $89/$90 on PayPal. That was the reason why I went long on 83. I'll be honest though, I did not expect 86. Hence, I got out at 85.02.
Yeah, and Luca can't get enough lovin' softy. I don't know what that means, but Microsoft, that was a reminder. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I don't notice I didn't get the fill, so I kind of messed that up there. But look at this. Take the long. You're like, oh yeah, Microsoft. And I was like, oh yeah, Microsoft. I'm like, okay. So take the long, and then beautiful push into 264. So I got some out in front of that 264, simply for the reason that, 264 even level here. It kind of rejected, then went back down. Holding the last piece, decent average. If we get back down, maybe consider the reload depending time of day, depending how it looks. But now at this point, I would love to see this just run and move towards, 264.50, 265 area. That'll be awesome. And then I think I'm going to have to get out if we get to 265. It's just showing us that, 265 is the rejection area. So for me, that's my out if we get there. And then if we break above, maybe consider the long again. So, we'll see what happens there. Will be interesting if this thing can continue to go, loving the position. And yeah, speaking of Dave, thanks for confirming the float on that one. So Dave is interesting to me. I don't really trade these sub-dollar stocks. And, I'm definitely interested in the $1 level if we can get there. And if we can push up towards $1, $1.50, that would be really nice. But, at this point, just above VWAP, kind of channeling. It's showing those wick off tops around 95 up to 97 area. So, maybe got some resistance over there. But I would really love to see this push up towards $1 and break $1. Like EVFM that one time, breaks the dollar and just goes. So, if we get there on Dave, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But, I'm going to stay tuned for sure. I got this on the side, so I'm definitely not going to miss if we get towards $1.
Dave to $1?
Well, I'm just saying, if we get there, I'm not going to miss it because I got it. I'm definitely watching it there. Yeah. There's going back to obviously just in general as a trader, you got to prioritize and understand what you're trading. There's some things that you just can't miss, you don't want to miss, and then there's other things that you're back burner. If I miss this, is what it is. So just obviously prioritize accordingly and take good trades.
Teva with the catalyst today pumping up to the north side, looks like it's because they settled for up to $4.25 billion over its alleged role in the opioid crisis. We know how that whole ordeal went through. Very, very sad news for people who had to go through that opioid crisis and so on, just through medication causes. Teva got affected by that a little bit. It looks like they did settle it, so Teva getting a nice volume candle on the daily over here. Look at that big volume candle, taking the stock from $7 or so to $9, $9.10 being the high of day, 24% boost in the stock's price today. So pretty big move, but I'm expecting the stock to reject once again around the $10 prices or $10.50 prices. Anytime it does get back up there, I'll have an alert set up to let me know, so I can look to take a short trade on TEVA anytime we push up there. A couple other stocks that actually had earnings reports or even a catalyst to trade around them was CMG, Chicago Mexican Grill, or sorry, not Chicago, Chipotle Mexican Grill, Chicago Mexican Grill.
Chicago
that's
Mercantile
hilarious.
Exchange.
I know, I'm thinking about Chicago. Exactly.
Mix and match, you know?
Completely ruined my mind over there with CME and CMG. But yeah, anyways, Chipotle Mexican Grill surged 9% in pre-market trading off of the earnings report. Still pretty crazy to me that they don't want to do a stock split of some sorts and bring the stock price down. Like, they want to keep the stock so private and spread E. coli to the world or something. Like, what? Come on, man. Let's bring the stock price down. I'm actually a decent fan of CMG over here. It sucks that we don't have that many CMGs in Canada, though.
Yeah, you know, it's people say good things, people say bad things about them.
They're not bad, but when they had the E. coli breakout, I just completely never went back to them. Never, ever put my foot inside the CMG ever again since that breakout. But they've been good ever since then.
Yeah, they're not bad. I'm more of definitely a chicken shawarma type of guy. But yeah, and what's up to everybody showing up? You know, hopefully you hit the morning hard and did very well. You know, enjoying the day, waiting for Fed. People talking
Chicago Mexican.
Chicago Mexican Grill, yeah. You know, people asking when is FOMC. So just to cover this very quickly, because you know, we speak about this maybe a little bit too much. You know, more so trading wise. You know. 2 o'clock is when the interest rate decision comes out. So they will say we hiked this amount at 2 p.m. sharp, right? And then at 2:30, as Pratt says, Papa Powell, as everybody else says, you know, he's going to discuss kind of like the future outlook and say all these things and kind of why they did the things, you know, where they are, what they think about the numbers. And everybody's waiting for the magic word. Like, is he going to turn the printer back on, right? Or like, what's the overall plan? So, you know, everyone's going to be watching that. So kind of trading-wise, how do you trade this? That is a great question. At 2 p.m., things are going to go wild. They're going to go up. They're going to go down. There's going to be no liquidity. It's going to be robots trading with robots. So, you know, I tell myself, robots trading with robots, like, I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot. So, you know, why dance with the robots? But then 2:30, as the humans digest the news and start making decisions, I'm like, okay, I could dance. Let's go. So, you know, that's kind of the better way to go about it from my experience. But obviously, you know, if you got a strategy, do what you got to do. Keep trading profitably. I see Neil saying PayPal 86 break. I didn't trade PayPal today. Oh, it just failed. Oh, yeah. So that's that classic kind of wick off top and then reversal here. You know, let's see if 86 is that resistance area or if we're going to get another test on that as well. You know, when I see these type of wick off tops, I get excited because I'm like, oh, the short is good. But I got to remind myself, it's PayPal. It's not a small cap. This thing is not going to flush down the way I want it to. But, you know, maybe we get that short-term resistance. Not sure if any of you guys had that. Awesome level. And people saying also Amazon broke. I'm not really sure what's breaking. But, yeah, it's on my radar for sure. Pushing towards that 120 level. I'm expecting 120. Like, there's got to be some type of resistance there. But, you know, as I say, you know, Amazon, obviously the overall weakness, like, you know, being it that Walmart came out with that negative news and then Amazon gapped down. But then the overall market's kind of pushing higher. So, you know, Amazon is going to push higher. But still down 1%. But I'm going to say it. We did not come all this way to not touch 120. So I'm thinking we're getting a 120 test. You know, if we can. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. So, okay, I see what you're saying. So, yeah, I know, my mistake there. But, you know, anyways, regardless, what I was getting at, we did not come all this way to not take 120. So I think we'll take 120. Volume is a little bit light for me to push right now. But if we get a little quick dip down towards that like 119.50 area and bounce, then maybe we get the reload to go and see that push into the 120 area. So on my radar, and yeah, I missed that Google trade into 112. This thing is just a machine to the upside. That 120, that 110 bounce, like that was the level. Like this is taking 112. We got a little bit of size there, 600 lots at 112 area. It's gonna probably take it. Like, this thing's strong. Like, who wants the size? Everybody does. But there goes the trade. I was thinking of taking the long there, but didn't. It is what it is. It is what it is. And as a trader, it's like sometimes I miss the 110 bounce for the second time. This is a very specific example, but I'll miss that 110 bounce. And then I'm like, I don't know if I want to chase, but I got to remind myself that this is like a two-part trade, right? And even that 110 initial long over here, I was scaling out. I told myself, let me hold a piece in case we get to like 113, 112.50. But then obviously, I said, if we kind of come back down, I'm probably going to get out of it anyways. So I'll just reload then. And then I didn't reload. So, I'm kind of beating myself up for that one. But obviously, you're not going to catch everything, especially on Fed day. So just kind of make that money and run, or stay tuned and, continue to be entertained by the funny puns that I come with. And, I'm just chilling. I'm just waiting for that next trade and quickly looking at Dave, like back down below 90 cents. That's unfortunate. I want this to just blow through one. Like, that'll be awesome.
I just have a new trade right now. Walmart short 215. So Walmart just took out 215 to the north side. We know Walmart had a negative catalyst yesterday. It's been on a pretty good tear so far, 2.5% to the north side. I can't really remember what level we saw that big order on yesterday. Maybe Spencer can. It was, actually, I can look at this chart right now and kind of get an idea. The level where the order was on Walmart yesterday? Yeah, 122.65 maybe, or 121.65 or so. It was somewhere around here. So I'm guessing around 1140. 121.65 is where the price was. We're well above that price right now on Walmart anyway, so it doesn't matter for me right now. But 125 looks like a fail break of 125 as we only push up 9 cents. And I'm looking at the tape. I'm seeing a little bit of a dying out of the tape. Basically, these are the characteristics you want to notice. You want to see the velocity of the tape die off into the other direction than you are, basically. For example, if I want to go short, if the velocity of the tape was just green, I want it to die off. I want to see the reds coming in. I want to see the mid prints coming in, and then I want to see more blues and reds instead of greens and yellows. And also want to see more size on the reds and blues than the greens and yellows. So all of these would kind of be indicating to me that I have the right short trade. Focusing on the level 2 already and the time of sales. The price is dropping. Going back to the S&P 500 market, looks like a double top near 39.82. That's the S&P 500. Going to the NASDAQ, which clearly can't take out 12,450. We know Walmart has a negative catalyst behind it, but also launched up to the north side yesterday. Even with that negative catalyst, if 125 happens to be a fail break, I could go short here, risk about 9 pennies to the high side above 125 for a possible drop of maybe $1 to the downside to 124. Those are the type of risk to reward ratios that I'm always looking for. Let's see if we can work with this trade as it's already 12 cents in the money. And AMD long, sadly 32 cents out of the money, but that just means AMD is pushing towards that 82 level previously, which we were long off of. And I'm going to take some more shares here. If 82 does break, we can just exit stage left and come back at a later point.
So here I am filled on Amazon short, Google short, and the reason I say this is because if I was long, I'd be taking profits over here. The names are obviously extra strong on the day, but they did break the level. So we got Google that broke 112, and now I'm just kind of like a little cheeky short here. I say to myself, if this continues, this could easily continue to rip up. So I'm definitely going to watch this position, and if it makes highs and continues to kind of trek along and continue to hold trend, then I'm wrong, right? I'm wrong. But I'm playing off of the 112 level. I'm playing off of the fact that we were at 108, now we're at 112. This is a serious move, right? And if we start to turn lower, and this is not me trying to predict or anything, but the day is showing you what it's doing, right? You have very sharp moves to the upside. You have very strong moves back down. And not to say that it's like kind of selling off, but it makes that top and then it falls off, right? It makes that top and then it falls off. So I'm thinking it's going to make that top again and then potentially fall off. I'm not really expecting it to get down over here, but even if we get down 50 cents, kind of back into this range, it's extended, right? And I missed that. So, I'm going to hold on here and see who's really chasing this up here? Who's really chasing this up here? So, I'm short. I'm still holding my Microsoft long. It's not really doing anything. I've never been out of the money since I took the position. It's kind of consolidating. So, if the overall market's going to go higher, then I'm going to be in this Microsoft Microsoft long, it's going to work for me. And, if the market wants to turn lower, well, I got my 2 positions loaded. So I took that Amazon long. And guess what, guys? We did come all this way to not take 120 because the high is 119.98. But, that was my top pick. And but be careful on this one because we're obviously holding trend. It just came down and bounced off there. I actually should have taken some out because you know what? Now it's going to go for the push. Because yes, we did not come all this way to not take 120. They just heard me say that. They're like, oh, watch this. Hold my beer. Yeah, no, but whatever. We'll see what happens here. I think at this point, that was a solid snipe at the top there. And if we can flush down even to like 119.60, 119.50 area, then I'm going to see how this is going to kind of go from there. Because my sort of bias on this is sometimes I like taking these shorts and holding for the move down. But at the same time, it's like strong today, right? So it's like it could go down, and then as soon as the selling is done, it could rip back up, like huge liquidity vacuum, right? So nobody is really aggressively shorting these names. So you got to be cautious on the short side, I'd say.
Yeah, AMD pushing the downside over here. We're going to try get out of that one. Yeah, we got out of that one, thankfully. Not too much damage on AMD. Apple has been doing absolutely zilch. Just hanging out at 154 all day. So we're just going to let that trade work out a little bit. And I guess we're going to let it do a little bit more of nothingness for us. But here's a new trade position that we got on not too long ago. It's a Walmart short. Now 25 pennies in the money. Instantly, the risk to reward looks great. I'm sure 129.99. We're giving it the risk of 125.99. About 10 pennies to the north side. We're in the money 30 pennies. That's a good trade right there. I could start covering if I wanted to, but I believe in this move a little bit more than just this 30% move that I'm getting out of it. So I'm holding this trade for a little bit longer. Let's see the stock drop down so we can add to our P&L over here on WMT Walmart short. Usually when I'm trading Walmart, I also go over to Target or every time I say Target, my mind instantly goes to that Kanye West lyric was like Target. They shop in luxury Target. For anyone who knows what song that is, I can't even remember what song that is right now. Somebody, New God Flow by Kanye with Pusha T. There we go. They shop in luxury Target. Okay, anyways, I usually short Target, Costco, and Walmart all at the same time. But Target right now honestly looks like a better short than Walmart, as it does not have the same move up to the north side that Walmart did, and Costco also did not have the same move up that Walmart did. But look at Costco's volume today. Only 16,000 shares traded. Wait, that's not right. There's no way that's right. Let me go make sure over here. We are having a little bit of our issues with our header top row over here. So Costco volume currently 509,000 shares, I believe.
So guys, I'm quickly looking at my trades here. So I covered some of that Amazon trade just because the reason being we are holding trend and it's not really going down. I'm watching the tape. We're not really slamming lower. At any point, this could rip back up and go back to 120. And so like the last thing I want is to not have paid myself or not make a little bit of money on the trade and then watch this go back to 120 and then break 120. So I covered some, holding the rest. So we're going to see if this works for me. And, Google, not working for me. Holding trend as expected. It's a strong name. I kind of feel silly now with this short. Like, look how bad this looks. This was dumb. It was bad. And you know what? I'm going to tell myself, let me just get out of this one right now. Well, before it gets any worse, I'll let it go. The name is strong. It feels like we're going to 112.50, if not 113. So I covered that. And as I covered, look at that move up, right? So I saved myself an additional 15 cents. I'm loving it. Not too upset about it. Holding on to Amazon short, holding on to Microsoft long, and, waiting patiently for Dave to do something.
Waiting patiently for Dave to do something. We actually used to have a trader on the floor, Dave. I think you know him, Dave.
Yeah, Dave is a good guy.
That's a good guy, man. We played golf with them recently, too. Speaking of golf, guess who has a golf session today with the boys on the floor? Greg, myself, Ian. Ian's going to be there. I don't know who else is going to be there, honestly. But it's going to be a great time. I'm going to shoot over 100 for the 17th time on the same course. It's going to be amazing. You know, just keep tanking my golf record. Every single time we go there, zero improvement, zero change in skill. But the only thing that is going to be changing is the amount we're going to be drinking. This time we're going to try and go for 17 beers instead of 16 beers. Actually, let's just do a beer per hole, 18 beers.
Wow, Google's so strong.
Google, let's go to Google. Wow.
Yeah, Google's super strong. Covered my trade there. This thing's going up. It feels like people are stuck here chasing it up. So let's see if we get along into that 113 level. You know, if it breaks down is what it is. I'll get myself out, but let's see if this can continue.
That's why Spencer was out of his chair over there for a second. I was wondering why he was out of his chair. I just looked
that was
back.
Terrible.
Spencer just launching to the north side over here.
I thought I saw something, but I did not.
Man, this stock is pretty crazy today. Honestly, the way the stock was trading on around 111, and how Walmart was not able to take out Microsoft was not able to take out 265s. I thought Google will just hold up at 111 also and not really do what it's doing right now. But never mind, man. Google 112.66, new high a day, 7% to the north side today, just taking off. Google not stopping, but let's see if Apple is doing anything like that. Looks like Apple does not want to move. Google's using all of the movement behind it. AMD over here right back above 88, but not helping it much. NVIDIA, I want to see what NVIDIA is doing today. NVIDIA at VWAP right now and trying to hold up around VWAP while Google is just straight up launching. Wow.
Yeah, you know, I thought I saw like an iceberg bid following it up, and then it chased it one time, and I'm like, here comes like the next leg very quickly. So I punched that, but I quickly got myself out. Not even really upset about it. Sometimes you see these plays where it's like it gets that strong move up, then it stalls, and then it's like if somebody is chasing, this is just like a very short term like scalp in and out because obviously people offside, Google very strong. If there's VWAP buyers today, which there was, the higher we get, the more worried they get, so they kind of push that even higher. So was going for the scalp play, kind of dumb now in hindsight, but whatever, is what it is. This is one of those if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. But I should have just added over here as opposed to up here. Whatever, let it go is what it is, no big deal. And what else are you guys looking at here, Pratt? Oh, Pratt, did you start your long-term position in Microsoft and Google?
No, not yet. Honestly, I thought the market was going to go down today with the negative catalyst in Google and Microsoft. Clearly, I was wrong about that, missed out on the move. So maybe next time, maybe next time. There's always a tomorrow, thankfully, as long as I'm alive and not getting hit by a bus or something. We'll be here to trade it tomorrow. We'll be here to add it to our portfolio tomorrow. But for now, talking about the day trades, at least, we missed out on that Walmart long for the third time, even though, I keep saying Walmart when I'm actually meaning to say Microsoft. Even though when I have the order for Microsoft out here, my orders are not showing up. That's why I've been tripping out this whole time. I was like, wait, I do have an order, but every time I go here, my orders are not there. So there you go. Looks like I do have an order. Maybe that was a dark pull candle that pushed down there, not allowing me to get any shares on the position. That circle on the chart is when the order was basically thrown out. So the order was thrown out at 11:30. Still not able to get long on Microsoft. Microsoft just trading without me. Sucks to be me, I guess. But at least Walmart position helping me out a little bit. 16 cents in the money on Walmart. Apple now moving a little bit to the north side. Apple in the money, 20 pennies or so. Really feeling FOMO about missing out on that Google trade, man. Because I wanted to throw long orders at 110. I didn't do that because I thought we might break 110 based on that 111 seller. Then I wanted to short 111, then I didn't do that. So I just completely left Google all alone today. And I guess that was the biggest mistake I could have done today. Now I know for sure, we don't speak in absolutes unless you're a part of the dark side, but I know for sure Google's not breaking 100.
Yeah, and I'm just quickly looking at Microsoft. I'm like, okay, is this going to make that push? And look at this. 1, 2, 3 minutes later, here we are. Explosion to the upside. So I got out. I'm out of Microsoft. Maybe it's premature. Maybe we could test, 264.80-ish. But when you see these extreme sharp moves and there we go, we're gonna even go higher now. But when I see these extreme sharp moves, I just want to take my profits, right? Because now even if we go sideways, I'll just kind of recalibrate if we get a break of 265. But at this point, this is the move, right? This is solid. In, out, out. And now, if we go back down, I don't want to kind of lose what I had there, right? And I had my order in case we got to 264. like kind of 75, but then I saw it over here and I was like, let me just get out, because if we kind of reverse from here and then go back down, like I don't know what I'm going to do from there. But yeah, still holding on to that Amazon short, which is 15 cents in the money, sort of going sideways. We're getting the wick down and the reclaim. We're getting the wick up and the reclaim back down. It is going sideways, but you know, I'm just telling myself, like, obviously strong on the day, this could easily break 120. So if this breaks 120 at this point, I'm out of the trade. I'll recalibrate. But I'm hoping that we really do get a kind of flush down. And then if we get that flush down, maybe we find some support at like 119. 20-ish area, just kind of being the recent highs. So, you know, just telling myself, like, and, you know, as I say this, today is a day where I'm like, you know, if it does this and then it does it and stops me out, I was like, okay, well, now, like, I got nothing else. I got nothing to say here. Like, I'll probably get stopped out. But, you know, if I don't get stopped out on this trade, like, we're going lower. We're going to 119, 20-ish area, and then I'll kind of decide what's going to happen from there. Kind of really hope that I don't get stopped out on this one. I'm just getting stopped out all over the place. But, you know, is what it is, right? Obviously, risk management, make sure you're taking good trades. You know, you lose, you win, and you're profitable, right? And obviously, like, you know, being Fed day, being sized accordingly. And somebody was asking me before, look at NEO, what do you think of NEO? So, guys, NEO is not in play today. It's not really doing anything, and it's range bound, right? It's probably not going to break the range that it's set for the day. And it's right in the middle, right? So I have nothing to say about NEO. It's probably going to do nothing. And I'm not even looking at NEO for a long time, probably, unless we get to like recent highs being at 25 area, or if we get back down to like 15. Because you know what? It's just probably going to range all day, and not something that I really want to spend time looking at. I'm actually more interested in Tesla, even though I'm not like really kind of traded it today, like no real thoughts on it. But, you know, it's at that 800 level. You got that kind of high area, 830 to 850. Are we going to break down through like 765 area? So those levels to me are more interesting than NEO. NEO just going to kind of go around. And let's quickly look at PGY and see where this one is. Did not break 25. Did not break 25. So kind of interesting. Watch them go. You know, if this goes for a 25 break at this point, that actually gets really exciting.
S&P 500, a new high a day, baby. That means NASDAQ could get prepared over here for another elevation, round 5, I guess. To the north side, NASDAQ already up 2.6% today before the Fed even says a word. And S&P 500 up 1.4%. And if the Fed comes out with the straight, high-flying, dovish words, ooh, baby, are we going to see 4K breaking today and launching to the north side? Then tomorrow, I want to see us actually holding 4K as support and not breaking 4K. At that point, you know, the lows are here, the bottoms are here. The S&P 500 actually created the bottom that Luca predicted, which would be absolutely insane. Next time Luca predicts something, I'm just blindly mortgaging my house and going all in on that call. Except for the first call, though. The FLT call was a little bit... I'm joking. It was never your call. It was never your call.
Literally, the best part, I'm just like, you know, like, this is the business of being wrong, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to be wrong all the time, and then the one time I'm right, I'm going to be like, yo, Pratt, I was right. Check this out, bro. And he's going to be like, oh, my God, look at this guy. But, yeah, no, obviously, you guys manage risk, you know, like, kind of things move around all the time, right?
What was your reasoning behind thinking the market was going to be bearish today? I mean, we're going into lunchtime now. It's 12 o'clock. We're probably going to slow down a little bit, even though the market's taking out the highs. So maybe we could talk about our mindset into preparing for the day when coming in. Why were you bearish today? As was I. So why were you?
That's a great question. Initially I was thinking, going yesterday, I figured maybe we sell off into Fed, right? And we had that kind of sell-off yesterday, but it wasn't really as strong as I thought it could be. And then obviously today, you know, you had Google earnings, Microsoft earnings after the bell yesterday, which were positive. Microsoft up like very strong, Google up very strong. And so that really set the tone. So like, you know, coming into today, although I was thinking, well, I thought, you know, like if we're going to sell off yesterday and then depending how Microsoft, Google do today or like off the gap, will like set the tone for the overall market. So, you know, the fact that everything was up, you know, it's a long day, right? And we're playing these names to the upside. But obviously, like, this can be reversed. Like, who knows what the market wants when Fed does roll around. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens. And I just noticed I'm actually stopped out on my Amazon trade. And you know what? If I'm going to guess this is below 120, and it just stopped me out. Yeah. Okay, guys, so don't trade like me. because I took the short, covered some, stopped myself out, and now we're back down. Classic action, classic algo action. I'm not even mad. It is what it is. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, I guess, I'll explain my bearish nature why in a second, or not nature, bearish mentality why, because we're going to send it over to Brendo for finding out what's happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, the countdown is on. Under 2 hours officially until we get the next rate decision from the Fed. So all quiet at this point. I mean, yeah, nice update here so far for the market. S&P 1.5%, the Dow about 0.5%, 1.38 there for the Russell 1000 leading the way today. They're all positive though. The composite, the NASDAQ 100, 2.5, 2.7% to the upside. 2.7% kind of a day. For the NASDAQ 100 ahead of what is to come this afternoon. Boeing, we were touching on after earnings. Yeah, came off pretty hard at the end of the call there. Something was said, obviously, heavy sell volume to the downside, but right back into the range once again. Positive on the day once again, but really not much to see here from Boeing today, guys. Back over to you.
I see a lot of questions about don't you live with your mom? Where did these comments come from out of nowhere? That's anyways.
I think Biden's speaking right now. People are mentioning it.
Biden speaking right now. Yeah, I heard that earlier too. That Biden was live on. I'm not sure if he is on that screen.
PGY. Look at that flush. There's that death candle. Oh man, you know what? I was actually hoping that we would go for 25 one more time, get the break, and then reverse. That would have been super textbook.
Go to a screen.
But yeah, this is look at this. Look at this. This is wild. Absolutely wild. But yeah, shorts on these names are expensive. They're expensive for me. So, I wanted to see it get to 25. That would have been super nice. But now we're done. I'm not chasing the bottom here. The spread here too is like 15 cents. I don't love it. But yeah, that's maybe. Are we in the death candle now? Or are we going to hold and then go for highs? What is this? We didn't reach 20 to not reach 26. I love that. Yeah, my call 26. Where did I get that number? Out of thin air. But that was yesterday's number. Today's number, if this holds, could this be a name that goes to $85?
Shut up.
That sounds wild. It sounds wild until it happens. Then everyone's like, oh my God, genius, what a genius. But yeah, no, the longer that it holds, the longer that it doesn't kind of die off. Anything's possible, right? Recent IPO, these things go wild, right? So there is, you don't call tops on these, that's for sure. You just kind of have these arbitrary numbers. I'm not playing off of a 26 level. That doesn't make any sense. But I just call these numbers. I'm like, yeah, 26. Maybe we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, it's like Redbox going to $100, right? So I can't wait to see when that day comes. And if that day comes, I might just have to retire from the game, man, because I don't know anything at that point. Redbox hitting $100.
Well, you should already accept that you don't know anything.
I already know that
we don't know anything,
absolutely jack. But if Redbox hits $100, I think that's when I throw on the towel. And I just call it quits at that point. But we'll see what happens. Redbox trying to. We haven't even looked at Redbox today. Where's my mouse at? I'm typing in the chat. Let's delete those words and type it over here. Retype them in this box. Redbox today down about a good chunk of percent today, actually. Trading under VWAP, $5.30 coming into play for Redbox. So it looks like that negative catalyst, the positive catalyst that people were looking for, or at least that move towards $10 or $18 that you're looking for, has yet to come into play. Volume died off pretty significantly ever since that day that we got it. On a day like today when the market's absolutely metro booming to the north side, I expect Redbox to have some good amount of volume to the north side too. That's how AMC and GME trade. AMC and GME don't end up going, dying to the downside when the markets were pushing to the upside, when the stocks were in play. GME was launching along with the market. GME was launching along with the market, but now the whole play has been completely on a turnaround basis. So we're looking at the market launch up and these stocks just kind of die off on themselves. AMC managed to get almost to $20 on its recent swing up from the $10 area, now pushing back to $10. I think we know what happens when AMC goes to 10. Some amazing long opportunities show up around that level for us. So let's see if that price comes into action at any point soon. S&P 500 500 actually did not manage to push too far high on that high day break. So it looks like a little bit of a weak break over there. I'm expecting it to. Honestly, I do expect the S&P 500 to go test 4K today at some point, and with the Fed meeting and the Fed catalyst, maybe we actually get well above 4K, but only time will tell that. We have quite a bit of a ways to go before we see what happens. It's only 12:10 right now. Lunchtime has started about 10 minutes or so. Well, 12:07, my clock is wrong actually, but you get the idea. Lunch started not too long ago. We're expecting the market to slow down right now. Already the catalysts that needed to be in play have played out on the opening session. Now we are expecting a little bit of a retracement / sideways, and then when the 2 o'clock move comes in, the market moves in absolute volatility and hopefully to the long side for those of you who are long. And if you're short, I pray for you too. I pray that it works out for you too. Just don't know how that's going to work out, but I pray for everybody. I pray for all of them. Coming back from the overall market over here, let's quickly head over to your favorite part of the show, which is talking about the YouTube show. You know how the like system works and everything. We have about 5,000 people watching us still and only 1.6K likes, so that's not actually a good thing at all. You know, we like to see these numbers launch up to the north side every single time that you guys are watching us. Please make sure every new show that you're watching, for example, this is a different show than the closing show, make sure you're hitting it on the closing show also. This allows us to, makes YouTube algorithm push us out to more and more viewers out there who are Googling questions like, oh, what is VWAP? What is exponential moving averages and so on. And for those of you who are trying to learn trading more, these buttons that you click, the subscribe, the like, and the notification bells help out with the YouTube algorithm over there. A couple other things you can do to help us out over here on Trader TV Live is by joining the member site if you want to. You can use up to $5 per month to get these custom badges and emojis, and all that money goes directly into all the camera work, and actually most of the money goes to paying to bowling alleys where we watch this all-star completely poop the bed on the bowling alley. He's on his phone. He's not even listening to my disses right now. Oh, he's listening. He's listening. There you go. He put his phone away and he started listening to the disses a little bit. But anyways, you get the point. It goes into production value. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the production. Last but not least, the store right here. Go buy some merchandise. It's a nice little Trader TV Live hat. You know, Sean wears this hat everywhere. He actually wore this to Miami also. Go buy that hat and show us your love. Show us your appreciation. 1.8K likes now from 1.6. So it looks like we got 200 fun likes coming in. Let's get this to 2K, guys. Let's get 200 more likes coming in. Push it to 2K before the end of the show. I hear collapse coming in from the backside over there, most likely because Google is now at $113. Let me just throw a pen at this guy over there.
Wow.
He's killing it with this long egg with Google. Let's go, Spencer.
Huh? What'd you say?
He's done for the day. He's closing shop.
There you go.
He's
Make your money
shop.
and walk away. Make your money and walk away. Nail and bail, Fed day. Make that money, walk away, enjoy the day. Look at that, eh? Look at that push. This trend is so strong. Like, look at this. Holding trend. The short looks silly. I kind of goofed that long area. I just went and tried one of those pieces of tandoori chicken. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah?
And yeah, you gotta go have a piece. Have it while it's hot. I'd say have it while it's hot. You know, it's I was starving over there, but look at that push towards 113. That was solid. And I see people saying Microsoft also pushed. I feel like everything's pushing kind of together here. You got that Microsoft break, but you know, 265 break, not a good break, right? So it's like I take the long. I get some out, create a free trade for myself, and then, you know, get some out over here. I don't hate that I didn't get out at 265 or didn't hold a piece. You know, whatever is what it is. I didn't really think like we'd kind of get that action, but whatever. You know, like I get myself out at the 60 area. I missed 30 cents. It is what it is. Not a big deal. Somebody before was actually asking about Snapchat. Now, Snapchat, you know, obviously not in play today. Still has not broke that $10 level, but the stock is dead. The stock is dead. So the question that I ask myself is, will anybody be buying this stock? I don't know why the position board shows that I'm in an Amazon short. I'm not in any positions right now. out of that Amazon position, although I probably wish I was still in it, or no. Oh, we did break back above. But yeah, we're still kind of channeling around. But yeah, Snapchat is dead. And yeah, the only question I have to myself is, is there going to be a buyout? Is somebody going to buy the company? I mean, like, obviously they've been around. I don't know kind of how their numbers look in general. But, they got access to a lot of data that maybe somebody gets interested in. So, maybe it becomes an acquisition target the lower that it gets. But time will tell. Time will tell. For the time being, it's not really you're not trading Snapchat. I hope you're not trading Snap today because, it's not really moving. Like, it's kind of like in this very, very tight range. Like, you got like kind of 962 where it's sort of bouncing off of. And what was the high here? 980. So, there's better things to trade, right? Unless you are the type of trader that it's like range bound, it's slow, and you're going for 10 cents. But as a trader, as a momentum trader for myself, that doesn't make any sense because you want to trade things that are moving so that you can really capitalize when you're right. If it's not moving, it's going to kind of dance around. You're going to make like 5-10 cents. It's very tough to put the risk to return in your favor to make a career out of that, right? So you want to make sure that you're trading things that are moving, things that are in play. I mean, you guys see me all the time. I trade Apple all the time. But I didn't trade Apple today because Google was in play, right? And Google, Apple, obviously very strong move off the open, and now really no other trades for the rest of the day. If you took a long on Apple, you were chasing it probably the whole way up. It probably just didn't feel right unless you're kind of comfortable chasing that. But Google gives you ample opportunities, right? Google, like you had the long, you had the reload, the bounce 110, the VWAP bounce, like you had the continuation move here. Absolutely incredible, like the amount of opportunities that it provided you today, right? So prioritize what's in play. When Apple reports earnings and Friday comes around, like I will be trading Apple, everybody will be trading Apple, and nobody's going to be trading Google, right? So it's like as a day trader, you want to trade the things that are in play. Just keep that in mind. I see VIX is rising fast. Yeah, sure. Let's have a look quickly at VIX. Always good to kind of get a feel for where this is. VIX, VXX. VXX on the Amex, and we are at 21.22. Are we rising extra fast? Let's load this chart. No, not really. Maybe on the daily you're referring to that, but yeah, want action. Yo, Luca, can you explain tape reading? So tape reading is essentially like, so to me, and this is like, just take this with a grain of salt. To me, the tape is the time of sale, so what the prints are, and the level 2. So combining the level 2 and the time of sale with how it is interacting with each other, this is the tape, right? Most people say the tape is this because this is like a tape, and back in the day, they were writing down the prices, like call it the 1920s, and they had the tape, right? They would write down, kind of move it down, like write down, or you have like the tape at the in New York that like goes across like the building over there, like it's like a tape, right? I think that's kind of where it comes from. But, for me, the overall tape is, the combination of the level 2 interacting with the time of sale, our bids getting hit, our offers getting hit. So just in general, when you're reading the tape, the first thing I will say is prioritize levels. Do not read the tape at random prices. So I'm going to quickly pull up Meta because I haven't looked at it yet today. And Meta is moving higher, okay? So Meta is moving higher. At this point in time, if you're reading the tape on Meta, at this level here, maybe it's not going to provide really good value unless it's like a significant level to play off of, right? And like you're looking at the daily, it's like 168 is like a random level. It's like towards the high of day, but at the same time, it's large caps. It's just kind of everything is trending upwards. So it's like reading the tape here, watching dark pools going off, looking like a little bit of size that comes up on the book. Doesn't really mean anything. Doesn't really mean anything. However, Amazon at 120, a little bit more of a significant area. Amazon having that kind of, not reporting earnings yet, coming out on Thursday, but having that Walmart negative news, look at the tape at 120 and ask yourself, are people selling this over here or is nobody doing anything? It's more of a significant level. It's more of a significant level in my books. I don't know about your books, but that 120 level kind of feels more psychological, feels more important than Meta. And so you're watching the tape at 120. If you see nothing happening at 120, then like there's probably really no trade there. Like I took a short at 120 just because it's like, okay, I'll try the short. It's a decent level. But like every time I glance at the tape here, nothing's happening. It's just dancing around. It's not going lower. It's not going higher. So it's really a no trade. It's like I take the stab, I create a free trade. Okay, I stopped myself out, so I did make a little bit of money. But look at this. Look at this now. Like if I was still in this trade, I would be at break even, right? So it's like you're looking at the tape. It's not doing anything. You do a quick tape read, you understand the level, you put context to it, you understand the day that we're at, the FOMC day, and you're like, you know what, this is a no trade. So for me, tape reading is, like you're managing your trade, you're understanding where is everybody getting in and out, and it really confirms it confirms my trades. It confirms my trades. So find levels, use the tape to find that confirmation, and then size accordingly based on like what's on the tape. Is there a lot of size to play off so you could take more size? Is there no size at all and this thing's whipping around, touching all types of prices? Then you take less size. So that's kind of how I use tape reading. Like find the level first, and then identify what setup it is, and then use a little bit of tape reading to understand, can I fight for price? Am I going to get a good price? Should I like cross? Should I not? And which gateways to use because which kind of venues are printing, right? So you ask yourself all this in tandem, and then this is what creates the trade. And I see Denny saying level 2 data gives me seizures. yeah, it's a little bit of a pain in the you-know-what to tape read, right? Tape reading is what really drains us as traders. It drains me. That's why, I say this all the time. We are mental athletes. And,
well, you don't like to see a million numbers going across the screen every 3 seconds and then trying to understand that?
Absolutely not.
You don't enjoy it?
I do not. It's like video games, kind of. It's like you got to be very, very focused. So many things are happening at once. And you know what the worst thing is trying to tape read something like a Dave, where it's like 0.8267. Then you have the size on the book. Then you have what's printing. Try processing this information in real time. It's impossible, man. It's like you got it changes from 8259 to 8262. The size changes, the colors are going off. I'm just like, you know what? I don't know what the heck's going on here. So like, I know the $1 level is a level because like $1, and like I don't care who's bidding or offering. I'm not trading this unless we get there. I paid for a whole bunch of shorts. I haven't traded it today. I don't really care. I'll just eat the cost. Is what it is. Cost of doing business. But that $1 level, interesting. So if we get there, then you do a little bit of tape reading. You kind of understand, like what changes at that level, and then you go from there.
Sorry, dude, but there's always someone on the other side of the trade. That is right. There's always someone on the other side of the trade. But your next part of the statement, which is level 2, is a joke. Getting newbies to pay for it is not a very valid statement on there. Level 2 is not a joke.
I actually love that question. Can I take that?
Go for it.
Because I love this question. I love it. I get it all the time. My friends ask me all the time, oh, should I pay for the book here, there? What should I do? I tell everybody, do not pay for the book. Do not. Because it makes no sense. Unless you're a day trader, unless you are day trading and you have an edge, or it makes sense to pay for like the depth of book of all these books, it makes absolutely no sense to pay for all these books. Myself as a day trader, I have all the books and I understand what I'm looking for, and it really helps me. It adds so much value. I could never trade without all the books as a day trader.
Information.
Exactly, it's information. But if you're a swing trader, you don't need any of these things because it doesn't matter. It's like you know the level. Like I know a lot of swing traders, and they identify their levels. And they don't care. Like they're putting their orders way ahead of where I would put my orders as a day trader. So like, let's say somebody's buying something at $10, right? And they think, oh, it's going to make a move to like 15 or 17. Like they might put their order at like 1025 or 1031 as a swing trader because they're like, I don't care. I don't want 1001, 1011, 1006, whatever. But as a day trader, I'm like, I'm not getting 1035. I'm going to actually fight for price. So unless you're fighting for price, it makes absolutely no sense to pay for more information. So yes, I agree with you. But understand that this game is complex. There's no like simple quick answer. So like I don't like when people say like, oh, it's just a way for newbies to get like to pay more money. Like I'll be the first one to tell you, like if you're new to trading, you don't need all these books because it's going to be too much information anyways. But as you trade more and get more experience, add more of the books, understand what's happening, understand like which kind of venues print the most, do the most volume. If you're doing like back testing, if you're more of a quant trader, like you want that information. If you're not, then maybe it doesn't make sense. But there's something for everyone. But yes, the cost of all these things does add up. So just make sure that like ask yourself, what am I making per month? what is the cost? Like, it's a business, right? You're running a business, and you ask yourself, like, what am I making per month? Doesn't make sense to spend this much. How much value am I getting out of it? So, there's something for everyone. Don't kind of discredit. I don't like the way that comment was phrased, but at the same time, I agree with you, right? So I love the spiel. I just had to give it there, and not to cut you off or anything, but I'm like, I love this question. I definitely got to take this one.
TNXP is a monkeypox stock,
yeah.
right? So can you do me a favor and talk about that right after this statement, which is, you think this was good?
The tandoori chicken?
Yeah.
I know, I ate it, and I'm like, I know Prad is not going to say this is good or amazing. But for me, I was eating it, I was like, oh yeah, like nice chicken.
Then you need to come over to my house, right? Like this today. I have bomb tandoori chicken that I made myself for my birthday over the weekend that I'm still eating every single day. And even talking about the chicken that I made myself makes my mouth water. Actual spices.
I knew that was the case.
Actual spices that can tingle your mouth. Actual taste. I mean, that being said, this is not bad at all. These are like chicken wings with tandoori flavor. These are actually pretty good. Don't get me wrong, but this is for sure not made by an Indian. I will tell you that right now just by tasting it. This was not made by an Indian cook. I can know just by putting that in my mouth. But it was pretty good to eat. I liked it. The flavor was good. But when you're having tandoori, it's got to be a little bit more cooked. It's got to be a little bit more charred action. I need the barbecue taste on it. I need the smoky flavor. The tandoori itself needs to be seeped into the chicken. It needs to be marinated. Like the chicken, when you take a bite of it, the chicken needs to be red on the inside. And that's not blood. That's the tandoori flavor seeping in because the marination is so well over time. Yeah. Look, you're talking to an Indian guy who makes these chickens at home. And the reason why I bash on the lunch a lot is because I used to be a cook. I used to be a cook in kitchens. I used to make food for people, for myself, even for my family. So I know how hard or how easy some things can be. That is why I go the extra measure to rag on these things. If I was not a cook or any sorts of those levels, then I would be for sure appreciative of everything I'm getting because I wouldn't know. But I know how to make a tandoori chicken, and you're telling me that's tandoori chicken? That's a whitewashed tandoori chicken.
I knew.
Mate.
So okay, obviously, I've had tandoori chicken a few times, and it's been made authentic. So it was really good. Yeah. But obviously, I've only had it a couple times. So I'm eating this. I'm like, oh yeah, this is good. And I love chicken. And shout out to somebody in the chat saying I love chicken and rice. I absolutely love chicken and rice. And somebody else who does as well is the guy who is not behind me, but Sharif. He loves that as well. I'm sure his diet's super clean. I used to eat chicken and rice all the time, but obviously not in training mode anymore. So I kind of switched to pasta espresso. And I quickly see somebody saying something about espresso here. Luca knows about espresso and Prad knows about his chicken. Exactly, and that's the 1-2 punch right there. Espresso and chicken. I could eat that and drink that every single day.
TNXP, a viewer wanted to take a look at TNXP. I think the comment was look at the capitulation or the consolidation. I forget how they phrased the word, but they were talking about look at the sideways action and then it's popping. They were talking about it around $1.60 or so. I don't really trade these low cap, low float stocks much, especially these monkeypox stocks. I haven't touched SIGA at all, not a single trade on SIGA, but he has actually looked at TNXP, SIGA, and GovX and so on. So it's better that he takes a look at for TNXP for the viewer that was asking me instead.
Yeah, sure. So the first thing that stands out to me on TNXP is why would you be trading TNXP when other names are doing more volume? You don't want to be involved in names that are going to have a very, very tight range and not move for you, right? Because the thing is as a momentum trader, and I'm assuming you're a momentum trader, as a momentum trader, you need to be in things that move up and down, right? Because you're either going to be wrong and you get out of the trade, or you're going to be right, it's going to actually move for you. You have that kind of consolidation at 160, but then where did it really, let's just say you were taken along here, right? It only moved 10 cents. So it's yeah, maybe you take really, really big size on it, and you could argue that, yeah, I'm still making my money, but keep in mind that it's only done 11, 12 million shares traded, right? So it's you don't want to be taking big size on a name that's not moving and not doing a lot of volume. So that's basically the thing. And Frank Jones, exactly. Volume, velocity, volatility. You need to be in things that are moving. And the way that you identify that, in case you're a newer trader who who is kind of struggling, like, oh, which names should I look at? Because obviously a lot of things are moving and you want to prioritize. Simply look at volume, right? There's no way to predict what the volume will be on the day, but GovX being another monkeypox play, SIGA being another monkeypox play, you know, you ask yourself, do I want to trade an $18 stock? Do I want to trade a $3 stock? Do I want to trade a $1 stock? So if you're trading TNXP, I'm going to make the assumption that you like the cheaper stocks. So, you know, it kind of feels like GovX was more in play, like a little more in play. I didn't trade it today, but look at that $2 level. Assuming you were kind of playing off that level, giving it to like 210, like you had the move at $2. It moved down 25 cents. So that's a 25% move. Not bad at all, not bad at all. And traded 62 million shares traded. So you're going to be able to take a little bit more size. You're going to be able to hold for that move because it's going to move in that direction a little more quick as opposed to things that are not moving. And somebody else saying, so hopefully that covers it for you. I have no thoughts on it, but you know, you always want to be in things that are moving. Needs the velocity. Spy moon mission started. I think I'm gonna say the moon mission, you know, maybe you're ahead of the game, maybe you're from the future, but the moon mission starts at 4,000. If we break 4,000 and go, then we're on a moon mission to 4,100, 4,200, 4,300. Would love to see it. Save everyone's portfolios. But, you know, if we don't get above 4,000, this is the top, right? This is the top. 4,000, huge level. I mean, in my books, just because it's 4,000. And then we go down. And if we break what kind of feels like the bottomish area, call it like 39.30. If we get through 39.30 on the ES, like, oh, baby, watch out. Watch out below. We're going for a 3,700 test potentially. And then who knows what happens next, right? Who knows what happens next? But, you know, maybe we dance around, maybe we go higher and then sell off. But I want to tell myself that, look, if we are going to really sell off, like that could potentially come in October, which is kind of far away from today. It is still summer trading, right? So continue to tell yourself summer trading, you know, there maybe not 5 days a week. Is there going to be amazing setups to trade? So size accordingly. But, you know, summer trading, right? Some days could be amazing, but some days could be slow, right? But not today. Today, Fed day, I'm just waiting. I'm chilling. I'm saving my risk. I see PGY inching back up, not below 20. Let's quickly have a look at this. That VWAP bounce. Oh, man, if this goes for a push through 25, that'll be insane. That'll be insane.
Microsoft did actually manage to break 265. Look how many times I had to fight to get into this long. Did not have a chance to. So just going to let the stock play out without me at the moment, I guess, as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are at the high days. And actually NASDAQ creating a new high day, finally clearing that 12,450 barrier to the north side. And you see what happened with Google. I mean, one of the traders on the floor smashed that trade and absolutely killed the long on Google today. Congratulations to my buddy over there. Check out, sir?
Talking about me?
No, Spencer.
Oh, did he kill it?
Yeah,
all
he
the way
killed
up?
it. TTD. Check out TTD. So let's go to TTD. You're a legend too, Luca. You know that, right?
I like to call myself a legend in the making, you know?
Is it a new class coming in? Looks like we got a new class coming in. So a bunch of new traders on the floor, new faces maybe for you guys to see eventually. But a new class for Brankles and Dwight Schrute over there, basically. Brankles and Greg to train on, and hopefully brand new successful traders for us to party with as soon as they graduate. We've yet to party Ian's graduation, right?
We're waiting. I can't wait. I hope it happens in Vegas.
Yeah, I think we were planning to go ROM or something, right? But Vegas sounds for sure way better.
Oh man,
so we'll
I'm in for Vegas. We go to Vegas. I'm there. It's gonna be a great time. I don't know if any of you guys are watching from Vegas, but if we come through, I expect a A++, 10 out of 10, good time. You know, I've never been to Vegas.
Yeah.
I've never been to Vegas,
Yep.
and I want to go to Vegas. And everyone tells me, you know, it's going to cost you. So, you know, I get that, though. I get that. It's always a lot of fun. And anytime the casino is involved, I know it's going to be expensive. And, yeah, what's going up from Vegas, I see people saying now, hopefully everyone's good, enjoying. I don't know if the weather's good over there. I'm assuming it's always good in Vegas. That's my
Vegas,
assumption.
baby.
It's Vegas, baby. Yeah, exactly. I have my friend. She's always in Vegas all the time, partying, sending me snaps, sending me Instagram videos. Super jealous. And whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Yeah, you know, except for the Snapchats that all the girls sent to me. But, you know, whatever. Anyways, back to stocks over here. Let's take a look. SIGA, where is this? At 18. Kind of slow. Yeah, kind of slow here, not really moving too much. Yeah, guys, you don't want to be in names that are not really moving unless you have a very strong conviction with it, right? You don't want to be in names that are not really moving. But let's take a look quickly at Dave, which seems to be moving lower. And I guess that 95 area, man, if I smashed full size over there, I would just be laughing right now.
I have a funny comment. People in Indian slums are eating better tandoori chicken than this.
Yeah.
And Fahad just had some chicken just now, and he's speaking to my ear, and he's basically saying, yeah, that chicken's it's edible though, but it's That's exactly what I said. He said it in a way but nicer way. He's a good guy. I just have to be me with a little bit of I gotta add masala in my words too. I'm Indian. I gotta add some flair to my sentences, some masala. A TTD. I don't know if you looked at that one, but people in the chat were looking at TTD. Look at this volume spike on TTD not too long ago, taking out the high a day, now playing around 46.50 levels. Looks like we're actually going to get under 46 right now on TTD. What even is this stock? Is this TD Ameritrade? Trade Desk.
Trade Desk.
Yeah. What is Ameritrade again? AMTD or something?
Oh, I have no idea. I've never traded both of those names.
Ameritrade. Oh well, whatever. I know they have their own ticker, but doesn't matter. TTD Trade Desk currently up 7% to the north side with a good amount of volume behind it too. But let's go see what that volume is on the relative volume scale. 1.4, so not even 2. And I would bet you right now, stocks like Google and them are doing around 2. So there you go, 1.93 for Google. Microsoft doing 2.0. Apple doing less than 1. I already know that without even pulling this up, less than 1. And I know that just by trading the stock. I'm in that stock for more than 30-40 minutes now, and I've only made 30 cents on Apple today after being in it for like 40 minutes. So that just I can already see the lack of volume in Apple compared to Microsoft or Google and so on. Maybe they're waiting for Apple earnings report to come out to actually start moving them around. Ameritrade already merged with Charles Schwab. That makes sense.
Yeah, speaking of things that are sideways, like right now, I'm like, where's Amazon? Is it up? Is it down? Nope, still right at that 119.80 area, dancing around, holding this level. So I guess there's no real sellers that are selling it down, but there's no real buyers that are buying it up, right? So it is in that channel area. So if we get a break of that, and the overall market wants to turn lower, then, maybe we start to sell off. See, one of the things I'm thinking about is like we had the strong move up and everything was strong, Google strong, Microsoft strong. But and this is me, that's why I'm not trading, because I'm not gonna trade off my predictions. But at the first sign of weakness, could we potentially erase these whole gains? I don't know, maybe. I feel like this market, it's the closer, it's the faster we pick up steam, the faster it moves in that direction. Because, obviously nobody can really make up their mind in this market. Everybody doesn't really know what's gonna happen next. Somebody before was saying Tesla. But again, Tesla in this range, still dancing around here. I guess it held this level, which is pretty solid if you're long from 806 area. But I have no idea where we go from here. Maybe get some support at the 810 area, but that could easily break, right? And Tesla, only 14 million shares traded. Could be more. And every single stock that I'm bringing up is at the same level that I looked at it an hour ago, which is you got Meta 168 still. Microsoft still below that 265 area, sort of a double top there, and was resistance. So maybe Microsoft gets back down to 264, 263.50 area. That would be interesting, but I'm not really sure if I want to hit the short. Give this some time. If we consolidate a little bit and can't get back above 265, maybe the short here will be good. I'll keep this on my radar. And Apple, not a trade today for me, not a trade. I mean, it's sort of like that slanted, lower, wants to break VWAP, psych, back up, and then maybe we get a 154 bounce again. But for me, it's a slower trade. I'm going to stay away from that one. I think I'm done looking at Google, and the reason for that being is because I'm very upset the way that I tried to trade this. I should have just waited for that leg up. That would have been solid. Butchered the trade, and now, the more I look at it, maybe I will, maybe let me just casually, we're not going to talk about these anymore. Take the fills off the screen there and, let that one continue to do its thing there. And yeah, GovX still rejecting that 2 area. So for anybody watching GovX, watching the monkeypox plays, prioritizing the lower price stocks as opposed to the higher price stocks, you know, rejecting that 2 area. But, you know, keep in mind, volume dying down a little bit, probably going to stay within this range. Bottomed out at 170 before, so you got that support there. And obviously you got the resistance 2 going up to like 210 area. But again, it's slow, not really moving now, not something that personally I would get involved in. You know, I think, you know, you could argue hot chick of the day being a Dave or BWV. BWV, pretty exciting at that $4 level, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't pay for shorts here. See, I looked at PGY, BWV, and GOVX, and Dave, and I was like, okay, I need to pick one. Which am I picking? Large caps are in play. I must just pick one, and that's going to be on the side for me. And I picked Dave because I thought if we get to 1, that's going to get really, really exciting. We didn't get to 1. I didn't even trade it today, and didn't trade BWV. And look at this. Up to $4, and then the reversal back down to like, this is clean. This is clean all the way back down to like 340. That gave you 60 cents on a $4 rejection like that. It doesn't get any clearer than that. Super upset that I didn't take this one. Super upset that I didn't take PGY off the morning. That was so solid into the halt. Doesn't get better than that. You know, you're not going to hit them all. I'm up on the day. It feels like I'm down. It feels like I'm down. I feel like I lost. But, you know, just going to keep reminding myself that, you know, Fed is incoming. So there's going to be more opportunities going into the close. And Neil and Sean will bring that fire to you because I think we're wrapping up in about an hour so that, you know, you guys, they can come in hot with the fire at 2 o'clock, talk about the news. And, yeah, I could definitely focus myself to kind of see what's moving there. And, you know, but remind myself I'm not going to be dancing with algos.
What do you mean, man? I like to cha-cha and put the tango on the dance floor every second.
No,
so.
no, I told my analogy. Do you remember the
going to a dance floor?
Remember when I said the robots are dancing ahead of you?
Yeah.
And they make it seem like there's a dance floor.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the closer you get, the further away they are. And then they're like, hey, and then it's like the music stops.
It's an oasis.
Yeah, I'm like, no, yeah, exactly. I'm like, no,
yeah.
Not for me. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna, you know, wait for setups to confirm themselves. Not gonna just jump in randomly.
These robots with their fake oasis, man. I've had the pleasure to be part of too many of those already so far. So yes, being patient is probably the right thing to do. For example, right now, I'm sure Microsoft and I'm sure Google and these trades honestly just came out of patience. I waited till the market showed me any sort of weakness, and looks like the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ just now showing us a little bit of a weakness, not too much. So Microsoft short 15 cents in the money, 25 cents in the money. Google short 12 cents in the money. Walmart sadly 22 cents out of the money. So I'm letting Walmart play against me a little bit over here. Apple 23 cents in the money, but Apple hasn't done anything for us all day for the most part. What are your thoughts on Netflix today? Straight up and nowhere other but up. So let's go check out Netflix over here. Here's a stock that I did say I don't see Netflix going back under 200. For those of you who were loading up shorts on Netflix not too long ago, woo! Microsoft 50 cents in the money off that short. I'm sorry I got distracted. Time to take some money, baby. Time to profit some money on Microsoft to the downside over here. But moving back to Netflix, you know, I remember a lot of you guys saying, go short Netflix, go short Netflix. It's going to go to 200. Sadly, we are day traders. We have to close our trade at 4 o'clock every day, so I won't be able to capitalize on that move to 200. But I did say I don't see Netflix going back to 200 anytime soon. Netflix has been getting beaten up quite a bit. On the day of earnings report, we saw Netflix just straight rocket launch to the north side. That was telling us that somebody knew something, and that somebody ain't me, because I wasn't long on Netflix that day. So why would I bother shorting Netflix when I can clearly see insider trading before earnings report coming out? Then I can see the earnings report coming out and helping the stock out a little bit more. Now I'm just only thinking about long off of 200 or even more long off of the bottoms of 170, 150 areas. So Netflix now clearly launching to the upside. Why even bother thinking about a short on a stock like this, which has been so ridiculously strong? There's been zero drops on the stock all day. Now that the market is coming off a little bit, we might just be able to come off on Netflix over here, but I'm not bothering with shorting a stock so strong on the day like today.
So L-Fly is now open, had that halt there, and you know, I'm gonna just repeat this to myself and for anybody else who wants to listen. How do they open it at the same price that it halted at? every single time. I don't know how they do that. It blows my mind. Anybody who knows how they do that, please let me know. I'm always open to learning. And there was actually a quote that I read yesterday, amazing quote. When you start learning, you lose the L. As you continue to learn, you lose the L. So write that one down. As you continue to learn, you lose the L. Then you start to earn. Then you start to make the money. So if you are not learning, you know, prioritize that.
When you posted that, I thought you were talking about you lose the L, like you lose the losses. Oh man, now my brain just exploded. You lose the L, that means you start earning. Sheesh.
There you go.
When you sent that yesterday, I thought it was just you lose the L like you lose the losses.
And I wrote it down for you. Yeah, it takes a second, but you know, absolutely crazy. So yeah, I definitely want to learn how they do that. So please let me know if you are a market maker watching this show. Please give me a call. You know, message me on the side somehow. I need to know how you guys do that. It blows my mind every single time. But at the same time, to any new traders out here, I will tell you, don't try to understand these things. Don't. It doesn't make sense. You don't get paid enough to do that. Just react to price action. That's how you get paid. Personally, I'm like, I love the industry. I've been in the industry for a while. So I love to learn. I love to kind of soak up more information. So yeah, that's kind of me. But yeah, for you, I would say as a trader, and you know, kind of, you know, like just make sure that you're reacting to moves and don't ask too many questions. You know, it's people like to ask a lot of questions and understand these things. Don't understand them, because there's a lot of the times it's very, very complex. Not to say that you won't understand them, but it doesn't help your trading. Trading is all about risk management. It's about prioritizing what makes more sense and how you make money, right? React. We do not predict here. As a trader, I'm not predicting. I'm just reacting to what's happening. So, you know, going back to the Fed meeting coming out, the interest rate decision that we're expecting 75 basis points. If it comes out 75 basis points, I'm probably making no trade. But if it comes out 100 basis points, 1%, or 50 basis points, I'm going to react to that reaction because it's going to be wild, right? So as I say that, let's quickly take a look here to see the update. I did not check this today yet. CME interest rate probability. For anybody that doesn't know, you go on the CME's website. They show you what the market is anticipating, right? So I'm sure I cover this all the time, so I'm sure a lot of you guys know this. But just look at this. This number always changes, right? So the market is anticipating 76% chance of 75 basis point hike, right? So it's basically saying if 75 basis point comes out, no one will be offside. It will not be a surprise. However, there's a 22% chance, 23.7% chance of a 1% hike, right? So the thing is if they do hike by 1%, the market is going to be like, wow, we did not expect that. And that's where the reaction comes into place, right? If, on the other hand, they say, okay, no, 50 basis points is enough, and oh, by the way, we're dialing it down, and we're only going to do 50 basis point hikes going forward, which would be like dovish per se. It'll be super kind of bullish overall for prices in general, not for particular names in general, but just in general, like the way that kind of the mechanics takes place. Then, you know, that's going to catch people offside. Maybe we get an extreme push higher. So, you know, Fed is coming out, interest rate at 2 o'clock sharp. Then 2:30, you got Powell coming out saying a whole bunch of things, and people try to digest that information, and then things are going to move from there. But, you know, always good to keep an eye on what the market expects, because, you know, as a trader, you are reacting to what is happening, right? And the best way to react is to understand how people are positioned and then react accordingly, right? If everybody is in a trade, you hear this all the time. Oh, it's an overcrowded trade. What does that mean? Everybody's long. It's an overcrowded trade. Okay, well, if you're long too, maybe it's working for you, but good luck trying to get out of that one at a good price. And that's kind of the vibe that I got when I was looking at Google this morning, because, you know, it was an overcrowded trade. Everybody knew the same thing. So it's like you had that move towards 111. And then you had people just jamming it down, trying to get out of their size. So it's like good luck trying to get like a really, really good size. You get one chance at it, right? If you get 2, 3, 4 chances, not an overcrowded trade. You got the right idea. It's awesome. So, you know, overall in general, as a trader, you want to kind of find your niche. You don't want to be following, you know, anybody else. You want to be like, you don't want to be in overcrowded trades. And going back to that FOMC analogy that I was making, if it's a 100% chance of 75 basis point hike, it comes out 75 basis point hike, you know, there's no surprise there. So like nothing's really going to happen. So any move that happens could probably be faded. And, you know, but obviously like people are going to understand that as well. You know, no free lunch in this business. But yeah, it'll be really exciting to see what happens. I mean, my guess, 75 basis point hike. And, you know, I think if we do see any moves, we'll get a nice move, you know, at a 230. Maybe Powell says some stuff that moves some things, and then we kind of go from there.
Sean, you were from Brampton. You know what tandoori is. Come on, man.
What do you mean?
Like this is not bad, but tandoori, come on, man. Tandoori. Tandoori is, come on, man. Come on, Sean. Listen, it's like I gotta take you back to Brampton, bro. I gotta take you back to Brampton now, Sean. Come on, man. So this is what it's supposed to look like, right? This is tandoori. My favorite right here, achari. That's my favorite, or even lemon chicken. Where's the Afghani? Afghani's nuts. I love the Afghani one too. So I gotta take.
No, our chicken is not good.
I don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. But you know, it's. I gotta take you back to Brampton, big dog. I gotta make you try some actual Indian flavors once again. It's like you forgot what Indian food tastes like, maybe. All right. Coming back from the food talk over there, I just wanted to make have some fun with Sean there. Whoa, okay, Google. Finally, Google is paying me some money. So is Microsoft. Microsoft's $1 in the money on the shorts. Google is about to be 70 cents in the money on the shorts. So let's cash out some money over here. Cash me outside. How about that, Microsoft? Google also paying me some money. I typed the ticker wrong. GOOGL. Let's take some more profits on this stock too. Look at that shorts playing out on the S&P 500 futures. It's not time in the market, it's timing the market when you're day trading, but then vice versa the other way around. It's time in the market, not timing the market when you're swing trading or long trading. So I timed the market short over here. I waited all day for the bear in me to wake up. He's out of hibernation right now. You see the energy levels when the shorts are on the board, when the longs are on for me, not that much energy for some reason, but the shorts are paying off. Trader Bear is out of hibernation. We're slapping these shorts out right now to the downside. $1 in the money on Microsoft, 70 cents in the money on Google, and Walmart, sadly, 30 cents out of the money. Walmart, bring it back down, baby. Bring it back down.
Bring it back down. Hopefully you guys banked on those shorts because those were super clean. You know, that Microsoft fall off, extra clean. Google finally breaking back down. You know, could not hold, broke down, super clean if you took that short there. And what is the last one that I wanted to say? Amazon also falling off. So everything's falling off here, right? And you know, I mean, it's obviously, you know, markets.
It's the fall off before the FOMC and then launch.
This is the thing. It's like as things go higher, it's like this is my speculation, but like as things go higher into like a catalyst, everyone's like, oh my God, somebody knows something. Things are moving. It's going higher. It looks good. And then as it reverses, everyone's like, wait a second, what's going on? It's high. It's coming back down. So it's like you're getting the range, you're getting the moves. What a time to be a day trader. Absolutely insane, absolutely amazing. Things are moving. And, you know, when things are moving, I'm grooving, that's for sure.
Things are moving, we are grooving, that's for sure the way it's supposed to be. You know, better move with the move or you're going to be left behind. Money is pouring into the market all day, baby. So let's move and groove with the market here. S&P 500, as mentioned, is coming down sadly right now a little bit, but we're not too far away from VWAP. VWAP looks like it's at 39.70. We're at 39.77, and I expect S&P 500 to maybe bounce off of VWAP, allowing us to actually go test that 4K level today at 2:30 or so when Papa Powell comes in and starts being very bullish about the market. At least that's what we're expecting. You know, we saw the tech sector come in, kind of save the market, even with negative earnings, but positive guidance. I believe that's what saved the market over there. We're still waiting to see how Apple reports will come out. We do know that Apple has not guided the forecast since what, 2020?
I have no idea.
Apple hasn't guided for like 2 years or maybe 1 year or so. So I'm expecting Apple to come out with the same thing. They're not going to guide anything, but it's their numbers of iPad sales and iPhone sales and everything that I want to really focus in on. Did they go up? If they went up, by how much? Are people lining up across the mall to get that brand new iPhone that every time it drops? So all of these variables for Apple will be a key thing to focus on, especially especially in high inflationary periods right now, is the consumer spending still there where it used to be, or as Walmart previously mentioned, is it completely slowing down? If it's slowing down, then that means, people are being careful as to where they want to spend their money in. Obviously, money is going to be more expensive in terms of day by day as inflation keeps on going up and cost of living goes up and everything. Walmart needs to raise prices apparently. Spotify already raising prices, so you got lucky with the family plan there because you pay for like $15.99 for 4 accounts or something, or 2.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I pay $9.99 for 1, so I'm getting scammed over here from Spotify.
Just pay the extra $5
I
and
know,
give it to
just pay
people.
it extra and give it to people.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about teaming up with a couple friends to do that, but I never ended up going that route. But now that I see you doing it, maybe Shuri, if you want to team up with the family account on Spotify. He's got Spotify already. Well, how about you and I cancel it and open a family account together?
Because we're all family over here.
That's right.
Because we're all family over here. And Bears and Bulls in the chat saying mass layoffs coming, in my honest opinion. Yeah, it's kind of the general theme overall. Everybody's slowing hiring. Layoffs are next to come. Things are not looking good. What a time to be a trader. What a time. I got the Guinness family plan. I'm not sure what that means, but I see that you're Irish, so I know that you drink Guinness. I love Guinness, drink it all the time. I definitely try to get one Guinness a night when I'm drinking beer, just to kind of switch it up from,
every night?
No, not every. No, but when I'm drinking beers,
okay,
I'm drinking a Guinness. Love Guinness for sure. And I bet some buyers have been waiting for their moment to add. Oh yeah, for sure. People are always adding to their long-term portfolios. You don't always get. I think I was actually talking to Greg the other day. Actually earlier, I should say earlier this year, when Microsoft first announced earnings and dipped down, and he had a sick long play off the bottom and then kind of whipsaw back, and he looks at me and he goes, you don't always get not every day do you get an opportunity to buy Microsoft at these levels, right? But go figure. Now you had ample opportunities to buy it at these levels. But the overall theme with this kind of ideology is that, look, Microsoft, even though selling off, even though at 250 yesterday, like they're back at 264. Who's really selling Microsoft down to 200? And if it gets there, people are buyers, right? People are buyers. So like the strong names are strong. Nobody's really selling them. People average into their positions for long-term kind of portfolio management. So, there's no real people that are selling. You get the extension to the upside, you get the kind of the move back down to the downside, but obviously, there's no real sellers at some points, right? You kind of feel silly if you're selling Microsoft, at the lows, and then it kind of bounces back 20 points, and you're like, oh, damn, okay,
look at this number. 76% of operating systems around the world from 2013 to 2022 by month.
Yeah,
Windows.
Yeah, exactly. It's, Microsoft's not going nowhere. Yeah. Neither is Apple. Neither is Google. Google, definitely not going nowhere. So, interesting to watch. And people, we didn't really talk about Meta today that much. Somebody said, what do we think in general about, what should I think, refer to myself here, what do I think about Meta earnings? So, I don't know. I actually don't know. But in general, if it's going to follow the overall trend in kind of advertisements, maybe they kind of go up, right? Like I remember watching Meta last year, and off earnings they sold off extra hard, but obviously a different type of market, and it was super clean. After hours trade was super clean. They sold off really hard, but then more recently they kind of came out with their numbers, and they had a really, really strong bounce to the upside, and there was really good opportunities there. So up or down, I have no idea what's going to happen next. But at this point, Microsoft up, Google up, so I'm going to say Meta up.
Yeah. I don't know. I actually have no clue. Meta.
Well, I don't have an idea either, but I just take a guess.
So bearish about Meta. The only thing I like about Meta is their metaverse side of their future.
Which is losing tons of money.
Everything else besides that, I'm just so bearish about Meta. I'm a big anti-Facebook. I'm big anti-Instagram. I'm big anti-WhatsApp. So it's like I just don't have anything that I like from Meta except for the fact that their Oculus headset and how much they want to pursue into the metaverse side of the world. Besides that, I have nothing good to say about them. So when my mama said, if you have nothing good to say about anything, just shut up and just move on from it. So we'll just have to wait to see what Meta Platform's earning report comes out, and we'll trade the volume, we'll trade the moves, we'll trade the direction, the trend, but I have nothing good to say about them, so I'll just shut up. Moving on from Metaverse, though, something that I do like is GitLab. I'm still waiting for GitLab earnings. I don't know if Stop Console Wars is in the chat today. Stop. He's not in the chat today, but he's the one who usually reminds me to go long on GitLab as we are pushing closer to my required average price, which is 45 or 30. If we go back to 30, honestly, I'm going to love it because I said I'd go long over here. I didn't do it. I said I'd go long over here. I didn't do it. So this time around, maybe I will remember to actually do it and go long on GitLab. This is a company that holds repositories for coding languages. So if anyone of you know what GitHub is, it got bought out by Microsoft not too long ago. Sorry. Who owns GitHub? Microsoft. Yeah. It got bought out by Microsoft not too long ago, and GitHub is actually one of the biggest repositories for programming languages. A lot of people who code, they put their code on GitHub. GitLab is basically a competitor to that. I could see GitLab in the near future getting bought out by like Google or something as a competition to GitHub. So very good company over here, very good stock. That's why I want to be investing in it. But my mind cannot accept putting some money into these ranges when the stock IPO'd around here. So I would much rather wait for it to come a little bit lower and then go long. But right now, GitLab is holding at the 50 period and the 100 period EMA. This is my stock for the earnings season personal account.
Yeah, good. Like speaking of personal accounts, I got some thinking to do. Somebody asking, Luca, could you please check HUM? They had good earnings report this morning. Sure, HUM. Not really sure what this company is. Sorry? Humana. Oh, and what do they do? Oh, healthcare. I don't deal with any. Oh man. Okay. So first thing I'll say.
You don't deal with it?
No. First thing I'll say, when it comes to healthcare, the trades are seldom. Not every day is healthcare going to give you a trade the way that, for example, Apple will, or Facebook, or like tech as an example, or small caps. Healthcare is one of those kind of sectors that it's definitely for me it's more of a swing trade. If you have some type of kind of overall idea of what's going to happen, or how you're positioning your overall portfolio. But in terms of a day trade perspective, which is what I wanted to comment on, negative earnings. It's down I'm assuming down 4% today. But look at this, right? But look at this. One, look at the chart, chopping around. This is a name that I would not want to get involved in. It did not even trade 1 million shares today. Mind you, the notional is probably relatively the same as kind of the overall average, but spread 32 cents, not really moving around, ranging, very difficult trade, not something that you want to trade from a day trade perspective. Trade the things that are in play. And I'm not sure if you're saying what is the overall ideology on this name and where I think it's going, but just quickly kind of glancing at this, I don't really look at healthcare too much. Like the times that I do look at it, are the times when the vaccine, it's like the vaccine trade. Like I'll just kind of generalize it. You got the vaccine trade. So it's like, multi-day runners, extra strong. You have the news coming out and then, the catalyst, and then it's like a buy the rumor, sell the news, or sell the rumor, buy the news back. But then it kind of dies off, right? And then it doesn't really move around. So, when it's in play, I like to trade it. But when it isn't in play, it's a very difficult trade, and you're probably going to lose on it because there's no volume. So it's one thing that I tell myself, I stay away from those names. We're getting Pfizer earnings coming up, I think Thursday before the bell, if I'm not mistaken. And it's going to be interesting to see how they trade. But from my experience, when I do look at Pfizer, when it is moving, it doesn't move the way that I want to see things move, right? I'm definitely like a very aggressive momentum trader. So I like trading Google. It traded very well on earnings. I'm expecting the same kind of like sharp moves on like Amazon, on Apple. But like with Pfizer, more of like a value play. Like not a lot of people are trading it very aggressively. So you're not going to get those sharp moves. So it's more of like take the size that you're comfortable taking and wait for the move to happen. Which as you guys see, I'm here, I'm answering questions, I'm watching the tape, I'm waiting for those sniper moments. And I want to get paid, right? I want to get paid. So, I'm in, I'm out. But in terms of being patient with the trade, I have trouble with that. So I kind of stay away from those names. So HUM is something from a day trading perspective I would definitely stay away from.
Going to the chat over here. Thank you, Luca, for the Amazon short. Yeah, buddy, let's go. Glad that one of us, one of the viewers was able to tag along on that trade and make some money for themselves. Coming back to a couple of my positions over here, Microsoft 80 cents now, Google 60 cents now, so they're pretty much in the same range where I took my last few exits. So I'm just holding on to them over here to see if S&P 500 can push to VWAP, so I can take a little bit more to the profit direction. But I think the market might have just cooled off over here. Keep in mind it is now 1 o'clock. In 1 hour, you will have your FOMC meeting, FOMC notes that will be dropping, and then the conference, which will be at 2:30. Thankfully for you guys, though, we'll be ending the show in the next 30 minutes or so, sending you off to the closing show before 2 o'clock, 30 minutes before 2 o'clock to be specific. So you guys can get the idea behind FOMC and what Sean and Neil and Brendan, the professional traders, are looking for behind FOMC over there. And then exactly at 2 o'clock, you'll be able to see them trade live in action, all the moves and all the fun that will be happening with that trade catalyst over there that a lot of the traders are potentially waiting for. Some of this move that we're actually watching right now on the S&P 500, oops, I typed that in the chat. Let me type it over here and said S&P 500 is possibly, some of this move that we're getting to the downside is possibly because the longs that were in play today, and the longs are very much in play today, are thinking about taking profits. They don't want to hold. Let's say if you're 1,000 shares long on Apple, or not Apple, Microsoft or Google, right? You're 1,000 shares long on Microsoft or Google, knowing that FOMC is coming up at 2 o'clock, there's a good chance you take out 75% or even all of it for a profit, and then get net neutral on your positions as the market comes back down for the FOMC move. Because there's a good chance that you're long right down here for 1,000 shares on Google. Google pops up the way right like it did. You don't realize anything, and then FOMC is bad. It comes back down and it goes against you. And while you just sat there, watched Google go in the money, $7, $8, whatever it was, not realizing a single dollar. So a good chance of a good reason or a good theory behind why we're watching this come down over here is because longs are taking profit before FOMC. Once FOMC starts, that's when you'll see people reloading into new trades, new positions. And even though lunchtime has come to official end, it's 106, it's 102 right now, sorry. Lunchtime has come to an official end. I don't think we will see a big ramp up in volume until that 2 o'clock marker. But it's time for us to send it over to Big B at the big screen for a volume leaderboard.
Hey guys, yeah, as expected, ahead of the Fed decision, pretty quiet afternoon developing here. Under an hour to go. Remember, we're back in less than that, coming up at 1:30. We'll take you through to 2 o'clock. Here's the lay of the land right now. So 10,746 listings on this board, 6,800 of which are in positive territory, 2,700 to the downside today, 1,141. Basically little changed on the day. Look at this though, 966 new lows versus only 86 new highs currently. Dave wins the day. Top of the board here for volume, 99, almost about to go 100 million on the day, 78-cent stock, obviously, but all kinds of volume for Dave today to the upside. TQ is on here as well, as they typically are, 66 million. A little bit further down, Snapchat, I noticed. A lot of volume on Snap so far today. Not really doing a lot. It is down on the session, but 56 million so far for Snap. There's that Cryptide, TYDE on here. LFLY, little, I believe that is a EV-related stock. Top of the board today, PZN and that BWV as well, back to the upside. But pretty positive session according to this right now. Guys, back to you.
Is the Fed news coming at 2 p.m. EST or PST? So anytime we're talking about times, specific time, it's always going to be EST because we live in Toronto, Eastern Standard Time, which also happens to be New York Standard Time. So New York Standard Time, time in New York. So time in Toronto and time in New York, which is where the markets operate in. We always mention it in New York time, basically. So EST, Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. is when the notes will drop. 2:30 EST is when the meeting will be happening. And I believe Luca has a comment that he wants to address.
So there's, Thomas said it, the Fed will announce today that the USA is returning to a gold standard. That would be insane. So I don't believe that. I don't think that's happening. But here's my thought of the day. They had the announcement that they found more gold that has ever been mined in the world, or that exists, in wherever they found like 13 trillion tons. So that's what basically sent gold down. And I want to bring up quickly the daily over here just to kind of show you guys the price shock that took place. It's like it was holding that level, right? Then the news came out. Very, very, like, obviously, think about it this way, right? If there's one piece of gold in the world, and then they're like, hey, we found 3 pieces of gold.
Uganda?
Then, you know, that, wherever it was, Uganda or some, exactly, Uganda, whoever's mentioning that. And so, you know, obviously that's negative because now there's more supply of whatever it is. And so obviously price goes down. So look at that price reaction from what, this is just GLD, so arbitrary number, but from 170 down to 160. So like very strong move relative to like all the other moves that take place. And, you know, I was always bullish on gold. I thought, you know, gold going up, like we'll see what happens, like a long-term trade. But going back to that comment, the Fed will announce the return to the gold standard. Could you imagine that I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know if they actually found this huge reserve of gold. I would love to see it confirmed. You know, people are saying, yes, it is true. People are saying, no, it's not true. You know, I read kind of the headlines the same way you guys do. And like, I don't know. I'm not 100% certain. But like, just kind of speculation here. Could you imagine it's not true and they just said that to kind of spark the sell-off in gold, buy all the gold, buy even more gold, absorb all of that, and then come out later and be like, yep, we're going back to the gold standard. And by the way, we have all the gold to do it, right? We have all the gold. Like, obviously, they're sitting on a whole ton of gold, but or more than a ton, but sitting on a whole lot of gold. But, you know, that would be a savage play. Like, that would be, like, super extremely savage. So wanted to touch upon that comment, made me laugh, and I just thought about that. But, you know, I have my thoughts. And, again, in the business of being wrong, I'm probably going to be wrong on this one as well. But I thought it was a little bit of a funny kind of, you know, idea there. And one other thing that I wanted to mention here as well that let me just quickly, oh no, I think I lost it actually. I'm not sure what else, but yeah, okay.
I'm going to close my Apple long here at 30 cents in the money, man. This stock has done nothing useful for me. I'm actually falling asleep even looking at this position. I'm going to take my profits, call it a day. But more importantly, Walmart now working for us. Walmart only 7 cents in the money. I thought it said 20 cents in the money, so it looks like we might have popped up a little bit. But Microsoft and Google, 80 cents in the money for both of them, as the S&P 500 is actually pushing towards that VWAP now, as I said that would be good for my shorts. So we are pushing to the downside. That means I get to hold on to my Microsoft short a little bit longer. And as we push down to that 263 level on Microsoft, which has been the absolute beautiful spot to go longs on all day, might be time to cover my shorts at 263, flip back into a long. And ooh, now that I'm thinking about actually, we got FOMC coming out at 2 o'clock. So maybe I won't be flipping into long into anything. I'll just be patient, wait till the 2 o'clock catalyst to come in, wait for the volume, wait for the algos to finish algoing out, wait for the algos to finish de-whacking, and then I will get into the play when Papa Powell is on the news channels himself talking about the Sabre printers or the you know, Xerox printers. Actually, Xerox printers are kind of trash now, aren't they? It's all about Canon and HP and Brother. I see a lot of Brother. What printer do we have at the office? Kyocera? Never even heard that one. So, yeah, so at this point, you know, Xerox is kind of dead too. But man, what is not dead, hopefully, is this market. I would like this market to launch to that 4K level. Hopefully, we break 4K today. That would be an absolute call out right there. I want to go long on the futures, honestly, but I don't want to go long on 39.70. I'd much rather go long on the futures at 39.50. So maybe the futures come in, they move around the market crazily. We go down to 39.50 or even 39.20 because that was the level yesterday. And then I get to take my long from one of these levels right into the north side on the futures. That is, granted that Papa Powell was bullish. And let me just get out of my Microsoft shorts here.
So guys, let's quickly talk about Meta real quick.
Hold? I just got out. I'll hold Google then. Google.
Let's quickly talk about Meta. I just Googled Meta very quickly because I was like, I wonder what the implied volatility is on this move. And the first thing that comes up, and this was written today at 12:30, 36 minutes ago, option trader makes $1 million bet against Meta into earnings. And, you know, you can read the article for yourself, but essentially somebody bought 1,500 puts July 29th, so expiring this week and this Friday at the 147 strike for a 1.1 million premium. Oh my goodness. I feel like I know this person. That's so savage. Oh my God. Whoever took this bet, the best of luck to you. That is some serious conviction there. That's serious conviction. So, you know, obviously with a move like this, you would want to see a move through 147 post earnings. You know, not too far away. Like we're 166.
This person loaded up on the short side?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, it's somebody sold 1,500 contracts to them, and they bought 1,600 contracts. So that's a huge bet. That is a huge bet. That is like a $200 million notional on that bet. Obviously, you know, like 1.1 million is at risk on this trade. That's so savage. Oh my goodness.
This is 1.1 million, man. My buying power's got that covered. I'm not worried about 1.1 million. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's not a joke. It is a good amount of money. We'll see where the earnings report comes out to. All this sounds like to me is a bunch of gamblers who are upset that they can't make a bet on the NBA or the NHL right now because clearly both of them are down and just decided to put their money on the stock market with some YOLO plays and some lotto plays. We don't know where the market's going to. And maybe this person's does, maybe they're insider trading, and they're just, you know, for me, they're just randomly guessing. Zero information has been given out on their side. But if they're right, they get to take that money and absolutely swing that money into wherever, into new Lambos or into new Bugattis, however they please. Market now pushing up a little bit, at least for Microsoft and Google. So we'll see if they can push right back to our average prices where we can maybe take more shorts. But keep in mind, I'm not actually trying to take any reloading action for the rest of the day until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock is where I'll be actually pushing some positions for myself. Visa is apparently dumping right now. Visa, go bye-bye. So let's go check out Visa. Oh my gosh. Any news on Visa? Visa's going bye-bye right now, absolutely to the downside. Explosions going off on the Visa chart. Big volume candle to the downside, higher than the opening day. So that's basically telling you something. Luca, you have something?
No.
Show chat. Senators to take aim at Visa and MasterCard fees. So even MasterCard getting blown up over here to the downside. MasterCard and Visa. Let me repeat that title for you, or the headline. Sorry, go to Brendan actually in about 10 seconds, I guess, where...
Hey guys, yeah, this is a couple minutes, but the Senate bill will take aim at and give power to merchants to choose different networks when they receive many Visa or MasterCard credit cards. So just opening up the playing field, it would appear anyways, as far as this bill is concerned, from the Wall Street Journal.
Choose a different network when they receive many Visa and MasterCard credit cards. Choose a different network.
Opening up the playing field. Interesting. So obviously bad news for Visa overall, and good news for competitors or people coming into the space. Obviously, it's a very consolidated space. You know, these companies are very strong and have their kind of hand in all the cookie jars. And you know, so obviously the market not liking that news. Visa investors not too happy about that news. 214 down to 205, but you know, let's see if we get some continuation there. Pretty sharp move to the downside. I almost want to say 200 level will be interesting. If we get there today, is this going to continue lower? I have no idea, but a lot of the times on these like news kind of events, news catalysts that come out, you have the sharp move, you have the bounce back, and then it goes sideways for the rest of the day. So maybe that 204.50 level is the bottom, around 205 area. If we break that and continue, well then I guess we got big sellers on board, and maybe we're moving to 200. So stay tuned to see what happens there. I'm gonna watch this. I want to see if we actually get back down for maybe a long here at around 205.50 to 205, for then a push back to 207 area. So we'll see what happens here. You know, I'm not really convinced that, I mean, this is a pretty big sell-off, right, for Visa. So, you know, let's see. And it's pretty defined out, too. So I kind of like that overall kind of trade there. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Visa, man, this stock is usually always on the closing imbalance locator, it's always on the imbalance locator, and then at the last second gets paired off to the point where I've stopped even watching Visa. But today might be a good day to actually watch the stock on the imbalance locator. If it doesn't pair off in the last few minutes and actually holds, there could be a trade over there for us to take advantage of on Visa. But look at that, man, that crazy move off that catalyst. It's things like these that you want to make sure you have a stop always out, no matter what direction you're trading trading in. You don't have a stop, you're long, you come back from a pee break, you're absolutely crying right now, right? So that's where you don't want to be. You don't want to be curled up in a ball just because of a news catalyst coming out of nowhere. I mean, I was in that state for a second. Boeing news catalyst wasn't really even a news catalyst. It was just a conference call, and not sure what the person said, but they clearly said something negative that they took me out on that down move. So that sucked to be part of a Boeing long trade today, which was actually up on the day and is now completely on the opposite spectrum for Boeing, down now about 0.63%, almost 1 full percent of the downside. A little bit less than 1% though for Boeing. Pee at your desk like a man. What the? Thank you for deleting that message. Sadly, too late to read that. Brad, how about a move on CMG? Huge today. Maybe Sinners can go public. If Sinners is going public, you know I'm investing in it, but I need some friends and family discount on that price. You know, I need some SA filing separately just for Brad, just for the Trader TV Live family. But man, yeah, I love Chicago Mexican Grill. I love Chipotle Mexican Grill. I just haven't had them in a long time. Obviously, ever since they had that E. coli breakout thing, I kind of walked away from them. Also, there's not many of them in Canada for me to even try or have as much as I would like to. But yeah, Chipotle, man, decent enough company, keeps on moving to the north side, and every time we see an earnings report comes in, I don't think I've seen a single earnings report that Chipotle Mexican Grill actually traded to the downside on. So that's always a good thing.
Somebody in the chat saying that Visa news is good for AMD and Nvidia. Looking like they're running back
How about
up
PayPal?
here. PayPal? Maybe.
That
Let's
could be
have a
good
look.
for PayPal, right?
Guys, the best way to digest news is to just look at price. What is the market doing in the short term? Because most likely the market is always correct in its assessment of the initial move. So it's like you have the news, bad for Visa. Is it good for PayPal? Well, PayPal, what did they do, right? Did they go down? Did they go up? So that is basically what the market is thinking. And, you know, like obviously the market is always correct. This is the assessment that I make. I'm not saying that there's dislocations in the market, but I'm just reacting to price and waiting for price to move around and then making decisions based on those moves. And speaking of moves, every time I glance at PGY, this thing is just not below $20. Hold it above, kind of went for that run again. Didn't get that 25, would love to see it. And would also love to see Dave do something and move up, but maybe it's just dead for the day. Now we got Fed coming up. So, you know, patiently waiting for my setups to play themselves out. Just kind of glancing over at everything. And see, this is the thing too, right? Because this is another good point here. It's like you have the Google run up, right? You have the extension through 113, then the kind of drop down and hold, then you have that little pop, then the sell off. It sells off here. And normally, on a normal day, maybe you get a little bit of consolidation and then another move down. But look at this. Look how much time is spent doing nothing, right? This kind of shows, to me at least, that traders are waiting for what the Fed is going to announce, what they're going to come out with. Then you're going to have some sharp moves and exciting kind of trades that are going to take place. And, you know, so I'm excited. I'm kind of super excited. I'm really excited for what's going to happen next. But, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the Patty the Batty against Mark Zuckerberg fight that might come on soon. I mean, we'll see if it ever comes on. Patty the Batty. Mark Zuckerberg, I'll fight you, lad.
Yeah, okay.
You never know, man. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg would be down for that, but looks... worth $110 billion. So, you'll still be down for a UFC fight against Patty? Come on. You never know, man. It's Patty the Batty Pimble. He called out Mark. He wants to fight him. Maybe he'd be down. He called him out. He banned his Instagram account. That's why. Yeah. But Meta platforms, man. Is it earnings reports today or tomorrow for Meta? Tonight, and then
tonight,
Apple's tomorrow?
Apple is tomorrow after the bell. Amazon tomorrow after the bell. Pfizer before the bell tomorrow.
So busy week, baby. Busy week coming up. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Keep your belt strapped in and your helmets tight because this week is not done having fun yet. You know, we have an earnings week coming in. Lots of catalysts for stocks to move around in. Usually summer periods, markets die off, but it's periods like it's an earnings season. So when earnings season comes in, it comes with gifts bearing all across the board. for shorts and for longs. Let's go show you a stock that was amazing to the short side today and is now extending its weakness a little bit more. It's actually Garmin, your GPS maker. I personally don't really care for Garmin anymore ever since the birth of the birth of smartphones. Garmin has seen a big decline in their stock, and I know you guys like to probably mention, or you guys will probably mention all the smartwatches and everything Garmin has. I'm not a smartwatch guy at all. I don't see myself ever owning a smartwatch. I see myself owning like maybe Casios and maybe at Sean's level where like Breitlings or Rolexes and whatnot. Even at this guy's level, owning a nice Tag Heuer watch or whatever. But I don't see myself. Rolex to Tag Heuer, there's a little bit of a change there, right?
Oh yeah,
there's a little bit of a change there. That's what I'm coming to here. Dude, I'm rocking a $10 Casio. Like, come on. You like.
There's nothing.
I
like that style, man.
I could never be a smartwatch guy. So Garmin, for those of you who are saying, oh, they sell smartwatches, I'm not interested. Those smartwatches are not any meaning to me, because me being an Android guy, the only time I'll maybe buy a smartwatch is when Google makes it. I don't want a Garmin Android watch.
Garmin, all like just to have these like triathletes, like they live by them. Like my wife has
the bikers and whatnot. Yeah, that makes sense because there's a GPS on there. But you know what else has a GPS? Your phone. Your phone has a GPS. Now he's done talking. There's no rebuttal on that side. Yeah, there you go.
Every single person in the club has a Garmin.
Every person in the world has a phone too. You don't need the watch to tell you where you are, man. But Visa's dropping to another low apparently. Oh my goodness. Do we break 200 today on Visa? I say yes. So Visa pushing towards 200. Luca over here looking at Rolexes. Oh, this is your favorite one?
Yeah, I'm looking at Visa, but I'm also looking at Rolexes, and I'm wondering if my Visa trade that I'm about to take is going to buy me a Rolex. But yeah, the short was good. But I kind of want the long here. But maybe I'll be wrong. There's a lot of selling pressure. But to find out, let's see how it interacts at this 205 level. Just broke it now. And I'm sharing my screen, but it's actually just Rolexes here. So let me get that off the screen there, and that's just for myself. Day date all gold. Okay, and there's the bounce, right? There's that 205 bounce. Obviously you guys can see today, like I'm not really like super excited to get myself involved in any trades. I'm letting a lot of these go, but that 205 bounce area, that was my idea. I just don't know how much follow through we're gonna get on that. And the reason I say this is because this is just a very vague setup in my mind. It's a news catalyst that comes out. Positive or negative, doesn't really matter. It makes the move, it finds the bottom, you have the bounce, then it sets the range. And the range normally comes down and either breaks the low and then reclaims, or finds a low and then bounces off that low. And so even though the news overall is kind of negative on Visa, right? And look how fast that flash down kind of like that kind of short from like 207.5 area, absolutely solid. But the trade I'm more interested now is like, let's see, what happens from here, right? Let's see what happens here. And look at this, right? Look at this kind of flash down. Now it's like, are we going to reclaim, or are we going back down to 200, right? Are we going back down to 200? So, wow, this sell-off is continuing. Okay, now I'm happy that I let this go.
Affirm's actually popping up on that news. Huh? So Affirm actually moved up on that news, and I'm not sure if PayPal did, but that's the idea that we were looking for, right? If Visa and MasterCard are going to get attacked on by the government over there, then who can take advantage of those moves? So the opposite side would be Affirm. The opposite side would be other banks, such as JP Morgan, apparently also launched up to the north side. I don't really see a big volume candle in JP Morgan the way I see it in Affirm, or the way we see it on Visa. But yeah, it looks like this move is going to go to 200.
I step in front of a train here and possibly get run over, but let's see how that goes.
For a long?
For a bounce at 200.
For a bounce long, okay.
Yeah, let's see what happens, whatever.
I like that idea. It doesn't sound too bad. We had a pretty insane drop already to 200. Maybe we burn the stops at 200. Then we have a nasty pop back to 206, giving him a nice, if he risked $1 for it, it's a nice 5:1, 6:1 trade for him. Depends on where he wants to take his profit. So I don't hate that trade at all. Let's just see what happens with Visa over here while we give Lucas some time to work with that trade for himself. MasterCard also following suit. obviously, with the same catalyst behind it. Discounts everywhere soon. That'd be great. I love discounts. I'm Indian. Duh. I love anything on a discount. I like it. The 200 bounce on V, says Thomas. So hopefully that works out for you too, Thomas. PGY, pretty wild moves. Let's go check out PGY over here on New York. Still around $22.45. Not really doing a whole lot. VWAP holding as a support area for this stock for the most part all day. And I'm guessing that's what's going to continue as we're heading into FOMC in about 40 minutes.
Bounce area. Damn it. The low is 201.20 on Visa. Sorry, not to cut you off.
No. I was waiting for you to come in at any point.
The low is 201.20. I'm waiting for the fill. I'm like, oh, where do I put it? Where do I put it? Where do I put it? I miss it. But yeah, like now at this point, if we go back down, maybe if we like slow down with volume, but like my worry here is like the bounce play is the bounce, right? So it's like if you miss the bounce play and you don't, like me, I'm not keeping my order there because the low is 201.20. Like I missed that bounce play, like that gave you $1, right? That gave you $1. It gave you almost $2 there, like give or take. That's kind of the move I was looking for. This is like a small bounce. I'm not thinking the first bounce is large. The second bounce, I'm going for like a small bounce, obviously. Playing off that $200 level, I missed it. It is what it is, Not another missed trade in the books.
Snap about to eat that 50-cent trend down. So Snapchat, we know Snapchat's story, weak stock, missed out on earnings, lower active daily users. Only people who are using Snapchats are ones who are in a relationship or getting into a relationship. So, no one besides that I've seen actually uses Snapchat unless you're in high school or something. Or you're Lucas. I see Lucas using Snapchat all the time. But at the end of the day, company is going to the absolute downside. The amber hurting itself every single day. Here's a stock that's actually worth shorting on every day now, no matter what the market's doing. Looks like Snapchat to zero. I don't know about to zero, but I do see Snapchat being a good buyout candidate by like Google or somebody, right? But that's probably a long way out. We might not see a merger and acquisition come in for a long time. They could even allow the stock to completely go to zero itself and buy out the patents or the technology for a cent on the dollar, right? So a lot of ways for companies here to work on it. We'll see what happens eventually. Snap will get purchased. Yeah, that's my idea, that Snapchat is a buyout candidate for some time in the future, but Snapchat itself as a product is pretty useless. Market's about to be on fire. I mean, market's already on fire. Baby, we're up 1.31%. NASDAQ up 2.7%. The opportunities today were just rolling in. I mean, you heard Google, not Google, you heard Sean take longs that were like $7, $6, $5, $4 in the money. You saw one of my buddies in the back over there get up and clap for his Google trade. If that's not on fire, I don't know what is, right? The market's been fire. The market's been amazing today. I'm not saying there's nothing to trade. Wow. Right? There you go. That's the key thing. I haven't said there's nothing to trade all day, and I've actually been taking trades throughout the lunchtime. Now, that's a big question mark right there, too. So lots of fun to be had in the market. Lots of fire already there. Almost fired. Just for not taking a trade on the show. But, yeah, man, gotta love the opportunities over here that we're having. Longs Microsoft, I should have taken that. I know I closed that short, and I said I want to take that long flip long, but at the end of the day, I'm having a battle with my own mind over here. Let me stop talking so Luca can go for on a minute, and then we throw it on to the closing show.
Oh, no, you're doing great, dude. You're doing awesome. Keep it up. No, I'm just watching this Visa bounce. Like, I can't believe that, And as it bounced higher, more people bidding, not getting the fill, chasing it up. Now back at 205. Opportunity on both sides, right? Opportunity on both sides. Like Neil mentioned, that short off the kind of ricochet 207, 208 area. Super solid, like $5, $6 flush there. Obviously negative sentiment overall. But look at that. You got the bounce, you got the bounce, you got the flush, you got the flush. Opportunity on both sides. Yes, today is a day. There is so much opportunity. And then on top of that, you get kind of Visa that comes through out of nowhere. It's like, this market is fireworks. This market is fireworks. Every single day there's opportunity. Always exciting. Oh, I'm super excited to be here. And, hopefully you guys are too, tuning in, seeing all types of things. I can't remember who said it. Somebody in the chat was like, Visa is really, really fun. I'm not going to quote the way that you said it, but you said it in a way that was kind of funny. But Visa is very fun, extra exciting to trade. Absolutely. You're not getting this range on Visa like every single day, right? So when it comes up, Really exciting to see how it kind of reacts to price. And, you get the reps in and you kind of remember for next time, okay, like this is how it moves. This is how the spread opens up. This is how fast and how sharp the moves can be. This is where I should cover. This is where I should get out and, live and learn, right?
325,000 subscribers, baby. Let's clap it up, man. All the long-time subscribers and even the newcomers. Let's pat yourself on the back over there. Thank you for supporting us for so long, for 2 years and continuing. For me, about to be 1 year soon. I'm about to hit that 1 year marker on Trader TV Live umbrella. And I gotta say, nothing but great times and fun opportunities over here. I've had so much fun with you guys. Sadly for today, though, only 10-ish seconds left. I hope you guys had some great times today on the market with us. Make sure to stay tuned for the closing show. Go hit the like on the closing show too, because it's the second show. It's not the continuation of this. So the likes on there, the counters start fresh. 320K subs. Let's get that to 1 million. Share it with your family. Share it with your friends. Go have a fun time on the FOMC trades today. See you tomorrow. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock, that is coming up in half an hour. You caught me off guard. It's 1:30, it's not 2 o'clock. The Fed is coming at 2 o'clock, I should say. We'll take you right through till 4 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll get you set for what is to come. I wanted to show you right off the bat here that we're still